recognized Bandana Negra.
Mm-hmm.
They seem like outlaws. Like that's like all the groups are mainstream.
You know,
I
credit
like
to them
this.
because
I like Bandana Negra.
I don't know if they're starting. I'm not going to put that on. I don't credit to them for being acknowledged because if you just look at their social media um, footprint, there's not a lot. They're like 300 and something Instagram followers, 300 something Twitter. So whatever they've done to get on the official website's radar, credit to them.
They're the ones beefing with the other
I don't
fans.
think
They're
that's what
open
gets them
about
on the
it. That's
website
their big
fighting.
thing. They're not fighting, but they're beefing. That's what makes them stand
If you
out.
are a member of the exclusive Bandana Negra Houston Dynamo supporter group, let us know.
Yeah, call
We
in.
want to know what you're about because you have been or underrepresented. It feels like
And
because
miscategorized
I didn't know
by
you
me.
existed until today.
713-780-3776. Which fan base would you like to go on a cruise with?
I've
I'm going
decided
Texans.
if the Bandana Negra is on the cruise, I'm going with the Dynamo.
Yeah, Dynamo would be number one. But out of the Texans, Rockets, Astros, I'm going Texans. Especially if we depart after the Super Bowl, because I think the Texans are going to the Super Bowl.
Are they winning the Super Bowl?
I don't know about that. We'll have a discussion after. But I really feel it. This is the year, man. There's nothing in this bracket on the AFC side where I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be tough. Don't know if you can overcome this. Drake May? Marcel Reed? The New England Aggies? Play somebody and then talk. Look what happened. When a good defense comes in, they're not afraid. That's what Miami did to them. I'm not afraid of the New England Aggies. Yeah, I'm talking that ish. Call in if you disagree. 713
a lot of confidence
3776.
from a man who's never seen his team win a road playoff game before.
That's why I'm confident, is that I'm going to see it. You know what? That's history. That's his story. This is our story now, starting now. I ain't scared. We got Throw Shade Thursday coming up at 9:15. Get your hate ready. You want to let it out? Who you going to throw shade at? We're going to do that at 9:15. I don't know if we're going to do news of the weird today. I'm not sure. Unless I find some stories. This whole show has been weird. We'll get your phone calls as well. Line them up, 713-780-3776. It's The Bench. No John, no Lance, Raheel Lindell filling in on ESPN 97.5. Here we go. Final hour of the bench with Rahil Ramzanli, Del Olalea. And then you've got Del and Sean coming up at 10 o'clock. Rich Eisen after that. Jeremy and Joe will take you home. Rockets lose last night. Tari Eason, just split second. Just a little bit quicker. A little bit quicker. Didn't get the win. It should not have come down to that shot, but it did, and it didn't count. Tari Eason forces a turnover. That was huge. You can't be in that moment without Tari Eason. Not his fault. Kevin Durant misses a shot. Rebound doesn't go his way. Well, it did go his way. It went in. It was still on the tip of his fingers. After further review, the shot is no good.
Unsuccessful.
Yeah. I like the buildup that the referees are doing. They understand how to play to the cameras. I like this.
That unsuccessful buildup thing works in the arena, but for anyone who, at home gets the highlight, we all knew that they were going to disallow the shot.
It's not.
I did.
That's not true. Well, yeah. On this particular case, yes. Like you could see, but right before that, the Tari Eason foul.
Oh, that's different. Those are the refs' almost judgment calls with that stuff. But as far as did it go in or was it off his finger in time? Yeah. We knew the buildup is for the fans, the 18 to 20,000 people in the arena. But for anyone who had eyes at home, okay, this one's not going our way.
We have seen calls that are pretty obvious go the other way, right? So they're still like, yes, I just mean in general with this referee buildup that they do, it feels like old school Jerry Springer or Maury. Remember, was it the one where, Maury was the one, right? Maury, sorry. Where it was, in the case of 24-year-old Tari Eason, you are not the scorer. Winner? Yeah, not the game winner. The buildup that Maury would do, Maury. See, I can't say his name. It's phenomenal. That's what these referee cameras feel like. In the case of 24-year-old Tari Eason fouling, you are not the fouler. Boom. Rockets ball. They build up to it. Okay, tonight. And then the dance. Yeah, the dance party.
In the case of 3-year-old Nailani, Rayshawn, you are not.
They didn't play the music in the studio, right? This is post. This is a meme.
I think it's post-production.
Put some respect on my name.
Yes, I could watch those all day. That's what this NBA referee cam has turned into. It's just a big reveal. Tonight, you've got a semifinal game. Miami taking on Ole Miss. Del, how you feeling?
I try to be a calm person, and just take it as it comes because they haven't been really good for the better part of my adult life. And this is a moment that I actually didn't think was going to happen this year. I was more than getting ready to accept the fact they weren't going to be in the playoff period. And then we're here, and I was watching Ole Miss versus some of their opponents, Oklahoma, the first Georgia game, even just last night, just to see if what people were saying about Trinidad Chambliss is true. And my takeaway from it was that the Ole Miss offensive line is going to have a tough time tonight. The question will be for Miami, can Trinidad Chambliss overcome it? Because even in the Oklahoma game that they won, now it's a rainy day, slippery field, Oklahoma's line probably won snaps 70% of the time. Like they're in the backfield, they're causing havoc, and then either he would get out of it or he would get the ball out of his hands quickly. I don't think Ole Miss's line is going to look good. It'll just be what if scheming and Chambliss do enough where it's not a problem for them, where they mitigate it enough where they can still be productive. I think it's just hard for Ole Miss to operate in the way they do, and you have to credit them quite a bit because their line's not good, at least against top competition. And in fact, it's not even just physically. Sometimes they're just mental mistakes where any slanting, any movement causes them problems. But when you have a quarterback who makes quick decisions and for the most part is accurate, and then when he gets hot, he can put together a generational performance, you can go win a game like this.
Yeah.
I just think he's going to have to be special, and he's capable.
This is gonna be a fun game tonight. I think Miami ends up winning this one. They're favored by 3 right now. I'm not man. I think Miami ends up winning this by at least a touchdown. That line is playing out of its mind. There's some big dogs on there. Big dogs got to eat, man. They're gonna eat tonight.
Yeah, and because Ole Miss in the SEC, I think they and maybe rightfully so believe that they have been tested by SEC fronts. I don't know if they understand what they're going to see tonight.
Yeah,
just because
swagger. There's a different swagger with this Miami.
Yeah,
line.
and they can get there with 4. Bain and Mesidor are the best pass rushers they're going to see. Even Oklahoma will have to add a guy, rush 5, rush 6. Georgia doesn't have any legit pass rushers that can get there on their own. They have to scheme it up. Miami can just go get after you with 4. The Chambliss thing, sure, but I think if Miami plays well enough offensively where they get to 30, I think they win the game.
Is Trinidad not an NFL caliber quarterback? I haven't been following.
He is not big, but he'll get a shot someplace. He'll make a roster, I think.
Why is he trying to come back one more year?
He's trying to. He just doesn't have a – he has to get a waiver.
Like, dude, move on.
Well, Ole Miss will probably pay him $4 or $5 million. He's not going to get – well, Damon Williams, a guy who doesn't have numbers against really good teams, Washington was going to give him 4 plus to stay, maybe 5, and now they may be getting outbid, and he doesn't have any success against the best teams that he's faced. Trinidad's made a playoff and won 2 games. Ole Miss, if they can get him to stay because of the waiver, he's probably going to get 4.5 to 5. He's not making that in the NFL next year.
Dang, that's crazy. I thought like 2 million was the number. 4 to 5 is wild. And he did this without a coach.
Well,
he
does have his OC.
Captain and coach.
He has his OC.
I thought he was doing it all on his own.
That is how it's being portrayed.
Yeah. There's that one sloppy dude who does the press conferences. Like, hey, man.
Who, Pete Golding?
Can you put on, can you change? Can you shave?
I mean, he's under some stress.
He's in a dream job. He'll probably end up getting this job, right?
He doesn't know who he's going to have to coach with them from day to day. He's under a little stress.
He's going to end up getting this job. Correct?
He's already got the job.
Oh, he's already got it. So I didn't know that. So he already got it. So what's the stress? You're locked in.
He's got the playoffs. He's got recruiting. He's got guys flying in from Baton Rouge every other day.
Brother, you're fine. Even if they fire you next year, you are fine.
He is
for
playing
the
with
rest
house
of your
money
life.
right now.
He's good. He's fine.
The guy who decided he wanted to still be at Ole Miss. They're going to love him. And they won 2 playoff games.
Every time I see him, he reminds me of young Chad Clay for some reason. That's a joke that only us 2 get. And
true.
3 other people. But if you get it, you know.
We'll see. Pete Golding may be the right coach for now. They need some stability. I'm not sure if he's got the temperament to be a leader of a program for the next 5 years. I don't know. But he is what they needed now.
He's not a peacetime commissioner. He's a commissioner.
He's a wartime consigliere.
Yeah.
Consigliere. We'll see what he is when things are a little bit more peaceful. It's how he's like in spring.
Yeah. When it's not us against the world. It's just like, hey, you're actually a good team.
We expect you to be good again. Make sure that happens.
Okay, Throw Shade Thursday coming up next. If you've never partaken in Throw Shade Thursday, here's what we're going to do. You call in 713-780-3776. Call in right now. We're going to put on some music. This is where you get to jump on for 10 to 15 seconds. Let out whatever's bothering you. Let the hate out. You want to call out some national writers who aren't picking the Texans? Call them out. You want to call me out? Call me out. Whatever. 713-780-3776. Throw Shade Thursday coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
I appreciate everyone listening. No John, no Lance. They'll be back when they're back. No timeline. We'll let you know. Just follow on socials at ESPN 975. It's been a fun morning so far. Still about 40 minutes left. We're going to do Throw Shade Thursday, so line those calls up right now, 713-780-3776. This is your time to get out all that anger, hate, frustration, sports-related, life-related, whatever. I don't care. It's your time. If you're going to direct it at me, just don't get too personal. Like, keep it high-level hate. I don't want too dialed-in hate.
Yeah, don't dig in.
Yeah.
Something very general.
Some jolly hate.
Yeah, like stuff Raheel could laugh at.
Yeah.
That he has to be introspective over. Like, does that person have a point?
You know what? I'm going to reflect here. That's the kind of hate I want. I don't want that mean hate where it just ruins my day. Don't do that. 713-780-3776. It's the bench with Raheel and Dell today. Again, no John and Lance. We'll start up. You want to start it now? Or you want to wait one more?
Well, we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
I mean, we have Mito. I think he called in specifically for Throw Shade Thursday. It's pretty simple, as Raheel has laid out. You don't have to be sports related. You don't have to direct it at anyone in sports. It could be in your life. It could be much like What Have You Learned that we play on Mondays. It could be anything.
Anything.
As long as it's bothering you and you think it's better to get that out on the show as opposed to directing it at someone because it might, hurt your actual life. Now's the time.
Yeah. Just call in. We'll get your name. You don't have to tell us.
Like, for example, I'll start.
Okay.
For people who don't really get it, and let's play the music.
Let's go. Let's officially start it. Oh, here we go.
And of course, we do have our good friend.
Let's throw some shade.
Let's go. Throw some shade.
Trinidad Chambliss.
Ooh.
Stay your ass in the pocket tonight. I don't need you running around making plays. You know what? You know how you make the NFL? You make plays from the pocket. Stay in the pocket. The NFL doesn't want any scrambling quarterbacks. They don't like that sort of thing. Look how they're treating Lamar Jackson now. Play from the pocket, Trinidad Chambliss. The only way you can have an NFL career. Right? Right.
There it is.
Make some shade.
We're throwing some shade tonight for the CFP semifinal game. 713-780-3776. Mito. Make some shade, brother. What do you got? Hey,
Make some shade is back, baby. I want to make some shade at my doctor, man. I had an opportunity to be on a big-time wrestling company. We'll just call him WWE. And this fool was asking me all types of questions, and his nurses, and messed up my blood work. You jerk. And now I got to wait another 2 months. I make some shade at you, doctor.
Hey.
Make some shade.
Mito had a chance to get to the big times. He's been grinding.
He has.
AKA
we
Mr.
heard about
Mundo.
that wrestling thing. How long ago?
About 2 years? 3 years ago? It's been 2 years, I want to say.
At least.
Yeah, Mito, we used to call him Fat Boy.
I thought that was Pena who you called Fat Boy.
No, Pena, Pena's a newer guy.
I don't know if it's the Pena who called in earlier, but there was a Pena who explained to us that he threw shade at the train because it kept him from going to lunch.
I thought that was Mito.
Fat Boy.
Wasn't that Mito? I mean, Mito's pretty. He's gordo too.
I don't know that was Mito. I thought that was Pena. He goes, I want to throw shade at the train because every time I try to go to lunch, the train is blocking me. And you're like, it's like 10:30, Fat Boy. You can wait. Or whatever time it was.
713-780-3776. You call in. We're going to put you right on. Throw some shade. It's Throw Shade Thursday. I'm going to throw some shade at the Fiesta Bowl, which is tonight. Again, Miami taking on Ole Miss. I know it's historic. It's part of traditions. Why are we not sacrificing some sort of food at the Fiesta Bowl?
It used to be Tostitos.
Yeah, where's the Tostitos? Where? Verbo? Come on.
It's a travel website. I don't know what you sacrifice.
What are you going to sacrifice? A trip? I need to sacrifice a food item. If you're going to really do this now, we're going to really go into bowl games and make them fun again. I need a Pop-Tart dying. I need a Pop-Tart being toasted in front of my eyes.
Do they kill a Cheez-It at the Cheez-It Bowl?
No, they don't.
Okay.
They don't. They just throw Cheez-Its all over and just makes a huge mess.
Like the Duke Mayo Bowl will dump mayo on a coach.
Oh, yeah.
This is the most disgusting thing ever.
Ugh, that's nasty.
I think the only thing that gets sacrificed is a Pop-Tart.
And then tomorrow night, you've got the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Can we sacrifice
Cow?
a cow? Something? They hate cows there. If you want to throw some shade, 713-780-3776.
Was it the Sugar Bowl where cow nearly killed a dog?
Yeah, that was Bevo almost ending Uga the 4th, I think.
Sure, I guess.
I don't know. I just made up a number.
Is Kirk Herbstreit's dog in danger?
Oh, I want to throw some shade. Can we stop this whole dog bit with Kirk Herbstreit? I love dog. I have a dog. I have an older dog now. He's 13 years old, Del. My little dog is 13 years old. I love dogs. Can we stop this whole, like, he has to travel with the dog and take his golden retriever with him, and then he forces it upon the whole team, and then he walks him around? Like, can we stop this, please? I want to throw shade at this dog.
And it's the second dog, by the way.
Yeah. You can't travel without the dog. Maybe you shouldn't be traveling right now. If it's too much to leave your dog at home, don't travel.
Look, I don't know the biology of a dog, but we remember the previous dog was ill. And that dog was flying cross country all the time. Look, in the lap of luxury on Kirk's private jet, but
still,
is that great for a dog?
Air pressure is air pressure.
I don't know, man. Questions should be asked.
Sorry about that. Eric, 713-780-3776. Get in. Let's throw some shade. What you got, Eric?
Hey, man, just want to throw some shade at David Gow, man. You need to put this show back on the air, man. Y'all gentlemen are hilarious as hell.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Also, Dale, man, I text all the time, bro. This is Eric, the Uber driver, man. I've driven around your show producer, whatever that guy's name is, Todd. Man, y'all need to hit me up, man. I'm always calling. Answer my messages, please.
Sean. I
Sean
believe is his name.
Do you check the text line?
I don't.
I don't check it.
I would have to check it. I apologize, Eric, but I never check the text line. It distracts me.
Yeah, Eric, tweet into the show.
Tweet at me, call, whatever.
Delvey,
at
call
Delvey2. I will probably see it there. There's just a lot of stuff. I only got 2 hours. I don't want to be distracted by too much. But
and nobody's going on the text line.
I think that's the afternoon show will do it. So, but
remember
apologies to you.
The Blitz used to read it all the time. That was the most hateful.
Oh yeah.
Medium.
ESPN 97.5.
Dell's picking up your phone calls, so sorry about that. 713-780-3776. You can even pick it up on mic. I don't care, Dell. We don't have rules on this show. We just have fun. It's Throw Shade Thursday. If you want to tweet your shade, you can definitely do that as well. Show Killer says, I don't know who to throw shade at, but why are World Cup tickets so much? That's capitalism, buddy. That's what it is. Capitalism. I know the World Cup, the FIFA organizing body, of course, of the World Cup, they're doing those special $60 tickets. And they're like, look, we're going to release limited $60 tickets for fan bases so they can enjoy the World Cup. What they didn't say is how many tickets. They could probably release like 10 of them.
They said limited. How many did they? Yeah. Do we know the number?
That's corporate greed at a max, man. Limited tickets. Just put the exact number out. Let me know. Because then I can judge you. Yeah.
Or not. To get some.
I applied for tickets. I missed out on the first 2 rounds. There's like another limited drop of like 5 tickets, I'm sure. Because corporate greed rules all, man. That's why the tickets are so expensive. This should be the People's Cup. And instead, it's going to be who can afford it cup. And that sucks.
That's where sports is, man.
Yeah. You're right. Across all sports. The WWE, priced out. NBA, you can still get in relatively cheap if you want to watch the Hornets take on the Hawks.
Sure.
For like $2.
You want to watch CJ McCollum versus LaMelo Ball?
If you want to watch that game, they actually might pay you. They're like, hey, for 2 hours of your time, can we give you $30?
We just need the ambiance. Make some noise. Yeah. Hey, we need our mascot to be able to actually interact with some fans. Show up to the game. We'll give you stuff to be here.
Pelicans Wizards.
You don't want to see Derek Queen?
Nope. 713-780-3776. We'll do Throw Shade Thursday here for about a minute. So if you want to get in, this is your final chance.
You heard me on the air. That was me answering a call from one of our weekly guests.
Okay.
Except, there is nobody to talk to him.
Oh, was it?
It was John Chill.
John, yeah.
He's a Steeler fan, so John, if he was here, he would have had some smoke for him. But we'll talk to John Chill maybe next week about this game that you feel very confident about.
I want to throw some shade at Pittsburgh.
The city itself.
The city itself. What's the best thing out of Pittsburgh? Putting fries in a sandwich?
Franco Harris?
The Primanti Brothers sandwich? That's your best thing?
Is that their best export?
What else is it?
The Penguins? Is that the best thing about Pittsburgh?
The Dark Knight Rises?
I mean, you do love that
trilogy. I love that movie.
Yeah.
I like the trilogy. Although, Del, I always thought The Dark Knight would be my number one Christopher Nolan film.
Something has taken a spot.
Interstellar.
After how many watches?
I watch it every year on the 26th of December.
December, okay.
We watch it as a family.
And it's now taken over.
For me, I've watched it maybe 15 times.
Is it because you watch it as a family that it's taken a spot, or is the movie itself?
No, the movie just gets better and better. You find little things in there, and you're like, God, this is such a brilliant movie. I remember Fred and AJ used to hate that movie, and that's when I lost respect for them. I was like, you guys don't get Interstellar, really?
That's when you lost respect?
Nah, it was way before that.
That's what I thought.
Shout out to the G's. 713-780-3776. It's Throw Shade Thursday. Not too much hate going on. We're a week into the new year. People are relatively calm. They've got new goals, new aspirations. They're saying, I'm going to control my hate. I'm going to control my anger.
Well, we got another Eric. We'll see how hateful he is.
Let's go, Eric. Throw some shade.
I want to throw some shade at Gal Media and ESPN for firing John and Lance. I'm looking forward to the Raheel Dale show coming up. Have a good day.
Okay, see, they're not fired. They
make some shade.
Just off. They're just getting time off. All right, that's all it is.
Yeah, fired.
Yeah, that's how rumors start.
Yeah, neither one is fired.
Neither one's fired. They'll be back when they're back.
Yes, at their own pace, they'll be back. No one. Now I get it. People lose their jobs in the industry and sometimes the station, but no one, at least from the morning show, at least those two, from the morning show, are being fired.
When was John supposed to come back?
I don't ask questions. I just feel relief when he's not here.
I feel like you should know.
So I don't know. I think it's supposed to be just today, but maybe not. Because he only said, because if it was more than a day, wouldn't he have had you try to come in another day?
I would assume so.
So I think it's just today.
Okay.
And it just so happened to coincide with an unforeseen thing with Lance.
Yeah.
But I believe he'll be back tomorrow.
All right. Hopefully.
Maybe.
Hopefully on a mic.
I'm not even going to care. Either way.
Not John on a mobile.
I don't know if he'll be back. Yeah, someone did make that point. I don't know if he'll be back in L.A., but if he's still in Cabo, he'll be on a phone, but maybe one that has a better connection.
Cabo John. Cabo John's a special one.
Yeah,
Unlimited Coors Light at every stop as well.
And he sat at a table next to Arch Manning.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I thought I heard his dad. I didn't know Arch was there.
No, Arch, the family was there. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Cool.
He saw Sean McVay earlier in the week as well. Not Sean McVay.
I was like, what?
Sean Payton.
Okay.
Who has an off week. He saw Sean Payton.
It's like, hey, Sean, you should be planning for your game.
The other Sean Payton was there. John said with his wife.
You think Sean McVay really has to game plan for
the Panthers?
8 and 9 Panthers?
I would think he's probably a little upset because he lost to them the first time. So maybe I think he's going to put in the work to avoid that happening again.
By the way, tomorrow, second half of that CFP semifinal is going to be Oregon taking on Indiana. So want to mention that one more time.
We'll actually have both games here on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, nice.
You're asking about what we have after Jeremy and Joe. We're going to have the CFP semifinal between Miami and Ole Miss, and then tomorrow night it'll be the Hoosiers versus the Ducks. So if you're out and about for whatever reason, you had to go to some place, maybe run an errand, you still want to keep track of what's going on in the game, we'll have it here for you on ESPN 97.5.
Love that. And then all weekend long, NFL playoffs. We've got that going on Monday night. We cap the weekend of sports with the Texans' ass-kicking of the Steelers.
Ass-kicking?
Ass-kicking.
What's an ass-kicking?
9-6.
Okay.
I'm still sticking to that 9-6 prediction I made last weekend.
So you're taking Kaimi Fairbairn in the field goal kicking contest over Boswell.
Mount Rushmore of Texans. Kaimi. JJ won.
Okay.
Andre won.
JJ.
Well, let's go. Andre, JJ.
Who's the George Washington of the Texans when it comes to the
Andre.
Mount Rushmore?
Andre.
Who will likely be at the game tonight. He's been the other Miami receiver that you haven't seen do the belt to ass stuff. Andre was at the A&M game.
Though?
No, he doesn't do it.
No, I was like, Andre, no chance.
Andre was at the A&M game.
Okay.
He was, I think, seen
at
the Cotton Bowl as well. He just isn't being talked about because Michael Irvin's there too. Oddly enough, Andre's being low profile. Who would have thought?
Okay, JJ.
Yeah.
Andre.
Ooh.
D'Amico?
Not yet.
You
got to win a road playoff game.
Kaimi for sure.
No way.
He's the greatest
You're putting a kicker on the Mount Rushmore. I know there's not a lot of guys to go to, but a kicker. Well, D'Amico maybe because of his time as a player combined with the coach. He may
that's why I
belong
put
on
D'Amico there.
And then McNair.
Hannah's
Bob McNair goes on.
No. Players only.
Well, there's not a lot of players to choose from.
Arian Foster?
What is this, June? What is the summertime we're doing Mount Rushmore?
No, because it's going to come down to Kaimi.
You are willing to put him on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, absolutely.
If Kaimi misses a field goal in this game, he's off. I'll give it to you now. But if he misses a kick, he's off.
Yeah, then he's get out of here.
Get out of here.
Didn't
he miss a kick in the Chiefs game last year?
Oh yeah, you're right. He did.
So, yeah, how you gonna put him on the list?
Still the greatest Texan
on the Mount Rushmore. Texans.
Who is this snapper? Long time.
John Weeks is on the Mount Rushmore before Kaimi. What are we talking about?
All right, it's Raheel, it's Dell filling in for John and Lance. We'll be right back on ESPN 975.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, coming up to the end of the show here. Rahil Ramzanali, thank you so much for listening, engaging, calling in, all that good stuff. It's always fun to come back and do the show, especially when I get to do it with you, Del. We get to do a little reunion of sorts.
Well, it's a reunion no matter who's you're doing it with, right?
Yeah. But no, it's a little different when it's just us two, right? Like, it's back to the old days. The
Yeah,
number
who was our
one,
producer at that time?
it was Tyler Scott.
Tyler Scott.
Yeah. I went back and listened to our PJ Tucker segment, and that was, without a doubt, the funniest thing we did.
I don't remember that.
Remember when I pretty much gave a bro job to PJ Tucker is what we called it?
And remember that's what we called it?
Yeah. It was.
People weren't thrilled.
They were not thrilled
with the term.
But it became a thing, the bro job. And
you did love yourself some PJ Tucker.
I still love him.
He's still active, right? He's not playing, but he's someplace, right?
He was with the Knicks. I don't know where he is now.
He is a Knick.
He is a Knick. Well, I don't know if he's playing. Is it like a front office role now?
No, he's on the roster.
Do they convert him to a front office contract?
He's on the roster, I think. I don't think he's. If he signed the Knicks signed him to a 2-year deal 9 months ago. I remember that came across like what?
Yeah, he didn't play in the Cup though.
Well, no,
is he injured?
He has. I don't know that he's played all year. I'm going to his game log. He has not played a game this year, even though he is on their official roster.
PJ Tucker, your story will not go untold. That's what the segment was called. That's what we titled it. It was so dumb. But anyways, we're here. Texans, Monday night, Steelers. Been saying it all day. This bracket does not scare me on the AFC side. There's nothing where I look at it and go, man, this is going to be a tough one. Granted, every playoff game, right? Like, they're all going to be hard. The intensity goes up. All the stuff that you hear in sports, all that, all right? With that being said, with that being the baseline, that the playoffs are going to be harder, there's not a matchup on the AFC side where I look at it and go, oh, breaking news. What happened?
If you're wrong and the Texans don't win and they need to make a change, there's a OC they might be able to grab. Mike McDaniel, fired by the Dolphins.
I thought he was already fired.
No, the thought was because the owner loved him, or at least liked him, that he might stay and survived, and he was operating like he was going to be around. But they did fire him today. So they cleaned out the GM and Chris Greer. They fired Mike McDaniel. Is that because John Harbaugh's available?
Wow.
I don't know. But that move has been made. Mike McDaniel now available for a team if he wants to be an OC someplace.
He's out. I mean, since their bad run in the middle of the season, it was linked that the Texans would be the perfect spot for him.
Yes.
Which you would have to fire your current
Caley.
OC. I would do that right now. The weekend before.
Hey, you get an extra day.
Disrespect. No
to
disrespect
No disrespect.
to Nick Caley.
So, according to the reporting, now, of course, Schefter broke it, but people in Miami say McDaniel was informed this morning. This comes from Barry Jackson, longtime Miami reporter. This was a shock to Mike. His camp fully expected him to be retained. Ross decided to make the change after assessing the situation in the aftermath of meeting with McDaniel. Like I said, he was operating like he would be back. The Dolphins were holding whatever decision they had close to, as they say, close to is it the chest or vest?
The chest.
The chest. And it was always going to be a Stephen Ross decision, the owner, and he decided after probably some consultation, bye.
Harbaugh's out there.
So you got to go.
He's like, Harbaugh's out there. Because that's a move. Look, Miami, I know they turned things around and things got a little bit better towards the end, right? All that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But this firing should have happened as soon as their season ended. You don't wait.
Except, there wasn't anyone who was going to get hired. No coach interviews have happened from, I think they're being set up but I don't know anybody who's off the board. And the teams you probably want to hire from are currently prepping for the playoffs anyway. The only one you would get access to start, who Harbaugh if you really desire to have him.
Yeah.
And he's apparently going to push that back to next week. So that's the news. But I didn't mention it because of the Dolphins. I just said it because a lot of people think that should be the next Texans OC, Mike McDaniel.
That would be such a good fit if he wants to be in coaching next year. He has the luxury of taking a year off, letting that anticipation build, let that bad taste get out of people's mouths. Like, hey, Mike McDaniel's still out there. How about him for head coach? Right? A season removed changes everything for these guys.
Yeah, people will feel better. And, of course, you look at what has happened, a long history that at least the last 20 so years of that franchise being inept. GM gone. Quarterback who you're paying $50+ million to for at least one more year. Probably not going to be back. They're going to have to eat the salary, but he's probably not going to be back. And the head coach, all out the door. So a complete reset. And that's kind of the way you have to do it.
Man, that's crazy.
And he finished above 500, which is rare for a Dolphins coach. When you coach, I think he wound up coaching 68 games when you include the playoffs. So he did finish above 500. So he's not a losing record of coach, but simply 4 years of, particularly the last couple, of not making the playoffs and not winning a playoff game, done for. So maybe despite a Super Bowl run, D'Amico will say, not good enough from the offense.
Nope. We need to change things up. Are he and Tua cool?
It didn't feel like it at the end.
Okay.
Felt like there was a separation of those two, which they were tied together, and one helped the other. And once the performance on the field started to wane from Tua, it felt like those two. Now, they weren't open about their disdain for each other, if that even is a real way to put context around it. But you would listen to press conferences, and there was a divide about how things were spoken about. And once you benched them, I think that was the end of the story too.
The reason I was asking is, are they a package deal for the
Not
Texans?
anymore. No.
You get a backup quarterback and an OC?
I mean, Tua as a backup,
Tua's not going to start.
fine, but not with Mike McDaniel.
Okay, so the package deal. I wanted to be first to say that. But
If we're
it's not
talking
gonna
about
be true.
competency at the backup spot,
That'd be a good backup.
not a bad option. Just not going to happen if McDaniel is here.
That'd be a good, really good fit in there.
Yeah.
All right. So Mike McDaniel out. We'll see what happens with Harbaugh. He's going to take a week to regroup. He's going to think on it. There were how many teams? 6 teams already reached out within the first 45 minutes, which was the fun.
And they said 7.
Oh, 7.
Which at the time meant, of course, it wasn't going to be Baltimore. That a team who still had a coach reached out.
Yeah.
Which might be the team who now doesn't have a coach.
Miami.
Yeah.
So Harbaugh going to Miami is the rumor now that we just started.
No, it is something that
we just started.
No, people think they're interested, and they definitely are, but there's nothing to suggest that Harbaugh's going to want to be there.
Okay, final segment coming up for today. It's going to be a grab bag. I've got Stranger Things for you.
This News of the Weird?
It'll be a grab bag. I don't have News of the Weird. I didn't look up News of the Weird stories. John gets them from a special place. I don't have access to that place. So it's going to be a grab bag. I just want to pick your brain on a couple of things. So we got Stranger Things, the rodeo lineup, one artist. We didn't do that segment, but it's okay. People are lazy today. And then something that's never been done on radio. I want to do a check-in on your New Year's resolutions. We'll do that next, right here on ESPN 975.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Tell Sam to quiet down.
She heard you. My mic was off.
Sam,
are you mad because she made fun of your water jug?
No, not at all. Hydration is key to life. It's been on YouTube. I carry a gallon insulated thermo with me. I drink throughout the day.
You're still being very critical.
Sam, it's not my fault you don't think hydration isn't important.
Look, Sam's riding high. I'm not going to put her business out there, but she's feeling pretty good about herself.
Good. What happened, Sam?
It's up for her to tell that story.
Sam, do you want to tell the story? Come on, I got one segment, like 30 seconds.
She does not want to tell the story.
She's blushing.
Yeah, because something, at least in her eyes, great happened to her, but she doesn't want to tell the story.
Okay, that's fine. I'll respect your story.
And apparently something even better is happening tomorrow. Oh, yeah, you get to shoot a commercial, right?
Oh, wow. For ESPN?
So it's tough for the listeners, for me, because I got to dance around this thing because she doesn't want to talk about it. But what's happening tomorrow would probably make what happened in the previous couple days a little less exciting for her, at least.
Gotcha. Sam, who is part of the station, helps with the social media. Is in fact the only
social
one.
media person.
She helps do everything.
Yes.
Sam, you do a great job with it. I was bragging on you to Todd, so keep up the good work. Next time, let me win a giveaway. Rig it. All right, Sam. I don't work here. I'm allowed to win these giveaways.
It's true.
I'm allowed to win. You can rig it. It's okay. No one's going to complain. No one cares. So Sam has something big coming up. Sam, I do need to talk to you. She's played volleyball in college, right?
Yeah, you can hear the aches and the cracks because of all the volleyball she's played.
I need to talk to her.
She can lean a certain way, and you can hear the cracks.
Yeah. My 10-year-old she wants to play the next level. And Dell, by the way, people used to joke about me shorting my 10-year-old on formula. Grew up like a weed, man. She's 10. She's playing with middle schoolers.
For people who don't know the story, there's a time when Raheel thought it was cost-effective and it made sense to shorten the daily formula his toddler got. And he goes, what? She's going to get it all anyway. But the point is, it's a daily allowance.
Yeah. But she got the whole canister
But
eventually.
that's not how it's supposed to go.
It worked out. See, her body, it was like, I need to fight here. I need to be big and strong because I'm not going to get food.
For you, that's like sending a kid out in the wilderness. If they don't kill the wolf and die, then that's what's supposed to happen?
Got to learn how to hunt.
You're not supposed to shorter on the daily allowance.
Okay, Stranger Things.
That's why the music's being played.
Timothy Chalamet killed it. He was fantastic.
That was Finn Wolfhard.
How are there three of the same guys in the industry that look exactly alike?
Who's the other one? Julian Sayin?
Yeah.
The Ohio State quarterback, Finn Wolfhard, and Timothy Chalamet?
Is it not Timothy Chalamet, Mike?
He would never do TV. He's come out and said he's not doing TV.
I was watching that. I'm like, wait, this is the guy who played Marty Supreme, which is getting rave reviews.
Didn't even know what it was about until I found out it's like about table tennis. What's
table
it about?
Tennis or something, yeah. But it's like literally one of the best rated movies right now. That's not like you're going up against Jurassic Park, the second coming of whatever it's called, Jurassic Kingdom.
That another one? That's a lie.
Dude,
we would know.
Scarlett Johansson had another one.
She had another Jurassic Park?
Or that first one, the one that she's in right now. It was so bad, but so good. Anyway, Stranger Things, quick review. Did you like it?
I like the epilogue, the last 40 minutes of the series finale.
Same. I love that. I want a nice, clean ending. I need to know how everyone's doing. You get one little carrot. I'm not going to spoil it, right? That you think about.
Sure.
And that's it. It's like in any Christopher Nolan movie, it's left up to interpretation. Like, oh, what happened to that guy?
Yeah, so I
like that.
I know that some people had turned it into a theory show, and the Duffers who created it wanted it to be, hey, look at all these things that are happening. Put your theories together. I always thought of it more as a relationship show and the stuff between all the characters. And I thought that part of it, the last 40 minutes or so, they did a good job ending their stories that way.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it.
Sam, thumbs down.
Yeah. Sam, until you tell us why you're so happy, your opinion doesn't matter. I need to know why you're so happy.
I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
I did not say that, but I kind of did. Okay, I'm out of here. Thank you so much.
I thought we were doing the rodeo lineup.
Oh, the rodeo lineup is coming out tonight as well. Officially announced tonight. Don't pick Bad Bunny. Don't pick Taylor Swift. They're not going to play here. Beyonce's not going to play at the rodeo. 1 hour is not enough for these mega superstars, okay? You want one person at the rodeo. Who is it, Del?
That's a tough one.
I gave you all show to think about this.
No,
I
don't know if you've heard. I've got stuff to do back here.
You were watching Miami hype tape.
No,
or hype film.
That happened very early. I haven't watched it since. I'm now positioning myself to root for Harbaugh to be my head coach. I don't know. I like bands, so one person.
Bands are fine. Bands are. Oh,
Imagine Dragons.
Oh, Imagine Dragon Bees. What's the kid? The kid who plays the cool kid in Stranger Things. He's a musician.
Joe Keery.
Yeah. How about him?
Yes, yeah, he does have a group.
Do that Chicago song.
He's a musical artist.
Yeah. I didn't know that he was the one who wrote that song. That's always on every single reel.
Who do you have one?
I want Krungbin, Houston's own. I don't think an hour is going to be enough, but still, I want them to have that on their resume that they played the Houston Rodeo.
What's the official title for the nights when they let black people perform?
It's called Del Night.
No, it's not. Don't they have a night?
Yeah, it's well, there's 2 nights now. It's Bun B's Takeover Night,
okay.
Right? That's one. And then I believe it's African American Heritage Night, right?
If you say so.
I believe that's what it's called. I don't know the official.
And then they have Latino Night as well.
Latino Night, yeah. They have several of those now. They're like, hey, man, they're really coming out and supporting this. Let's make more money.
It's Tuesday Morgan Wallen Night.
Oh.
People in his ilk get to perform, or is that the rest of the rodeo?
It's every night is that night.
Yes.
Morgan Wallen is Taylor Swift for people who like SEC football.
If you have ever chanted this and meant it, SEC. Morgan Wallen Nights for you.
That's for you. That's for you. It's just Taylor Swift for bros. That's all his music is, right?
If you say so. I don't know a song.
I listened out of respect. I was like, this guy's trending. And it was like, I heard this already. My 10-year-old, when she listens to Taylor Swift. He even has a song called Wood. With that, I'm out of here. Thanks, guys.
I was going to shake it off, but you got there first.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. President Trump says he will make a push to prevent large corporations from buying up single-family homes. Trump added that corporate ownership of these properties has made owning a home tougher for everyday Americans. He did not mention how the government would go about blocking these purchases. China said it will investigate Meta's $2 billion acquisition of artificial intelligence startup Manus to assess its compliance with export control laws. Meta acquired Singapore-based Manus last month as the U.S. tech giant looks to integrate advanced automation into its consumer and enterprise products. Microsoft has identified itself as the mystery company behind a prospective data center in a part of Michigan where locals have objected to such a development. In December, planning officials postponed a hearing on the development after a large crowd formed, though Microsoft hadn't been named at the time. Stocks are currently mixed. Dow Industrial is up by 174, the Nasdaq down by 154, the S&P 500 down by 4. That's Your Money Now.
Want to thank Raheel for stepping in, and he expected to do that show with Lance, and of course, sometimes life gets in the way, so Lance couldn't join us today. And Raheel, appreciate you. And as we ended the show, I hit the horn, the Lance horn, to give you that breaking news that there is now another job opening in the NFL. And that job opening is of little concern, at least right now, for the Texans because they got the playoffs to focus on. But for all you guys dream casting a scenario where the Texans replace their OC again, the guy who a lot of people think would be great because of his ingenuity and what he did for a quarterback people didn't think a lot of is now available. Mike McDaniel's available. So in a Texans point of view, that's an option if you don't like how the season or the playoffs go. Because right now, if you look at it, surprisingly enough, the Texans are top 15 offense points-wise without diving deep into defensive touchdowns and the fact you kick a lot of field goals. If you're a Nick Caley person or just Nick Caley himself, you'll say, hey, I had a bad O-line, only one legit NFL receiver to start. Christian Kirk is a slot, but how effective is Christian Kirk? And, of course, he's injured quite a bit. And I had a bunch of rookies. And look what I've done. So that's how you defend yourself if you're Nick Caley. We won 12 games with my offense, I guess he could say, if he decided he wanted to lie to our face and act like we don't know what's actually going on. But his offense helped to win 12
part of
games.
those wins.
And I had a backup quarterback for multiple games, and we still kept winning. So if you are Nick Caley's agent or his representatives and you know that the hot name at OC is now available, we can ignore maybe the fact that Mike McDaniel certainly is a man who can make a decision about not wanting to coach.
No.
Or not wanting to be an OC.
He would want to come back to the Texans.
A place where he lost his job. And then, no, it did change his life. If you don't know that story, Mike McDaniel was fired from the Texans because he had a problem with drinking. So he had to recalibrate who he was as a person, and getting fired by Garrett Kubiak helped that happen. So would he like to return as an OC to a place where it might have been the lowest point of his career? I don't know.
Full circle, baby.
Maybe. Or
now
maybe
he's coming out now he's coming in on top.
Or maybe he waits
after being fired by the Miami Dolphins because they want to hire John Harbaugh.
Yeah. Yes.
While he was already employed and was told that he would return.
He wasn't told.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He had just been given no indication.
I thought he got like some sort of vote of confidence or something.
He didn't. He had a meeting with the owner, Stephen Ross, and he wasn't immediately fired. But Mike McDaniel was operating under the assumption that he would be back. And then the statement by the Dolphins is, after much reflection, after meeting with the coach, I have decided that we need to part ways. That was from the owner.
After seeing that the Ravens fired John Harbaugh.
That's not a statement. That's you making assumptions. They may be dead on, but that's just you making assumptions. And by the way, even if it's not Harbaugh, probably the right decision either way.
Yeah, no, I mean, he probably spent the first 8 weeks of the season being the most likely first coach fired, right? on all the Vegas boards. I was just like, until October, November, everyone's just like, so when the Miami Dolphins fired Mike McDaniel, then what?
It was assumed that he was on the board for first to get fired even before they started bad, because the vibes were all bad. And it turns out the people who said the vibes were bad were right. All the names, Tyreek out, McDaniel out, Greer out, and Tua out, and they'll be resetting, and maybe Harbaugh's the one they go to, or maybe it's someone else. But there could be a big-time OC available if the Texans look that way. But they got playoff games, and maybe it's not even a concern because they run through the playoffs.
College football has told me that you can do two things at once. That you can
That's true.
find a new coach, entirely new coaching staff while winning playoff games. So yeah, I think the Texans should just make it happen right now. Just hire Mike McDaniel.
If they play poorly offensively, which is certainly possible against the Steelers on the road, I think it could happen. Not the McDaniel thing, but they get away from Caley.
I do think,
but I don't think it's likely though.
Yeah, no,
I don't think they want to be looked at as a team who hires a third OC in 4 seasons.
And Caley played, or not played, but called plays well enough to where. I think it's just whenever the Texans lose in the playoffs, like, it will be ugly, because they win ugly. And so if they, lose to Pittsburgh, if they lose to, the Broncos, if they lose to the Patriots, whoever it is, they're going to do it by scoring 16 points.
Yeah, it'll likely be an ugly offensive performance because their defense will be good enough to keep them in the game.
They just haven't lost in 2 months. And so we haven't had to be like, Nick Caley, figure it out. Because they win. They won games. And they have looked better on offense. They have looked more like a competent unit on offense. And I think it is like safe to say that like Nick Haley got better at being an OC for the first time over the course of a season. Like I think that's completely valid to say, is that he was bad to start the season and got better, much like a rookie quarterback, much like the rookie receivers that he was dealing with. Jaden Higgins looks a lot better now than he did to start the season, but I still don't think it'll stop people from if the Texans lose in the playoffs, it will look ugly, and then people going, "Hey, Mike McDaniel," it'll start all back up again.
Tough beat for Ian Rappaport. He's the one who put it out there that McDaniel was likely to be back.
Okay.
So that's where you might have seen it.
Yeah.
Rappaport was on, and I think one of the other NFL Network guys was on it too. So sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. He drops this one to Schefter because Schefter never did that and then broke the news that he was fired. So there that is. Maybe the Texans have a move to make if it comes down to that, but I don't see it happening. You don't want to seem reactionary, particularly as we've seen the offense play better as the year's gone on. Higgins has played better, of course. Nico, when he's out there, still going to be Nico. And you're able to navigate missing your starting quarterback for several games to win 9 games in a row.
And the bar for me was always pretty high for, like, you need to change something to have a third offensive coordinator in 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, like, the bar for, like, this has to be, like, the first, 6 games of the season. Because even once they started winning games, like, it still wasn't, like, impressive in any way.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, since the win streak started, what was that? Was that the Niners game, or was there a loss and then it was the Jags game? I forgot which one was the start. But basically, since the Niners game, you're like, okay, this offense looks like, you said that 15th in points scored. Like, they look like an average-ish NFL offense. A little below average when you count all the times that the defense, like, puts them in scoring positions and all that.
And maybe that should have been the ceiling coming into the year, considering the inexperience at wide receiver, the offensive line, which we knew wasn't going to be good, and of course Joe Mixon not being available all year. Being average offensively probably is the heights of what they can reach, and they, at this point, after 17 games, have done that. The playoffs against better, we would assume defenses throughout could tell a different tale. But right now, your favorite on the road in Pittsburgh. Let's go get that one.
Did Nick Haley ever give us an update on Joe Mixon? Like a second or third update?
No, I don't believe he did. I think that stopped being a coordinator thing pretty quickly, and it was strictly a GM/coach thing, and they stopped giving updates. I think they got the Nick Saban treatment. I think the media got the Nick Saban treatment. Quit asking. And so people stopped asking.
Again, it's so funny. They just won 9 straight games, or 8 straight games, whatever it was. Like, they just didn't lose for 2 months, and so all the stuff that we cared about early in the season just kind of like, whatever, they just win every week.
Winning papers over everything. We know you got a bad culture until you start winning, and then your culture is great. Just how it is. Even if you're doing the same things you were doing before, but now you're winning the games, obviously you have to have a great culture. And then if you start to lose, even if you are consistent in what you do, culture's bad. It's how it always goes. We're bottom line, and the Texans have won games. So all the little things that we might have picked at before, there's no need to pick at them until or if they pop up again and cost you. Let's hope it doesn't do that. Let's hope that doesn't happen on Monday. And Sean and I are both thinking it won't. So
there's still, as you get closer to the game, there's just more and more like, it's the NFL. It's Aaron Rodgers.
You become less confident because you realize the history of this thing and just how the NFL goes. There's no reason to believe this Texans team is a juggernaut and can't possibly lose a game in Pittsburgh. Exactly. It's just that they shouldn't is all. That's where we are. They shouldn't, but I'm not saying they won't. All right, we'll go to break. We'll talk about a team who shouldn't have lost a game last night but did. And the Rockets were disgusted, and I think it has a lot to do with who did it to them. Like if Shea goes off and he's getting the benefit of calls, you've come to accept that. Okay, superstar MVP, won a title. You don't like it, but you kind of understand it. I think, and we're going to get some sound from a Rocket in particular. We'll play that. I think the response from the Rockets after their loss to the Blazers last night has a lot to do with who perpetrated the loss and helped them lose that game, not how it actually went. Sometimes you're like, this guy can't be allowed to get away with that. And that was the energy the Rockets kind of showcase throughout the game. Royale Ivy at halftime couldn't believe it. And Tar Eason, we'll hear from him. He played a big part in that game, and his words may get him fined. We'll play those words when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So the Rockets give up 41 points to Deni Avdija in their 103-102 loss to the Blazers last night. The Rockets are struggling to break 100 points without Alperen. going back to the Dallas game where he got hurt early, that was a struggle offensively. And, of course, it took Kevin Durant's heroics to beat the Suns in a game where I believe they scored 6 points over the last 6 minutes of the contest. And then last night they get to 102. Could have been 104. The ball, unfortunately, was still on the tips of Tari Eason's fingers on his putback. Kevin Durant missed a shot that would have given the Rockets a win and his second consecutive game winner. Tari had the putback. It just remained on his fingertips. They did a review. Initially, they called it good, reviewed, said it was still in his hands. So the Rockets go down in Portland. Portland, as we talked about yesterday, had been playing better basketball, and that continued last night. They'll play the Rockets again here shortly. The Rockets will play the second of 2 games against the Blazers over the course of a couple of days tomorrow. So, Deni Avdija, 41 points. He's a guy who gets to the line a lot. That was something the Rockets were going to have to limit. They did not. He shot lots of free throws. The and ones, or simply just getting the line after drawing contact, became more and more frustrating for the Rockets. He wound up getting to the line 15 times. 15 times for Deni Avdija. Made 13 to get to his 41 points. At halftime, Roy Ivey, the Rockets assistant coach, said it was diabolical that Deni Avdija had been to the line 10 times before halftime. Diabolical isn't really an assault on the referee, so I think Royal Ivey will be fine. It may be him showing his disdain for the calls or just even his team not being able to defend without fouling, but that can be up to interpretation. He said it's diabolical. What does that mean? We don't know. Royal Ivey will be fine. A guy who won't be fine? Well, in fact, he will be fined. Is Tari Eason. Very straight to the point. He was asked after the game about Deni Avdija, and he attributed at least that success of Deni Avdija's last night to one specific group. Here's Tari Eason after the game.
Zebras.
He was asked about the effectiveness of Deni Avdija, and it was just zebras. And, of course, unless Adam Silver, whoever is up on the disciplinary committee for the NBA, unless they don't know that particular terminology, Tari's going to catch one. It likely won't be as big as Ime's.
Yeah.
When he was calling out referees and being starstruck.
They're starstruck.
And shouldn't even be out there. Well, so either shouldn't be out there or we're simply starstruck. He made both those statements. It probably won't go to that level, but Tari's going to catch it. You can't be open about blaming the referees. You can't be that open about it.
Yeah. Also, they don't even wear the stripes.
No, it's not even a thing anymore.
They
So
don't do that.
yeah.
When's the last time an NBA ref wore
Time to Google
stripes?
I know that's
That's
an
an
NFL thing.
Back in the day, I still think of they just still wore like the gray shirt.
Did they ever wear stripes?
I'm sure. Bob Cousy era, they probably wore stripes.
Yeah, long time ago when Bill Russell. I got a picture up here right now. When Bill Russell was playing, they wore stripes. Now that's just an NFL thing. And hockey, I think they wear stripes. It is not an NBA thing anymore.
Because I think even like Jordan era, they were wearing gray.
I mean, now some of these jerseys, I guess they still try to pay tribute to back in the day. So they're like little stripes, but not like black and white. It's just kind of sublimated stripes on some of these.
I like the idea
uniforms
that the referee uniforms have to pay tribute to our.
I don't know why.
Listen, we're paying homage to the like when they announce an alternate jersey. That's like we're paying homage to the roots of the city edition New Rockets jerseys. They're purple we can't say why they're purple, but they are purple to pay homage to Houston's unique rap scene.
Oh, okay. So I'm looking at a picture of 3 referees in a huddle from 2021, and there are like thin stripes on these gray jerseys. So at some point they got away from that, but yeah, they kept in at least that year they kept stripes. So zebras or not,
Zebras,
just zebras. 103-102 is the final. The Rockets lose to another team below 500. And they continue their, if you want to say, road woes. They're now 11-10. They're not a very good road team. And scoring has been at a premium for them recently. Kevin Durant had a great night, 37 points. Amen, good, 24. But in totality, when you get nothing from your bench at all, like Dorian Finney-Smith only 3 points. Reece Shepard did have 8, but it was on 3 of 10 shooting. Not a good night from him or from Jabari. And Tari, who was talking about the Zebras, if I'm the refs, when you don't go 5 for 18, you can blame us for stuff. If you go 5 for 18, don't talk about us.
Almost 6 for 19 though. Almost
That's
6
true.
For 19.
It would have been a big 6 for 19.
I was already like, I don't know, early fourth quarter, just being like, all right, well they can't make a 3, so at some point my analysis is just like, well, you went down and then you kind of just played them even. But you're still down like 6 for the entire game.
Yeah.
And you can't make a shot. Like, you're just going to lose in the NBA, not making shots and missing free throws. And then Tari Eason almost won the game in the last 5 seconds. And I was like, oh, wow. I might have to retract you can't win a game shooting whatever they were shooting at any given moment. It's like, you can't win a game shooting this way. And then, one extra tenth of a second. They might have won a game shooting what they shot.
The sequence after Tari knocked down a 3 with about 2 minutes, 45 seconds to go, the Blazers went on a quick 5-0 run, and I thought the game was over. Like it went from 96-92 to 101-92 in about 48 seconds. Shaedon Sharpe made a shot after Kevin Durant missed a shot. Tari's shot was blocked, and then Steven Adams threw the ball in the backcourt. It led to one of those aforementioned free throws and ones from Deni Avdija, which was pissing the Rockets off. Tari was the guy who committed the foul.
Zebras.
yes, Zebras. At 101-92, I thought the game was over, and then Kevin Durant went on a run himself. Avdija got an and one opportunity again, missed it, but he shouldn't have got that opportunity. But why did he, Sean?
Zebras.
There it is. So he kept getting to the line, and at 103-97, because he missed the free throw, and then the Blazers got the ball back off the offensive rebound, and Kevin Durant did get a block on Avdija. The Zebras didn't call the foul this time.
Zebras.
No foul call this time. So they learned their lesson. No foul call, and then things started turning in the Rockets' favor. They got to the free throw line. Amen Thompson did.
Zebras.
Kevin Durant got back to the line.
Zebras. Zebras.
And all of a sudden, it's 103-102 because the Blazers played the free throw game where they're up by 3 after the Amen Thompson free throws. And then when Caleb Love, remember him? Caleb Love, formerly of UNC and Arizona
I was
Wildcats.
like, the same Caleb Love?
It's the same
wow.
Caleb Love.
Okay.
He, for some reason, had the ball come his way for a knockdown 3 that would have ended the game. Of course, he's Caleb Love, so he missed it. And then
he is pretty good. He was pretty good last night. Decent.
But I'm not expecting him to make a clutch,
no.
put the game away
I think
shot.
he was decent because I was like, Caleb Love.
Yeah.
And then he made some shots in an NBA game. I was like, whoa.
But I was not expecting him. Last guy, if I'm a Blazer.
No, in that moment, yeah.
If I'm a Blazers fan, this is the last guy I want taking that shot at that moment.
Get back to Avdija.
Yeah, he'll get to the line because of why?
Zebras.
There it is. So once Caleb Love misses that shot, Tiago Splitter, remember him? He is their interim coach because of, the Chauncey Billups stuff from earlier in the year.
Zebras.
Well, that was more.
Well,
is the FBI?
Real life version of Zebras.
The FBI? The feds? Are the Zebras of real life?
Yeah.
Of law enforcement?
Referees are the FBI of the NBA.
Got it. Yeah, the FBI and the rest. Feds in just different ways. So Kevin Durant wasn't thrilled with getting fouled. He wanted a chance to knock down a game-tying 3. And he pointed at Tiago Splitter for directing his team to foul. Yeah, I'm not letting you shoot a shot that could tie the game. Sorry.
I see how that went for the Suns.
Yeah, why would I let you get up a shot? He pointed right to Tiago Splitter. I mean, sure. I didn't want it to happen. It'd be fun to watch Kevin Durant with a chance to tie the game.
Yeah.
But I understand the move.
That's the fouling up 3 thing.
That people do not like.
It's just like, yeah, it'd just be way more fun if you didn't do that.
But my job isn't to make it fun.
Yeah.
My job is to go win the game if I'm Tiago Splitter.
It's crazy because I don't remember it being like this big of a thing.
A lot of guys don't. A lot of old school coaches said, "Hey, we're just gonna play defense."
Yeah,
because you know why? Because of what happened.
Yeah.
The scenario of you allow them to get 2 free points. Kevin Durant knocked down the shots, and then we're trying to inbound the basketball. You don't. It was initially called a loose ball foul on Tari Eason. Why?
Zebras.
But then after review, what happened?
Zebras.
The Zebras said we were wrong. Rockets basketball. because Tari wound up with the basketball inbounds, and then it wound up with a Kevin Durant shot to win the game. He missed it. Tari had to put back. Why aren't the Rockets winners?
Zebras. Zebras.
The Zebras said the ball was still in his hand. The Rockets go down 103-102. Lose to a below-average team, which has been kind of the Rockets' trademark over the last 2 weeks. They're fine, but that's a game you felt like you should have won, but a certain group of people decided your fate.
Zebras.
I actually kind of don't think the Rockets should have won that
No,
game.
I don't think so. That's what I think they think they should have won.
And then they got really close to winning it.
Yeah.
But I still, for the first, I don't know, hour and a half of that game, I was like, or no, maybe not the first, because in the first half it was still close, and I was like, okay, there's still time that.
Yeah, they were down 10 at the half.
Yeah, and then in the third quarter they made a run to get it close, and it just kind of stayed a 5 to 6 to 7 to 2, back to 7-point game for I don't know the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah,
and that's when I was like, all right, there's a possession where they got 5 shots and missed all 5 of them. I was like, all right.
Tonight's not the night.
This thing's over.
And then it almost was.
Yeah.
For the second consecutive game, their defense woke up in the second half. They gave up, I think, 60 to the Suns in the first half, and then 57 to the Blazers. And then they shut them down. The Blazers scored 46, which allowed for the Rockets to get back in it, despite the fact that their offense wasn't humming. But Denny Avdia and his numbers proved to be enough. Why, Tari?
Zebras.
Yes. And I think that's the biggest issue. It's Denny Avdia. The Rockets are prideful. We know they are part of a group of teams that are not. They don't mess around. The Thunder were, at least they still are, but I put them in that category until they started to mess around quite a bit over the last 2 weeks or so. The Pistons are like that too, where everything is an affront. Even you scoring a basket is insulting to the Rockets, particularly if you're Denny Avdia. Who has a little celebration? I think it's some version of the John Cena "you can't see me" thing.
Yeah, because I think I really noticed it most when he would get and ones, which happened a few times.
Quite a bit.
Why, Tari?
Zebras.
Mm-hmm.
And then I noticed he was doing the "you can't see me" thing,
which had to have been infuriating.
Yes, and then I noticed after the second or third and one from Denny Avdia, I was like, oh, it's because they're playing. The champ is here. Like, they're playing the John Cena song.
Every time he does something?
I guess when he goes to the line. I noticed it when he went to the line.
Okay.
Because like Tariq, I noticed that he was going to the free throw line.
The Rockets, if they're playing it every time he goes to the line, the Rockets heard it a lot last night. They heard that song a lot.
Yeah. So I understand that you're just like, this guy, really? But Denny Avdia's
he's been good
this year.
Yeah, so.
And before the game, they had, or I think it was actually yesterday, they had the second fan voting returns for the All-Star game. Denny Avdia has a million, over a million votes for All-Star. He has more votes. He's 7th in the West. LeBron James is 8th. Kevin Durant is 9th. Alperen Sengun is 10th.
Portland Trailblazer fans showing up apparently for their guy.
Austin Reeves 11th. Like the list of guys he's above is just like all the, fan favorites of the past. I mean, James Harden is in this. Kawhi Leonard. I guess the Clippers started the year terribly, so I get why they don't have a ton of fan support there. But it is funny that he has, he has like 500,000 more than Alperen Sengun. He has 500,000 more All-Star votes.
Rocket fans, what are you up to?
Turkey, what are you doing?
That too.
I thought that was the whole point of international. They're talking about how Yang Hansen, the Chinese big man that the Blazers have. So, Ryan Hollins brought up like 3 times. That was a big Yao Ming fan. I was like, yeah, I understand. This isn't mind-blowing, Ryan Hollins. I understand why the 20-year-old Chinese guys who plays basketball is 7 foot tall is a Yao Ming fan.
But Ryan Hollins just wanted to make sure.
He had that in his notes, and he wanted to make sure it got in there.
Just in case you weren't aware. So the Rockets will see that giant Yao Ming fan again tomorrow, along with Denny Avdia. Let's hope to avoid the sweep by the Blazers. That wouldn't be great to allow the Blazers to get back to 500 by sweeping you over two ball games. But keep Denny Avdia off the line, and you got a real shot. We'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. Shauna, I'm going to need you. Well, I need you to help me out because I'm in the mode where I'm just floating through the rest of the day. I'm just trying to get to 6:30. There's not a lot I care about up until 6:30. Biggest game my team has played in like 20-something years. I was watching highlights of Ole Miss against their best opponents last night, thinking to myself, you know what? That O-line sucks. Convincing myself that my team's going to win, and then I realized, yeah, that O-line sucks, and they still scored 30-plus points in all those games because of that guy who plays quarterback. So there's the push and pull of we should win this game, and then it's like, oh yeah, but that guy's over there.
Georgia's D-line beat the Ole Miss O-line,
the crap out of Ole Miss, and it still didn't matter. Yeah, so I'm in the mode of going, they aren't good. Yeah, except the most important player in the field is playing for them, and he might be the best player in the field, at least when it comes to importance tied with performance. So you have played, or at least watched your team play in 2 semifinals over the last 2 seasons,
and a Cheez-It Bowl victory.
Of course, I've
seen a lot.
You've seen a lot of good football from your team the last 3 seasons. What are the hours like as you contemplate? We're 1 win away from a national title. You've experienced it. I'm experiencing it right now. We'll talk about the CFP when we come back. We'll also hear from Chandler Rome because after Jim Crane went over to Japan, we already know about Tetsuya Imai being here, but the Astros are going all in overseas in the Asian market. Jim Crane is devoting resources over there, so we'll hear from Chandler Rome on that as well. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
I'm hurt, dog. Don't ask me if I'm all right. Hell no. Joaquin said dominate, and we not doing it. I'm putting my heart in this shit, dog. Let's go, man. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
It is in Miami lore, will never be forgotten. 2001, Ed Reed, halftime of the Miami-Florida State game. He said that. By the way, they're up 21-13 at the time. They're playing a rival on the road who hadn't lost a home game in like 45 opportunities. But Joaquin did say dominate the offensive tackle, and they weren't doing it. They went on to win by like 20-plus points and then went on to win the title. Ruben Bain has a speech like that Sean would have to clean up a lot.
Is it the hit stick bust?
No, that's from 1999, I think, or 98.
Ray Lewis is in that. Oh.
Al Blades is playing, and a young Ken Dorsey is in that video. Al Blades.
I saw that one. That's like obviously on the suggested page.
I played it earlier.
Oh,
to get myself hyped up during a break.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't think I can play this one coming back.
It's a lot of hit D, bust D, talk S. No.
Thank you for whoever cleaned up that Ed Reed one probably 25 years ago now.
Probably the U part 2 probably cleaned it up because it was in that doc.
Yeah, and now that's just the default. Like yes. I can't find the unclean version of that.
Yeah, a lot of programs have seminal moments in their history. For a Miami fan of my age, that clip during that national title run is something that we'll always remember. Yeah. Now the question is, since we're now doing CFP stuff, will Ruben Baines, if you missed it, the University of Miami does a cinematic recap of their wins, and of course when you're in the CFP, you're gonna put a lot of extra into it. So Ruben Bain at halftime is talking about how Ohio State doesn't want it like they want it. They haven't bled like they've bled. They haven't cried like they've cried. It is now, of course, they have to finish the deal, but you can see where that speech is going to go if they win the title, because it will be the Ed Reed speech of this generation for Miami football. Now you just got to go win 2 more games. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
But you have to clean that thing up because it came from the official account, and they didn't even want to clean up. Like Ruben Bain said the F word multiple times. They cleaned it up like once because it was part of the bulk of the speech. And then you hear players going, F them. You hear all the F words.
Oh, like off mic or like off camera.
Yeah.
Basically.
And I think Ruben Bain says it one more time, and they let that one go. So that one's going to need a lot of beeps if it's going to live on.
Shout out to that whoever runs the social media team for the Miami Hurricanes, knowing the assignment but keeping his job so he does it the first time.
Yeah, so
knowing the assignment of like, come on.
Like in the bulk of the 30 seconds of what Ruben Bain says when he's addressing the team, there's the bleep. But when it just devolves into F Ohio State, not just from him but from a lot of the other players, they didn't touch that. So if ESPN decides this was Ruben Bain last in the Cotton Bowl at halftime, they got a lot of work to do to make that playable. That's all. But if you just want to hear it in its entirety,
I feel like you should. What's the point of playing it but every other word being bleeped out?
because you can hear him say they don't want it like we want it. They haven't cried like they cried. They haven't bled like they bled. And he starts off, hey, you guys, I don't say a lot, but then he goes into the speech. So you can use that. But then the stuff that the fans are going to love is when you just hear random Canes. You don't even know who they are, just saying. And because you know how many times a Miami fan has said F Ohio State over the last 25 years? The players are just doing the same thing we've been doing for over 2 decades. So
they've taken up the mantle.
So I don't know. Ole Miss has their own recap. I haven't watched it. I don't know if there's an Ole Miss speech that'll rival what Ruben Bain said. None of it matters, really, what was said. We'll see what happens tonight. As we talked about going to the break, Miami will likely have the advantage on both lines, but when you have a quarterback on a heater, it can change things. So I think Miami at this point is a 3-point favorite.
Yes.
In Glendale. And the history, for those who don't know, Miami has played in several Fiesta Bowls. Of course, the most notable one is the championship game they lost to Ohio State. They lost another title game when Vinny Testaverde decided he's just going to throw picks to Penn State because
it's just what he wanted to do that day.
That was interesting that he did that.
People have been questioning it to this day. How a guy who just won the Heisman Trophy. I don't know if that started it, but he is certainly part of the back then when you win the Heisman Trophy, you're gonna be terrible in bowl games. Jason White has that on his resume too. Plenty of guys do. Chris Winkie, 2000 against Oklahoma. So it's been a thing. Vinny might have started the whole thing, but he was bad. And then there's a game in '93 against Arizona where they got shut out. So they've had a bad history. If you want to say the juju is gone, it's a different stadium altogether. That stadium where the Fiesta Bowl was initially held was where Arizona State plays. This game, of course, is where the Cardinals play. So
that's better. It's
certainly better. So the ghost of
no
Fiesta
fatigues?
Bowl, no
fatigue.
They just showed up in their Adidas issued sweats.
Okay.
No fatigues this time around.
Because they're, we're paying a lot of homage to Miami of past.
I wouldn't pay any homage to any Fiesta Bowl stuff.
Okay.
All of it's been bad.
Okay.
A lot of heartbreak. So you have, I wouldn't say heartbreak. I don't know how you respond to your team losing. You've been in 2 semifinals the last couple of years.
Yes, I have.
Your heart has been in it. You haven't been lining up
them.
at wide receiver, but your heart has been in these games. Yes, correct.
Lined up in the slot.
Nice differentiator. Sean wasn't actually playing in the games, and now he's got a call to answer. He wasn't playing in the games, but he has been a guy who has been locked in. I don't know how to feel. I'm excited. I'm anxious. I'm ready for the game. Slow build up to actually starting to get nervous. But here it is. And Sean has been there before. What's it like, Sean? The build up to being a game away.
The 12 team is definitely, because I've experienced both the 4 and the 12 team format.
Yeah, you're a real one.
The 12 team is hard because beating Ohio State, you're just like, oh my God, we just beat Ohio State, and then it's like, got another game. We got 2 more games to play to finish this thing off. Like, it is a grind. The 12-team playoff is definitely like, oh my God, it can never celebrate, can never rest. And by today, like, I'm like, can we just play this at like 2:00? Like, can we just like hurry this up? Like, you'll get home, you'll get home earlier than I did, and you'll just like be sitting around, just being like, when's this game start? I would put on the pregame stuff, but then I'd just get like annoyed by like the timer that says like there's still an hour and 45 minutes until this game. So then I'd like try to watch something else, but then heart's not into it at all. It is restless. I don't know about you personally, or what you set your thermostat to in your house, but I'm a big like I have to cool it down because I will be sweating.
Got it.
I will be like uncomfortable and anxious. Eating's important.
I don't like eating around the games.
Okay.
I can't actually.
Okay.
It doesn't even cross my mind, honestly. Although
really?
By the time I get home, there'll be enough time where I probably will eat. But in different scenarios, if this game's like at 4:30, I wouldn't be eating.
Okay. That's interesting.
It's just because
the
appetite always goes.
Oh, really? I always I need to eat something early, like before the game. And then, or else I'm just like starving in the third quarter, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't do anything. Like that is the worst thing that could have possibly happened to me. That's not true, but it's bad. Not the worst thing that could possibly happen. The worst thing that could possibly happen to me actually did happen to me when Jack Sawyer.
The thought of being on a drive to tie the game
and being like,
and it gets taken away from you like that.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Oh yeah, and then having to be like, now I have to eat, I guess.
Yeah.
Now
go on with life.
Now I have to heat up this pizza, this frozen pizza.
It's true, yeah.
All right. But yeah, no, I don't really have any like pearls of wisdom. It's just miserable. It's like game 7s. That's what it feels like. Where it's like I'm slowly like bleeding out, and then we won. That's all it is. It's just I'm slowly dying, and then maybe not.
In the brain and the mind of a fan, it's just silly because I'm starting to think, hey, we're a game away from playing for a national. They're a game away from playing in a national title in their home building, and what type of spectacle will that be? And I'm like, no, don't get ahead of yourself. Like it matters if I get ahead of myself. It's all dumb stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't really do that. I mean, I'll do that. I don't hold myself to that.
Yeah.
In my head.
Sure.
Out loud, I won't just be like, man, it would be so sick winning this thing.
You don't want to jinx stuff.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't want to get ahead of myself. But in my head, I definitely thought about it. I mean, when they beat Arizona State and we're going to play Ohio State in Dallas, I was just like, all right, good luck.
A home game. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Sounds good.
And if not for Travion Henderson.
Yeah.
And then, Jack Slur, who knows how that would have gone.
Who knows? And, changed Quinn Ewers' life forever. Maybe changed Mike McDaniel's life forever. No. The butterfly effect.
Sure. Quinn Ewers was the reason that today happened. If you missed it, Mike McDaniel fired. The Dolphins make the move. And of course, the Dolphins have it out there that, and they've worked through multiple reporters, but Jeff Darlington's the latest of NFL Network. Or is he with ESPN? I don't know where he is now. But he said the Harbaugh thing had nothing to do with it.
Pay no mind.
Pay no mind to the obvious scenario where this coach who's had great success is on the market. Nothing to do with our decision that we waited till Thursday to make. Nothing to do. Stephen Ross toiled over his decision.
Yeah, just had to think about it.
And he came to
thinking.
He came to the conclusion that Mike McDaniel was no longer right to run his organization.
Stephen Ross does. It's just measured, planned out, long-term thinking, and you can't argue with the results. Oh, wait.
You can argue with the results because he didn't get the job done. But the targets we talked about yesterday. He was right to try.
Yeah.
He was just bad in his execution, and considering his history, he'll probably be bad at this. But at least he got off the guy that was in the way, and now you can interview the guys that you don't want to hire and see if John Harbaugh wants the job.
Oh, man. They should. You know who they should ask to
Anthony Weaver.
What?
Anthony Weaver to get the Rooney Rule out of the way.
Well, don't you have to do two?
Yeah, sure. You have to. I do believe you have to do another one.
There's another defensive coordinator up in Minnesota that's been doing a lot of good work.
Brian Flores will be interviewing with the Ravens, apparently.
Hey, and then after the Ravens, maybe just
catch
up?
I don't think you need to do that.
Okay.
I think you can avoid that one. Elliot, you want to talk Texans? We can certainly do that as the Texans face your Steelers, I think. I think Elliot's a Steeler fan. If it's the same Elliot, so we'll see what he thinks about his Steelers' chances. If he's listening to this station or others in the market, there's a lot of confidence, at least in the belief that the Texans should win the game. Factors can determine and create a different outcome. But for the most part, this is a city who expects to still be playing playoff football after a Monday night. Maybe the Steelers change that. We'll talk to Elliot and you if you so choose. 713-780-3776. We'll get to the second hour when we come back.
ballin', boy.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mays.
To the Rose Bowl, it's a no good at Kane show. No one, Kane fans have some fun on the road. Rose Bowl title, so don't try to front. See, number one offense in the country, the real hungry ballin' boy. Why the country boy stallin' boy? Like at least you keep it fallin' boy. Bling bling, national champions ring, America team. I love it when
this is a song way back in 2001 by a group called, I guess, No Good. I don't know. Sean asked a question whether this had a copyright issue because sometimes we can't play songs on the stream. We're going to take our shot. We're going to see.
we're gonna...
At some point, we're not going to play the whole thing or get to it, but Ed Reed raps in the song.
I was going to skip to that.
Yeah, if you want to do that while I talk over it. We lost Elliot. Elliot, you want to get in? We'll welcome you. So we got a national semifinal. You can hear that game right here on ESPN 97.5 after Jeremy and Joe. We'll have that game. We'll also have the other semifinal, Hoosiers versus Ducks in the Peach Bowl. So if you're out and about, got to run an errand, or maybe you're dropping your kids off or taking them to some sporting event, and you want to keep track of the game, you can hear it here. Canes, Ole Miss Rebels tonight in Arizona. We're leading into the Ed Reed version, or part of this song.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I thought this was the Ed Reed song. No, it's not. That's at the very end. Peanut butter.
I just like that.
Oh, you just like that. Okay. Ed Reed, better known as E. Reed, is in there as well. There might be another random Miami player you've never heard of in there, but at least Ed Reed does have a verse in that song. So we'll see.
I like that he got in the booth. Was this a game he played in? Yeah.
He played in the 2001.
Yeah, he was on the 01 team.
Yeah, he rapped about beating Nebraska before he beat Nebraska.
They don't do it like this anymore, man.
You avoid things like that.
I mean,
unless your name is Trey Zune, then you'll say some things that come back to haunt you a little bit later.
I think I would respect him more if Trey Zune got in the booth.
You think it'd be a rap song, or you think Trey Zune would do something different? If you don't know who he is, he's the left tackle for the Aggies who wasn't concerned about Reuben Bain until he was.
Let's see, looking up his high school. Probably wouldn't be a rap song.
Unlikely. Trey Zune from Fossil Ridge High School.
In Fort Collins, Colorado.
Yeah, I don't know that he'd be
1,900 students.
Yeah, maybe I don't know what the people in Fort Collins, Colorado like.
I just haven't heard of a Colorado rapper.
I'm sure they're out there, but Trey Zune ain't one of them. Let's get to...
He's not ballin', boy.
No, he certainly was not after what Mesidor did to him in that first round game. Let's get to Chandler Rome. He does the Crush City Pod. Of course, the big news, Tetsuya Imai, now an Astro. Jim Crane went over there and decided he wanted to be in the Japanese market and just the Asian market overall. So he's now devoting resources to those markets. Here's Chandler Rome on Jim Crane's plan.
Essentially, after the Astros finished their naming rights deal with Daikin, which went into effect really about this time last year, January 2025, they went a contingent, Jim Crane and a contingent of people close to him that work for the Astros went to Japan as kind of a show of, it was kind of a cultural thing, right? They needed to go visit them, see them on their grounds, on their turf. And in the course of that, Daikin's people kind of took Jim and the contingent, they took him around Japan, took him to some manufacturing plants, and then took him to some baseball stadiums. And as Jim said today, it opened his eyes. It kind of awakened him to see man, there's a lot of potential here. And so, as Jim said, when he got back from that trip, he basically ordered, I want more scouts in Seoul, South Korea. I want more scouts in Taiwan, and I want more scouts in Japan. And Jim's, as you mentioned, Jim has an office in Crane Worldwide Logistics does have an office in Tokyo. He said it was real easy because I got an office there already. We could just fire that up. They could work from that office. They could call back to us, and we're good to go.
So the Astros, whether you want to call it all in or just deeply invested, they are going to try to create a footprint for themselves in the Asian markets. Of course, for what it means for the baseball team itself is hopefully there's just another avenue to acquire talent, because we know this team and their run, a lot has to do with what they've done grabbing pitchers from Latin America and guys who maybe weren't as highly touted coming into the organization, but were prime members of this run, from Fromber to Christian Javier, of course. You had Luis Garcia, even guys like, I'm blanking on his name. He pitched against the Nationals, won them a game in the World Series. Urquidy. Yeah, these are the guys who at one point were just names and then became prominent members of this run. So they're going to go a different route, and they hopefully Imai's number one on that list, and we'll see where they go from there.
Yeah. I mean, you can always do the thing of like, why weren't you always like, why weren't you?
If we want
to
be critical, sure.
But I understand there is like some limitations to like what you can do, like the dollars and cents of like, and you're getting so much ROI from, the Latin America region that you're just like, I mean, we just keep pulling guys out of here and keep this train moving. So I get it. I do like that Chandler framed it as like he went to Japan and started acting different. Like he came back a changed man. He was like
he's Anjin?
Yeah, I was gonna say
from Shogun,
whatever, John Hawthorne or whatever his name was. It's just like he's gonna start speaking Japanese. He's gonna
whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes to further what we hope is more winning.
I also like that they took him to an industrial plant. They also took him to some baseball games. And just that order of like, they took him, this is where we make the air conditioning units. Also, here's a baseball game. And apparently Jim Crane was like, these guys are good. Just watching one baseball game.
He wasn't convinced by what the Dodgers were doing,
No. From Ichiro, from Ohtani,
even going back to Dale Nomo, and Chan-Ho Park.
Matsui.
He's not Japanese, but Chan-Ho Park way back when. A lot of Asian imports.
But he had to see it with his own two eyes. Sit there and be like, these guys can play. I tell you.
We just can't accept that he's changed, right? We got to take it to this where what the hell were you doing beforehand?
No, it's just I like to picture him as like the guy who studied abroad for a semester and comes back talking, speaking with an accent. Maybe not a Japanese accent, but speaking with like an English accent.
Yeah.
But he's like,
it's like the Drake
getting into anime or something.
It's like the Drake and Yachty meme when they're like investigating something and they go, yeah. It's like that Jim Crane went over to Japan and goes, oh yeah, we go to Japan.
Wait, the second best baseball league in the world plays here. I forgot. Whoa.
And the Dodgers. Other Japanese pitcher was the one who helped them win the World Series this year.
Let's
even the all-timer that they have. It's the other guy who was such a big contributor to their win.
I would sign up if Imai's got that Yamamoto in him. If he's a dog, like that guy's a dog. Let's
apparently
go.
Can pitch
infinitely.
No, with no rest. Just run him out there again.
Every day he could pitch.
In high leverage, most important pitches of his career, run him back out there. He's fine.
I think we've moved on, obviously, because it was Game 7 of World Series game. So, after the week after, we just kind of move on with football
the
or
Dodgers
whatever.
And football
I can't believe that Yamamoto pitched in Game 7 just right after pitching.
Yeah.
Before. Just
I
went
actually,
like 7 innings 2 days.
I don't actually care what Ohtani does the rest of his career. He's never topping with what Yamamoto did.
Yamamoto. I mean, it's just more long term that like Shohei can do both things versus like, but as a single feat, I think that's a better like single thing that a Japanese player has done on the 2025 Dodgers.
He pitched 9 innings on the 25th of October. 4-hit baseball, 1 run given up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was also awesome when he did this.
On the 31st of October, he pitched 6 innings, did give up 5 hits, 1 earned run, and a 4-1 win. A day later, 2 2/3
I was gonna say,
of one-hit baseball.
I was gonna say it was like 3 innings in relief too. It was
A day later, they needed him. He got it done.
Yeah. Tetsuya Imai. There you go.
Forget about Imai. Whatever. Ohtani, what are you gonna do? Home runs. Oh, you pitch and hit home runs. Look what your countrymen did. You ain't topping that. I mean,
I do like that. I hope that this is the like Kobe Shaq of Japan, where there's people that are just like, no, that's Yamamoto's team.
Yeah, I know. There's Ohtani. Tell me how your ass tastes. Tell me how my ass tastes. Is that's what Yamamoto's going to do?
Athlete musicians have been highlighted today.
Somehow, some way.
Yeah.
I don't imagine it's going to go that way, as those two will probably be in concert as the Dodgers unfortunately continue to be great. I wish there was an issue between those two, and he put out a song.
Yamamoto's like, Shohei this, Shohei that. I pitched back-to-back days.
And won a World Series.
I pitched 9 innings back-to-back days after pitching 9 innings 5 days before that.
Meanwhile, Ohtani, whatever.
On all the commercials.
Sold out his interpreter.
Yeah, sold out his interpreter. Doesn't know Japanese until Cam Brink walks in the dugout.
You mean English?
Or doesn't speak English until Cam Brink.
I get it though.
All of a sudden, this guy's a comedian.
He's the funniest guy ever. He's a wordsmith in English. Once Cameron Brink walks into the dugout, but I get it. If you don't want to talk to media, use your interpreter. But then, if the 6 foot whatever tall blonde woman walks into your vicinity,
can't be chatting her up in front of the cameras.
Yeah, you can't. Well, he's a married man, so we're obviously just making jokes here. But I get what you're on, Ohtani. I completely understand. I'm funny.
I wonder.
And an English professor.
Do you think his wife saw that and was like, what's so funny?
I don't know. It would be interesting.
Does she just speak Japanese too?
It's like, you never made me laugh that hard. Exactly. It's odd that you could converse so clearly with her.
Yeah. But anyway, Jim Crane sending scouts to Japan,
it's great.
South Korea, Taiwan.
We can only hope to reach the levels of a Yamamoto. I'm not even an Ohtani. That's just otherworldly. But if you want to give me a guy with a rubber arm,
I was gonna say, like, I want some dogs. You know, like I get why, the first guy to play both ways since Babe Ruth, like, they might not have another one in the in the tuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can give me just a psychopath like Yamamoto, sign me up. And Imai, like, what he says, like, or at least the quotes. I don't know what he actually says, but the quotes and like the written pieces about him, like he does have like a very interesting mindset to him.
Yeah. I don't want to join.
Don't want to join the Dodgers. Want to beat them.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to a team that has Japanese players. I want to do it on my own.
Yeah.
It's an interesting guy.
Hopefully that translates to great success and makes the next guy who has an opportunity to come over and sees what Imai has done and says, you know what, I want to do that for the Astros. It can only be good stuff if the Imai thing works out, and hopefully he's here for more than 1 year, because that's always going to be the other conversation about the opt-outs and what that means for his tenure with the Astros. But we know at least we'll have him for a year. Hopefully it's longer than that. All right, we'll go to break. 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll give you an update on the things we haven't gotten to yet. Certainly, you can change the course of the conversation as well. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Trae Young got traded for somehow less. Well, I won't say somehow, but he is a lesser player. But the fact that Trae Young and Luka Doncic got traded for what they got traded for, considering they were traded for each other, is something. I don't know what it is, but it's something. If you
There's something here.
If you missed it, the Hawks finally decided they were done with Trae Young, and Trae Young decided he was done with the Hawks. He gets traded to the Wizards for Corey Kispert, a failed first-round pick, and old man McCollum. And people were applauding the Hawks for not having to give up an asset to get off of Trae Young. People were like, good on the Hawks for not having to give up something else to say we're done with Trae Young. The only thing that has made the Hawks relevant in basketball in the last decade, we're now, 9 seasons into his career? He was drafted in 18.
18, yeah.
And I just did a look through that draft. Now, of course, we're almost a decade in, so maybe it doesn't surprise a lot of you. But, Sean, can you guess how many guys are still on their original team?
Oh.
From that draft class?
On the original team.
This is a draft that had DeAndre Ayton in it.
Yeah.
It had, of course, Luka was in it. Marvin Bagley was in that draft.
Not on his original team.
Yes. That is correct.
God, I'm trying to think of one guy who is on their.
There are two guys. I'll tell you that. Can you guess them? Can you think about back to that draft and see the guys who might have been? In fact, actually, you know what?
Is Donovan Mitchell in that draft?
I'm going to take back
no,
the two.
he was 17 draft.
There's only one guy from the first round that's still on his original team. One guy.
God. Is it like Wendell Carter?
He was a Bull. Remember?
Oh, I forgot he was a Bull. Okay, yeah. No, I have no idea.
It is Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yeah,
Number 4 overall to the Grizzlies. He remains on the Grizzlies. He is the only one from that class in the first round. Forget about just the top 10 or the lottery.
He's the only guy.
He's the only guy who's still on the same team that drafted him.
It's like Mikal Bridges in that draft, right?
Yes. Of course, he was traded on draft night from the Sixers. Initially drafted him, then traded him to the Suns, of course, now. Yeah. He's a Knick after being a Net as well. Some of the other names, Josh Okogie was drafted in the first round. Of course, he is a Rocket. Another
lifelong Rocket.
Another current Rocket, Aaron Holiday, drafted in the first round by the Pacers. So yeah, it's been a long time. So of course, a lot of player movement, but
I mean,
but we were talking about top.
Trae Young was Shea in this draft.
Yes, he was.
Shea,
guys who are going to be Hall of Famers, and Luka and Shea, and we'll see. About some other ones.
Oh, Mo Bamba. I forget. I should have known this. The Mo Bamba
Colin
draft.
Sexton was in that draft. So Michael Porter would have been on the I'm still on my team list until this offseason. Michael Porter Jr. was a nugget up until this offseason. So, yeah. But now, Trae Young, Corey Kispert, and C.J. McCollum. That's who he gets traded for because no one thought that much of Trae Young. He's small.
Yeah.
He's not having a great year. We know he's bad defensively, and he's not a guy who wants to do anything but be on the ball.
Yeah, it's it's like what does kind of like a poor man's James Harden, like in Houston, like prime James Harden.
Do you remember where people were going, that's the next Steph?
Yeah, just because he's kind of small and shoots threes.
Yeah.
Like,
forget about all the things that Steph does to make him Steph. He shoots threes from a long distance and he's small.
Yeah,
that's Steph Curry.
And the league has just gotten harder and harder for like the offense only guys. Like James Harden now, like it'd been harder for him to get by just because teams are more sophisticated and like attacking the weak link. And because back, 2018 Harden days, the way they did it was just like, yeah, let's try to get switched on to James Harden and we're just gonna back him down. It's like, well, he doesn't want to move his feet. All he is strong, so you're just backing him down. Like that's the one part of defense that he can do, and that's how you're choosing to attack James Harden. And it was the same thing with Chris Paul on that team and Eric Gordon. It's like they just had a bunch of fire hydrants on defense, and somehow the plan was like, nope, just got to back him down, try to hit a fadeaway over him. And yeah, that's just not how teams do it now. Teams like put your guy in space. I mean, you see it with Reed Shepherd. Honestly, like Reed Shepherd and Trae Young, like if you're just to describe them, like what they do on a basketball court, it's like you can kind of see the same outline there, and we see it with Reed Shepherd just on defense. Like he at least like competes and will try to swipe at the ball. Trae Young not doing anything.
Not interested in that. Not making second efforts on boxing out or getting a rebound. It's just not
just give me
game.
the ball, man.
Yeah,
just give me the ball.
That's all I'm looking for.
He plays like 2K. Like he's just like just give me the ball. I'll make a decision.
Look, I'll jog into the backcourt so it looks like it's 5-on-5 on the defensive end.
Yeah,
but I'm not really looking to do that.
Not really going to get in a defensive stance either.
And you're talking about those Rocket teams. I don't know if I remember a national announcer saying they had a bunch of linebackers on their team, like because it was Tucker and Gordon and Harden and all those guys. Yeah. They just weren't built like traditional basketball players. No.
They started 4 guys. They were like, what, 6'5"? Or maybe they didn't start Eric Gordon, but when it came down, like they would just play 7 guys, and other than Ariza and Capella, they're all 6, however tall PJ Tucker is and shorter.
Yeah,
and they're just thick, and so.
And then Chris Paul was shorter, but he was kind of built the same way too.
He could always guard bigger guys because they would want to back him down.
But he was stout.
Yeah, and he was.
And I'm sure they operated under the fear of him punching them in the nuts. So
that too, you gotta keep. That's if I was Trae Young.
You want to add that to his game?
Just add
the
a
fear
little
factor.
Add a little bit of fear to him. I think the last time someone had Trae Young on them, and they're like, oh my God, Trae Young's on me. Was it Ben Simmons in 2021
where he passed up the dunk, or just in that playoff series in general?
So someone posted it and just be like, wow, this really was like the peak of Trae Young, and it was just a picture of Ben Simmons 2 feet from the basket passing it.
That Trae Young run when they beat the Knicks, of course, and then they beat the Sixers because of Ben Simmons. And let's be clear. And Joel Embiid escaped at the time. He can't escape it now. He wasn't great in late game situations in that series either. But Ben Simmons was just worse,
having an active mental breakdown.
Yeah, so Ben Simmons called it all. Of course, Giannis got hurt in that conference final series, right?
They won the last game, maybe the last 2 games the Bucks did of that series without Giannis.
So, in some ways, if the Hawks were better, Trae Young could have made a finals, considering now Giannis came back from the hyperextension in a way that you wouldn't have expected. We're just seeing that example of Jokic, where Jokic, you're out at least a month, and Giannis is like, you know what, it's the finals. I'm good here.
And then whatever, game 6, dropped 50.
Yeah. So, but there was a path for Trae Young and that Hawks team to somehow make the finals, and now several years later, they have had multiple restarts with. Hey, let's team Trae with what's the former Spur?
DeJounte Murray.
DeJounte Murray. Of course, that didn't work out. Yeah. So it's been a lot of iterations of that Hawks team, and they finally decided that maybe the common denominator is the little guy who doesn't play defense. Now we got to make a move.
And there's some split this season, like with Trae Young and without him, like just in games that he plays and doesn't play in, where they're like a 500 team when he doesn't play, or slightly above 500, and they're one of the worst teams in basketball when he does play.
I think I saw it that when he returned from his injury, they may have given up 125 points like 4 or 5 games in a row, which is not something they were doing when he wasn't available. So, yeah.
It's like I understand all the flaws. Like, it's the thing of like, would you want your favorite team to trade for Trae Young?
No.
Most of the time, no. Most teams, no. So it's like, then how does he only go for Corey Kispert and CJ McCollum? It's like because of that.
Oh, I get it. I'm just speaking to what we thought it was and what it was for a time, because if he was this foundational franchise changer early in his career, a lot of it based off the run in the year after the bubble. But since that point, it's fits and starts, and now they decided they're done with the Trae Young business in Atlanta.
And did you see the follow-up report of they're looking to trade for Anthony Davis?
I did see that.
I understand the thought process behind it. It is interesting though to be out Trae Young, face of our franchise last 8 years, 7 years, in Anthony Davis. Hey, remember when Anthony Davis was the headline of an underwhelming trade. Well, we just made an underwhelming trade, at least to our fans. I'm sure in Atlanta, people are like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, the non.
People are upset about the Harden trade.
Of course.
And they built the rebuild. Tari Eason almost won a game, and he was one of the Nets picks.
Of course, Trae Young has been Atlanta Hawks basketball, so people who just like going to that arena,
yeah,
and that was the reason they went, and now that reason is gone. I guess you get behind Jalen Johnson and hope that's the answer.
Dyson Daniels.
They miss it, at least right now. It appears they missed on Ricochet, their number one
It's
overall
not looking
pick.
great.
So they've had their shot, and they have the Pelicans pick this year.
Yep.
So they're going to have another chance, and I guess you want to get Trae Young out of there and possibly draft a guy who's going to be more, who's going to fit what you want, and certainly be, you would think, a guy who they can make a primary scorer. And then you just want to throw Anthony Davis into the mix as well, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I can like see what they're thinking, where it's like we want to get a bunch of wings out there and then a defensive backstop.
I guess a Kongu would have to go, who they like.
Yeah, probably. A Kongu, it's a little bit of like, he was young and promising, and it's just kind of never fully
plateaued.
Yeah, never fully gotten to where the potential was.
Yeah, so we'll see if they make the Anthony Davis trade, but just a retrospective of Luka, Trae Young traded within, about 6-8 months of each other. And that was a trade that was certainly looked at as a miss for the Hawks, and even more so now that they've moved on for Trae. So if it's I guess
traded Trae Young for Luka Doncic, who got traded for Anthony Davis, and they're trying to trade for Anthony Davis.
Yes.
After trading away Trae Young.
Hey.
It's a tangle web that we weave. Actually, that's a pretty straightforward one.
At the moment, they traded Luka Doncic for Corey Kispert and CJ McCollum. At the moment.
That's unfair, but I understand what you're saying. I understand the...
This is where we are. At least that's where the Hawks are.
Man.
So when we think about the Rockets narrowly losing to the Blazers, it could always be this much worse. You could always be an Atlanta Hawk fan.
Yeah, it's like...
So the Rocket fans had a bad night last night.
And it's like the Rockets struggle on the road, and they've played the most road games and the least home games in the league. It's like, but they're still the 5 seed. It's like that, or 4. I actually don't know where they are right now because it's congested. But they are still like an easy playoff team, and it's like that's the disappointment that we're dealing with.
They are currently the 6th seed.
6th seed.
But as you said, they win on Friday. Things could flip.
Everyone's tied, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, we'll go to break. Eric, I see you. You want to join the show. We'll get to you when we come back. We got a couple more segments to go. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776.
The Del Olalea Show continues. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
All right, let's get to Eric. Always a grab bag of topics. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, great show. Still like pull for Miami. I had them in the national championship at the beginning of the year. I think they're going to win 42-10 tonight. As you know, I've been a Miami fan since the early '80s. I was actually at the Catholics versus Convicts game in Notre Dame in '88.
Mm-hmm.
Great game.
Eric, what was your lasting memory from that game? Being in South Bend.
I remember I saw Rudiger there at that game, and
got it.
I remember the fumble that wasn't a fumble, of course.
Cleveland game.
The Gary fumble, but it was a touchdown, of course. But that wasn't the catch in the end zone by Miami. But hey,
that's true. That probably was incomplete. I'm glad you got to see all that from your seat right under touchdown Jesus.
The rumblings that John and Lance are over here at ESPN. They're gone and now taking over. And I'm looking forward to y'all's new show. And Sean, never do, baby.
Why the Flintstones? You don't know about
I think it's the Willie P.
He's
okay. Biting
what
the
it
style.
do? Okay, yabba dabba do. What it do? Got it.
I didn't know Eric was in his late 50s to 60s.
Maybe he was a child and went to the game. Who knows?
I mean, he had great seats and has great recall of that game. So I would have put him a little bit older. But yeah,
I mean, credit to Eric for bringing up, even if he didn't go, the non-Miami touchdown on what was likely an incomplete pass. The fact that he had that in his back pocket, I tend to believe he looked it up on YouTube so he was ready for his call. But even if he remembered it, credit to him. He probably would have watched the Notre Dame documentary. It might have been called Catholics versus Convicts. I forgot what they did.
Oh yeah.
They had their own doc.
Yeah, because it wasn't in the, or it was in the U doc, but it wasn't like they probably didn't.
They didn't.
Dig into the specifics.
They talked about it, but not in the way that the Notre Dame doc would.
It's just funny that 30 for 30, they're just like another Miami documentary. Sure, part 2. Let's do it.
It was.
And then
number 1 was so successful.
Let's just make one about that game specific or that rivalry specifically.
Yeah.
It's like I can't wait in 3 more years. They're just like, another U documentary. Surely there's something that we could do.
And they'll use the debate about whether Notre Dame or Miami should have been in it as the jump up point.
Oh, Catholics versus Convicts too.
Yeah, if of course I would love it if Miami goes on and wins the title. There would be a doc. And we need the epilogue. And the Notre Dame Miami debate would be part of that documentary.
How current did U Part 2 get? Like when did they stop?
They stopped. I think the last shot of that doc was the OB being torn down, the Orange Bowl being torn down.
Okay.
And I think they talked about the Al Golden probation stuff. So they got into it a little bit. And then
I was like, okay, part 3, it's like we can start with like Nevin Shapiro and then
and go from there.
But
particularly if they close it out in the next week and a half or so.
Yeah. I think they win. I really do. I maybe a tighter margin than Eric.
42-10 was the number.
Yeah, and this is another one where speaking, from experience there of like in these big games, then like other people that aren't fans of your team are like, I think you're great. I think you guys are awesome. It's just like,
all right, enough.
I'm worried.
Yeah, stop it.
I'm in a state of perpetual terror.
Your words aren't comforting to me.
Yes, but just for the audience, I do think Miami's better than Ole Miss. I think that the fact that this isn't a rematch for Ole Miss, like their first 2 games in the playoff, like I think this is where the coaching staff, flux kind of gets, you see that. I know Corey Heatherman talked about how it's hard for us too, guys, but come on. We have to have like constant updates whether like Charlie Weiss is going to like call this game, be in LSU, go to the NFL. Like it's just so much chaos around there that, slightly changing a game plan versus Georgia and Tulane, it's a little bit different than having to block Mesidor and Bain and deal with the secondary there. And
yeah, as I said,
tackle Mark Fletcher.
as I was trying to find a way to work myself into a state of confidence, haven't gotten there yet. I was watching Ole Miss.
I'll get a fire extinguisher.
Hey,
like Sebastian the
Sure. I'm sure that'll work out well for you.
Have one in here?
We should.
We should.
Rules should say
if the fire marshal is listening, we do.
We do have one. It's easily locatable. We know where it is.
Oh yeah, there it is, right there, off camera.
Got it. So, watching Ole Miss play offense, as I said, against the best teams they face, there's a lot of variance and variables. Like, there's a lot of opportunities for negative plays happen. Oklahoma, I don't know how many tackles for loss they had, but they had a ton. They just did not win on third down. And that's due to Chambliss and some of the play calling that Lane Kiffin was responsible for. But a lot of what they do, at least against the best teams that they faced, they won on big downs. Like, it's 3rd and 8, and Chambliss was finding a way to extend the drive, and then now they're going. But early on in downs, which is against how you think an offense should operate, they tackles for loss.
Yeah, they play chaos ball.
Yeah, it's like they won a lot of the downs where you think the defense has the advantage because it's 3rd and 9. They can run all their exotic stuff, and Chambliss would do something to get out of it. So that will be, if Miami follows that formula of winning on the early downs, they have to just get off the field and stop a potentially high-tempo drive from starting by winning a down, because they got into a point where they should have the advantage, except that Chambliss can mitigate that advantage because of how he plays.
Yeah, I mean, that Georgia game really flipped when to me, he just played like he's playing the college football video game where it's like running back 10 yards, circling back to the left on 3rd and 8, throwing to the flat.
He threw it with his left hand on one of those plays.
Yeah, just like and he's completing 13 straight passes, breaking a Sugar Bowl record.
Yeah,
and you're just like, I don't. Like, if I'm Kirby Smart, I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this.
To my point, in that Alabama, in that Ole Miss Oklahoma game, which Ole Miss won in the rain on the road, Oklahoma had 14 tackles for loss and still gave up 34 points. Now, one of those things, I think Brent Venables, he went forward on his. Was that Lane Kiffin? Maybe they both did it. I think Lane Kiffin did it, and maybe even Brent Venables did it, went forward on his own side of the field, deep into his own territory. I know at least Lane Kiffin did. But 14 tackles for loss for the opponent, and you still score 34 points. That's where you told a defensive coordinator you're going to dominate in a way where you accumulate 14 tackles for loss. You think you win that game 30-10. Instead, you lose 34-26, and that's just something you can't account for.
Yeah, we talked about it before. Like, UGA, they got pressure on Chambliss. Their D line and their blitzes got home. They just didn't get the stop. It's not just just get Chambliss under pressure, then force him into some bad decisions, make it hard for him, yada yada yada. It's like, no, that actually is like part 1, get pressure. Part 2, tackle for loss. Part 3, actually stop them on 3rd down. Like, it's just so much you had to stack on top to beat this offense. And I mean, really, like, to move it more to like Ole Miss side, it was like Chambliss is like kind of on the precipice to being like an all-time college football player, like, or at least going on an all-time run that gets remembered.
Definitely.
In a way that, like, part of it's because we don't have the 12th team, or we haven't had the 12th team playoff for 130 of the years of college football until the last 2, but that this guy just not only just comes out of nowhere, has like a sports movie story, and then he like jumps up a level in the playoff after his coach leaves. I really can't. I hope they make this a Disney movie, because I want to see who plays Lane Kiffin in this movie.
It's not a bad thought to figure out who they
Owen
cast.
Wilson turns bad.
Maybe. He was in that golf show. I'm not sure if
Glenn Powell.
I'm not sure if it got to season 2, but he did wear a visor. Yeah, Glenn Powell's probably
maybe like
he's already in the mode of
5 years. Glenn Powell.
Once he's done with Chad Powers, he can just move on
and just
to Lane
age
Kiffin.
up a little bit.
Yeah, put on the visor and be Lane Kiffin. I think Glenn Powell's not bad.
But he's having a sports movie season before the playoffs started, and then he beat Georgia in a way that like he's getting Johnny Manziel against Alabama comps. Like it's just a ridiculous run he's on, and this is another one where it's like Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor. It's like all these guys, and it's like the bad guys in every movie ever.
Yeah.
Except for the 2 documentaries that we talked about. And then it's, if he puts on the cape one more time, it's just incredible.
Yeah, the guy on the other side was writing in a notebook about F Notre Dame, F Jeremiah Love. And then he yelled at Mike Elko for some reason in the locker room. So, yeah, if we're talking about hero versus villain, although Miami hasn't reached that level yet. They haven't won enough to piss people off.
They're the Cinderella run of this of the season.
As their favorite.
Yeah.
And they're going against what could be a transcendent quarterback, but they're the 10 seed.
Yeah. They were not favored against
Ohio
A&M
State
or Ohio State,
but
right?
it is flipped slightly. They're only a 3-point favorite. And
part of that is because you have the ultimate underdog, Trinidad Chambliss, on the other side.
Yeah, if it wasn't Trinidad Chambliss, it was a regular quarterback. This game might be a 9-point spread.
And the freaking head coach is at a conference rival.
And the current head coach, their ex-head coach, the current head coach doesn't know who his staff will be day to day.
That too, and it's Pete Golding.
So if we're doing the team of destiny thing, Ole Miss has it, but destiny doesn't really matter. You just go out there and play. We'll see what happens. All right, we got one more segment to go before we're done, and I can go home and sit in my room and wait.
I was going to say pace around your house.
And just wait for the game. Not that far away now at this point from the first semifinal. Once again, you can hear that right here on ESPN 97.5 right after Jeremy and Joe. I think the pregame will start, and then of course, the game. We found out, at least I did, that Rocket Power, which Sean hosts with Joe, well, at least yesterday, was 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock yesterday.
On ESPN 97.5.
Go back in time.
But, of course, you can always listen to it in podcast form.
Easier than going back in time and listening to it. It's on YouTube. It's wherever.
Unless you know a Doc Brown and have a DeLorean, just listen to it on YouTube or watch it on YouTube. All right, one more segment to go. But before we go to break, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. They don't sell DeLoreans, at least it's not a Chevy vehicle. Maybe there's one floating around on the lot in their pre-owned inventory, but either way, you're going to get a great car, no matter if it's a time travel car or just simply an EV vehicle. They have great cars, and the great people at Monument Chevrolet will walk you through the car buying process if you aren't exactly sure how you want to go about things. Check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. I mentioned those EV vehicles. Maybe you want a Silverado, a 1500. Maybe a Trax is something you're looking for, or a Blazer. It's all there for you. That new inventory, we're at the start of the year, so you know they're going to have plenty of vehicles for you to take a look at, from the SUVs to the trucks to the electric cars, all there for you. If you're a business owner, they also have a wide selection of fleet vehicles. Either you're adding to your business or just starting with a vehicle. They have those there for you. So new, pre-owned, and commercial vehicles there for you. Just head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Bellway 8 and 225, and get yourself a great car for either yourself or maybe you're looking for a great gift for someone. You can do that too at Monument Chevrolet. So, website, once again, is monumentchevrolet.com. They're in Pasadena off of Bellway 8 and 225. Great vehicles from great people. It's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
305. MIA, Dean County. Y'all already know what time it is. Throw them U's up.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
The great Trick Daddy. You already know. That is. Just to be clear, I am not the one prompting Sean to play these Miami-centric songs. He has decided.
Yeah, let's get the energy up.
There
is a culture. It is a Final Four college.
It is a Final Four college football game.
It is a game that we would be talking about on the show a lot.
No matter what.
Even
Even if I wasn't. The added spice is the fact that I'm a Miami fan, so that's why you're going to hear these songs. But it is a big game. You can hear, as I say, you can hear right here on ESPN 97.5. We will see. By the time we come here tomorrow and do the show, we will have a national finalist, and then we'll decide the other one. Tomorrow night.
We'll find out if the SEC is cooked or not officially.
So far, they've only beaten themselves or Tulane in the playoff.
Yes.
We will see.
And no one else in the bowl season.
Well.
And they haven't beat anybody except themselves.
Yeah. So we will see if
Texas beat Michigan, but
But Texas is Texas. They're not SEC.
We go. That's the standard.
I actually say that. I believe it.
Yeah,
I don't consider.
It would be so much more annoying if I said that.
I don't believe Texas is an SEC school. I think they just happen to be a school who
they
plays
play in the
SEC.
league.
Yeah, but Texas is just Texas.
It's like how Toronto plays in American sports leagues.
Yeah.
It's like they're not in America, but they play in our leagues.
They put the patch on. They painted on the field of play.
It's a scheduling agreement, like Notre Dame with the ACC.
Yeah, but in fact they're just Texas, and that's fine. But we'll see what happens if this is clear validation, or at least for some who believe that the SEC has been overrated all year. If they don't even get a team with all the teams that made the field, they don't even get a team.
Big Ten's going to get a team in.
Definitely. And if the ACC of all teams, or of all conferences, gets one.
I know. And not even their champion. This is such a deep league that a team that didn't even play for the conference title game.
True. It's true.
This is two teams. Actually, 3 of the 4 didn't play for the conference title game.
Yeah. So that is tonight. And then, of course, we'll talk about it through pain and tears or jubilation. For me.
Tears. Oh.
I don't cry when they win.
Oh, okay.
I just scream like F you to people. Like I at the end of the game against Ohio State, I was like, F him for no reason other than I just wanted to say
saying your B word.
It wasn't even Julian saying. It was like F those guys. It wasn't even
Jeremiah Smith turned his back on the 305. I saw that graphic.
I'm not from the 305, so it doesn't affect me the same.
Malachi Tony stayed home. Jeremiah Smith.
Yes, I did see that.
See what happens.
But it's just a general F everyone thing.
Okay.
It's not. It has nothing to do with individual
Ryan Day?
players. Nah, it's all.
I want to know where Ryan Day is right now.
No, none of it. It's just anyone can get it.
Okay.
Anyone can catch the FU, and it'll probably be like that tonight if they win that game. Although, maybe I'll have calmed down. Unlikely. So, I just know myself. Something we did not get to because, honestly, I'm done with the Giannis stuff. But Giannis came out and said through just words that I can't really have much credence for, that he would never demand a trade from Milwaukee. Sure, he won't explicitly demand one, but he'll make it known he wants to leave.
Yeah, he'll put the front office under immense pressure to make moves.
And let them know that they should probably trade him because he's not planning to be there long term. But he said he would never ask the Bucks for a trade. So we're never going to get the Shams bomb that Giannis has demanded a trade.
Never going to get a preferred destination.
None
even
of
though we all know
that the Knicks were the preferred destination.
I think he's also gone on the record said.
Yeah, he has said the Knicks would be a place he'd want to play.
That's crazy. But he would never ask for a trade.
Yeah, but he told.
But if the Bucks decide to trade him, which, like, you could actually make the argument that if you're running the Bucks, it might be the smart thing just to reset this thing. But he wouldn't ask for a trade.
He told The Athletic, there will never be a chance, there will never be a moment that I will come out and say I want to trade. That's not in my nature. So you'll say it in different ways? Is that what my assumption is? I can make that assumption. I won't demand. I will ask.
Yeah.
He says his plan is to be there for the rest of his career. If they don't want me, because the Bucks have made it a bit murky whether they want him or not. If they don't want me, I'm not the one in charge. I'm an employee. If you don't get the F out of here, come on, man. Look,
it's
you want to play the word game? Fine. If the Bucks don't want me.
If they want to have me. Who said that? There's someone like, if they'll have me, I'll be back. And then he just left. That's basically what Giannis is doing.
All right, Giannis. I was going to shoot you some bail because that's the game you want to play about how, hey, I'm never going to demand a trade, even though we all know that you'd be willing to leave. You've made it pretty clear, at least. But if they don't want me, I'm not the one in charge. In fact, you are the one in charge. You're the reason they, maybe you didn't tell them to do it, but you're the reason they did the creative thing of dumping Dame so they could create enough cap space to sign Miles Turner of all people because they knew Dame wasn't going to be available this year.
You're the reason they have a new stadium, dude. Like, you are very much in charge.
You're the reason they traded Chris Middleton for Kuzma. If they don't want me. All right.
I'm an employee, man.
You know what?
I just swipe my card and hope it still works every day.
Technically, you are an employee.
Yeah.
You're just the most powerful employee in the organization. In fact, in some ways, you're more powerful than the owner because if you came out against the owner, the entire city would come out against the owner.
Yeah, no. If the owner changes, there's less of an effect on the on-court product
than if
Giannis left.
All right, man.
Hey, he also said he's not 100% committed to the Bucks. I forgot if it was 1,000 or 1,000,000% committed.
As long as they continue to want him.
As long as they want him. He's a humble servant to the people.
And you know how the Bucks will express that they don't want him anymore? If they don't build a championship level team, because that's going to be in his eyes.
That means they don't want me.
They don't want me. Why would they want me here if they're not building a championship level team, despite all the constraints that the cap provides for teams when they try to build title contending teams? So there it is. Giannis playing word games. He'll probably be someplace else by this time next year because the Bucks won't want him. We're done for the day. Since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
Zebras.
I like the
zebras.
The media guy. Zebras. Yeah.
Zebras?
Yeah, zebras. Tarisan, adding to our collection of Sounders. We're done. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5. Please stand by.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too. Whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
And now,
this is the Rich Eisen Show.
I'm tunnel vision.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Mike Tomlin of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I certainly can't seek comfort in the longevity of my career.
Today's guests, Prime Video Thursday Night Football analyst Richard Sherman, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, actor William Stanford Davis, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody, that's correct. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. As always, as we do every single day between 12 and 3 Eastern Time, we say hello to those streaming us live on Disney Plus and the ESPN app. We say hello to our ESPN radio audience, Sirius XM Channel 80, which is how you can listen to ESPN radio on satellite. And I don't know about you guys, things might feel... If they feel extra linear around here today, it's because we say hello to the ESPN cable audience back on ESPN for the first time since my Sports Center last August. And, of course, back in the day when I used to have hair. Good to chat with everybody, whether you're watching us on cable or you're streaming us on Disney Plus, listening to us terrestrial radio, Sirius XM. And, of course, there's our podcast listeners. You matter to us as well. Every single day, all 3 hours of the Rich Eisen Show available by podcast. There's our YouTube channel for those who just want to watch things in clip form, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Richard Sherman of Prime Video's Thursday Night Football coverage is going to join us in about 20 minutes' time to chop up all the latest news and, of course, the wild card weekend. And then Tom Pelissero, my colleague from NFL Network, will join us in the middle of hour number 2 to talk with all of us about the coaching carousel that has spun completely, snapped off its axis, to say the least. And for those Abbott Elementary fans out there, meaning every single human being listening to me, the quick-witted janitor, if you will, an occasional substitute teacher, Mr. Johnson himself, William Stanford Davis in studio in hour number 3. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial to have a conversation. That's all of our housekeeping. Let me straighten out my best dad ever signed. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman. How are you?
Rich, good morning, my friend. I'm excellent.
DJ Mikey D, Mike Del Tufo. Good to see you out there. How are you? Candles lit, TJ Jefferson, is it not?
It is lit. You know, one of my favorite Abbott Elementary episodes, they were all in a fantasy football league together, and it just reminded me of us. Like,
meaning what?
Just trying to undercut.
They all won some form of fantasy football.
Well, that in the sense that when we're on one league, we're always trying to undercut each other.
I like it. Yeah. Phone lines are lighting up. Greatly appreciate that. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial to have a conversation with us. I start with a chess analogy.
Oh,
how many out there play chess?
Versatile.
But when you play chess against somebody who makes a move that helps you, and then maintains his or her finger on that piece for a very long time, and you're wishing he or she would remove her finger from the piece, making that move that helps you official, only to rescind that move and then checkmate you. I wonder if that's the way Mike McDaniel feels today in South Florida.
Wow. Okay.
Because it seemed like he was fine.
Yep.
In Miami Dolphins.
Didn't he tell us that?
Well, he, earlier this week, when he met with the media, after seemingly surviving whatever axe was hanging over his head, was talking about how he would be part of the conversation as to who's going to be the next general manager there. And I said this from this chair back in November when the Miami Dolphins fired Chris Grier, their general manager, after a Thursday night, speaking of Richard Sherman, Thursday night football game lost to the Baltimore Ravens, which happened in week 9. And the trade deadline was coming up the next week. And the Dolphins clearly didn't want the general manager of this team that dropped to 2-7 to be the one to say this person should go, what the compensation is going to be. They didn't want the GM to be in charge of that. They had already seen enough, I guess, of Chris Grier. I said at the time that I don't know how the coach is going to survive this, because anytime you hire a new general manager, you normally have a coaching opening as well, because you want to hire the general manager and the coach together, because either A, the general manager wants to be in charge of who the coach is, or B, there's a coach who says, I have enough cachet, I have enough of a resume build where I can tell you I'm not coming to you unless you let me choose my general manager, because in my previous spots, I'm sick and tired of not, to use the old school Parcells phrase, shopping for the groceries. And that's kind of like a Bill Parcells deal. Like, I'm sick and tired of being the coach here, being told who I have to draft or how I get to play, so and so forth. And sure enough, the word comes out that they like Mike McDaniel so much in the ownership suite. Stephen Ross has such an affinity for him, and I totally get that. He's a good dude. Whenever you meet him, we had our fun with him when he's been on this program. But it just smacked me of doing something the old Bass Ackward way. Mm-hmm. And that when it comes time to a general manager search, things might change. Mm-hmm. And I don't say this because I'm, wanting to say to everybody, I told you so, or I'm right. Although there is a certain benefit to sitting in a chair like this in a show like this and being correct. But sure enough, today, Mike McDaniel was told on a Thursday, that he's no longer the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Now, what happened between the season ending and now? Now, our colleague here at ESPN, words I don't say very often,
Get used to it.
I know. I kind of dig it. Used to do it for 7 years. And have been doing it since September. Jeff Darlington says Stephen Ross really likes Mike McDaniel and has been thinking about it since the beginning of this week. That it wasn't just something that rashly he has determined on Thursday. He's been ruminating. They met earlier this week, had a good meeting, but didn't feel comfortable in all regards. And to use the Seinfeld phrase, yada, 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 they need a new head coach there in Miami as of a Thursday morning. That said, as we all know, there has been a new voice in the Dolphins ownership suite in all their meetings. His name is Troy Aikman, and he was hired as a consultant to help find a new general manager. And you could see it's just a new way of doing things, that teams announce who they have targeted for interviews or asked permission to speak with from other organizations for their role. And there have been some names that have been thrown out there and meetings that clearly have been had with Stephen Ross and the rest of the circle of trust in Miami that now includes 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks because Marino's already been in there. And Troy Aikman has been in these meetings. And I will just say this. Troy Aikman giving a fresh set of eyes to this equation here. Again, I'm not going to ascribe to Troy what he has said that could lead to a decision like today. I'm just saying that there's enough stuff that gets chopped up in a room about scheme, about what other people in the industry might be saying, and obviously what Troy thinks the team could use best, and hiring another general manager. When you speak to these GMs, they might say, I kind of like you. I like this place. I like what you're selling. I like there's no state income tax. I kind of dig all this stuff. I'd like to come work for you. But I'd like to choose my own head coach. That could have happened. You see, is there anything else that's happened in, say, the last 24 hours that kind of influenced some? I got it. John Harbaugh was let go
right.
in Baltimore.
Yes, he's available.
Thanks, guys, for helping jog my memory on that part.
I knew you'd get there.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so now
the purple
Jeff Darlington says that Stephen Ross they have had no contact with John Harbaugh.
Yeah, as of this morning, an hour ago, no contact yet.
Maybe telepathically they did.
Match game ball.
You know what I'm saying? Or the
Should
fact
I
that
call John Harbaugh?
The Ravens also, after firing John Harbaugh, you see a name that they're interested in. Anthony Weaver, defensive coordinator of the Miami Dolphins.
That was a decent unit.
So, I mean, you might have your own candidate in-house you don't want to let go. General managers might be saying these things. And John Harbaugh, 100%, even though I have not spoken to him, there's no question in my mind he's going to want his own general manager. I mean, it's just the end of the story. He's going to want his own guy. His brother wanted his own guy. Harbaugh's have the cachet to say, I'm bringing my own guy. You know, don't even call if that's the... Honestly, there have had to have been a half dozen teams by now, other than the ones that already had openings, to have called the Harbaugh camp to say, what do you think of us? The Dolphins had to have been one of them. There's no way they didn't have a conversation over the last 24 hours. John Harbaugh got... I mean, there's got to be, what, a text chain like we have a text chain sometimes about fantasy football?
Sure.
You don't think there's like I don't know what it's labeled? You know, the Ross.
The title is very important.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, very important.
I bet you Aikman's not calling the title. You know what I mean? I don't think he's changing the title of the text chain.
This title has been changed by Troy
Aikman.
South Beach.
The 8 beer octet? I don't know. Are there 8 of them?
I'm hoping it has something to do with Ace Ventura, to be honest.
Yeah, the laces out.
Laces out.
That's good. That's not bad. Landman's involved. Something.
Ross's laces out group. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is 100% what's happening down there in South Florida. And I think Dolphins fans who have been sitting here saying we had a group of people that went ahead and hired a guy that's never done it before and hooked him up with a quarterback that we then paid an insane amount of money to without a single playoff win, and we pushed everything to the center of the table, and that bet absolutely crapped out. I mean, the 100%, the only way that decision to hook up at the end of the day McDaniel to Tua and pay Tua 55-something million bucks a year and give him all that contract without a single playoff win from the duo in the books, although a playoff appearance, as we all know, the don't pass line is the way you would make the money on that one. And I think a lot of observers were betting on the, if you will, don't pass line on this. And now, you know, that's what happens in the NFL when these moves get made and they don't work out. Everyone gets fired. It's a vicious business. Vicious business. But this move doesn't come as a surprise at all. And certainly with John Harbaugh being out there, this doesn't come as a surprise at all. I wonder if Harbaugh kind of digs this idea. You know, you do have to figure out who your quarterback is.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a massive issue cap-wise and contractual-wise for at least next year on this front. But you are now coming in with a total fresh set and a total reboot, one would think, in the ownership suite as well. Not Stephen Ross himself, but the way that they're learning, if you will, from Aikman how to do all this stuff. So this makes sense. It made no sense to fire the general manager and then have the coach decide who the next GM is when John Harbaugh is sitting out there, with all due respect to everyone involved. And in that regard, Mike McDaniel, if he wants to, I'm sure he wants to still be a head coach in the league. Once you're a head coach in the league, that's what you want to be. But if he's willing to be an offensive coordinator, I mean, I don't know how many opportunities he might get of the other head coaching jobs. It's possible Cleveland does covet him. He did spend some time there. He could wind up in Cleveland, and that would be an interesting hire, to say the least. But he's going to be one of the hottest. If he wants to be an offensive coordinator, he could be the highest paid OC in the league and is an instant offense to any other organization that hires a defensive coordinator / culture guy like, say, Robert Saleh, who knows him from the San Francisco days.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It feels like they could be the new, kind of dream team pair for a team. With
anybody that has a head coach that doesn't have the offensive pedigree, you want to hire somebody like that? And they could say, I'm bringing Mike McDaniel to the equation, and he's now sort of a co-coach in that regard from the offensive side of the ball. There's no, you know what I'm saying? There's no co-HC, but that's going to be a strong opportunity for him. Like it's not like he's going to disappear by any stretch of the imagination, and of course he could build up a shot at a head coaching gig somewhere else. But another moment in time over the last 24 hours that makes me feel completely dumb for saying back on Tuesday's show, I think this is the end of the coaching carousel. I think this is it. I did say those words into this microphone. You did. Not great.
It also might not still be over.
And that's what I want to ask Tom Pelissero when he joins us in hour 2. Is there anybody coaching for their jobs this weekend? And is there any other teams that, knowing John Harbaugh's out there and knowing that they've already kicked a tire there, and he'd be like, I'd be interested if you do X, Y, and Z. And obviously the X, Y, and Z would be have a vacancy. I don't know. That's what we'll ask Tom about. There's you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. A big story breaking in college football, and that is Curt Cignetti saying he is frequently happy and smiles.
I did see that.
We'll play that soundbite for you. And then for Dallas Cowboy honk TJ Jefferson, congratulations. Jerry Jones wants to set a record for Super Bowls before he retires. And there's that. There's our higher register Thursday. And there's you, as I mentioned, at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We're off and running here on ESPN, Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio. My gosh, what are we not on today? Richard Sherman coming up next.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wendy here. If you're looking to add a star player to your financial roster, you should take a look at SoFi's personal loans. SoFi's got some amazing moves that would be a valued addition to any team, like low fixed rates when you consolidate your debt, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. View your rate at SoFi.com/roster to get started. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/roster. NMLS 696891.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100 for top price, trust, and ease of transaction. GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Owe the IRS $10,000 or more in business or personal back taxes? Call the Tax Doctor now. Learn how to pay the IRS less. 800-430-3062. 800-430-3062.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite teams will win, and if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today, use promo code Lance. You're going to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, you can find them all on Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing get terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is Danny Braden with Fleet Feet Houston. For all of you runners out there, Fleet Feet is the best place for all of your running needs. Whether you're a marathoner or just starting out, the experts at Fleet Feet can help. Stop by one of our 7 Houston area locations. We've been running Houston since 1987. Because of our growth, we turned to HR&P to manage our human resource and payroll needs. Fleet Feet wins every race with HR&P.
Let HR&P customize a plan for your business. Get started at hrp.net.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Minutes. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial, whether you're watching us on ESPN or you're watching us on Disney+, the ESPN app, listening to us on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. We say hello to all of you. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. He's back here on the Rich Eisen Show, ladies and gentlemen, from Prime Video and a Super Bowl champion in his own right, Richard Sherman. Good to see you, Richard. How are you?
I'm great. Anytime I get to see you, Rich, it's a great day for me.
Back at you. Right back at you. Is that you? We're on ESPN. I'm always fascinated by backgrounds. That ESPN award. What's that ESPN award for? Ooh. Over your right shoulder. What's that ESPN award for?
That was Breakthrough Athlete. And,
nice.
After the whole Crabtree ordeal.
Okay.
That thing.
That ordeal, Always have a marking time with that one.
That's what earned you the break? That's how you broke through? Come on now.
Yeah, it wasn't leading the league in interceptions that year and number one defense and all that great stuff. It was that.
Okay, and now there's some other great stuff behind you. What a great setup you got there, man. What are the game balls from?
That.
What are the game balls from? Super Bowl? I see a Super Bowl logo behind you.
Yeah, Super Bowls, NFC Championship games. One of them's from that Thanksgiving game in San Francisco where we ate turkey on the field, had a couple interceptions that day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that, man. Your pod as well. I love it. Awesome. Let's just jump right into it. The Seahawk fans right now are out of their skulls. Do you believe in them? Do you think that they have got the chance to go the whole distance? If I'm not mistaken, the last time you saw them was that overtime night on Prime Video against the Rams, one of the games of the year, to say the least. What do you think?
No question. I think they have a chance. I think that's one team they don't want to see in the divisional is the Rams. They'd hope to see them a little later on down the line, so they're hoping San Francisco can go to Philadelphia and get a win. But this team has everything that they need. I mean, this defense is the real deal. They're phenomenal. They're sound, they're fast, they're aggressive. I mean, in that San Francisco 49ers game, you could just feel it through the TV. They're running and hitting, taking advantage of every opportunity. That interception, where Christian kind of bobbled it back to the defender. I mean, that only happens when you're hustling and running to the ball.
Right.
And I think that just rewarded all the hard work they put in that day. The only question mark is the question mark that has been all season is can Sam do it at a high level? Can he get that monkey off of his back that's been haunting him the last few years? And if he can, that'd be phenomenal. And this team is honestly the favorites to win the Super Bowl if he can play like he did that last drive. And I think that last drive of the Rams game did a lot to give him, the Seahawks, and the fans confidence that, hey, when the game is on the line, they can depend on Sam to get the job done and go down and win the football game.
Well, I mean, the question is hasn't he answered it already, Richard, right? I mean, because it wasn't just the last drive of your game. It was the last quarter plus overtime where he got it done. And then in the same setup as last year, you want to talk about deja vu, right? Having to go on the road to a division opponent where you're either the 1 seed or you're starting the playoffs on the road. You don't win the division. You got to go on the road to start the playoffs. Same deja vu, except it wasn't all over again. It didn't end in a barrage of turnovers where everybody's wondering if he turned back into a pumpkin. The Seahawks don't play in a way that they demand Sam has to carry the day, but he did on that Thursday night against the Rams, Richard.
Yeah, they don't play that way, but in the playoffs, teams will make you play the way you don't want to play. They'll make you play to your weakness, not your strength. And I think that's what great coordinators will do in the playoffs. They won't allow you to do what you do best. They'll allow you to do what you do worse and see if you can beat them that way. They won't allow you to throw to your number one receiver. You're going to have to throw to your number two or your tight end, or you're going to have to run the ball. If you run the ball well, they're going to make you throw it. And so I know he's slayed the dragon that is the Rams once in Chris Shula and that defense that has haunted him so badly, but I don't think they're done with him. And I think unless the Carolina Panthers can somehow upset the LA Rams this week, they're going to have to see him again, and he's going to have to conquer that dragon. He's going to have to conquer that mountain again. And if he can do that, I think that goes a long way to cementing his legacy, not only in Seattle, but also cooling the talks about, hey, he's just this game manager, or he's this, or all these labels that are out there about everybody. It cements him as a top 10 quarterback in the National Football League, and this team as a team that's going to be one to contend with for years to come.
Okay, so then let's jump in here to the best team you've seen all year long. I'm looking at all the Prime Video games on my grid here. The best team you saw all year that you think can now go win it all. Is it Seattle?
Oh, yeah, it's Seattle. It was the day we saw. It was the Seattle Seahawks versus the LA Rams. I mean, it felt like the best two teams. And, I mean, Stafford's performance that day was magical. It was magnificent. And if he doesn't win the MVP, then Rich, I don't know what they're doing with the award anymore because this is just silly. What he threw for 457 in that game in a loss, and he looked fantastic. Obviously, all the distractions with Puka Nacua and the stream and was he going to do the dance and all that were that same week. But Puka went for 225, I want to say, on 12 grabs, and they looked fantastic, and they lost. And so it looked like two of the best teams in football that day that we got to watch, and it looked like we watched the MVP of the National Football League. If Drake May gets it, it'd be great for him. And what he's done for New England and Mike Vrabel and that team has been fantastic. But I think it's hard not to give it to Stafford this year.
Richard Sherman of Prime Video in a all-time great for the Seattle Seahawks here on the Rich Eisen Show. What'd you make of John Harbaugh getting fired, Richard?
Rich, I don't know if you saw the graphic. There was a picture online that showed the field goal, and it showed inside Harbaugh gets fired, outside Tomlin gets fired. And I think honestly I think that was accurate, and I'm not sure because sometimes it's not because he's not a fantastic coach, and I think he'll find a job immediately, if not somebody firing their current coach to hire him, which might have just happened. But I think sometimes it just runs its course. 18 years somewhere coaching a football team, and sometimes not the message gets stale, but you just want some new life, some new blood, and you want to see if something else is better. And I don't think you can get better than John Harbaugh, just like I don't think you can get much better than Mike Tomlin. But I think when you're somewhere for as long as they've been at these places, as he's been in Baltimore and Tomlin has been in Pittsburgh, the fans grow bored. Even if you're as consistent and as successful as they've been, it's almost redundant. They're like, hey, why are all these exciting things happening around us, and we're not going with the fads? We don't have this new exciting offensive coordinator or coach or this or that. You're just, it's like a Ford. You're making the Ford F-150 every single year. It's fantastic. It sells great. It gets the job done, and it's reliable. But you're watching people build Teslas and this car and this sports car, and you're like, hey, why don't we try some of that stuff? And sometimes you go down that road and you end up in this coaching cycle that you don't want to be in, where you're firing coach every 2-3 years, and you're going to miss having a consistent coach for 18 years. But we'll see how it goes. I know he'll get a job soon.
Well, there's no doubt about that. And so you think, again, because I had Tomlin on yesterday, he seems as invigorated as ever. Like he seems to be the same guy. The results might not be the same from the beginning of his career. But you think maybe that even though the ball went in the spot on the meme where Harbaugh got fired as opposed to Tomlin, that let's just say we smash cut to Tuesday, the Texans, who come into this wild card weekend with the longest win streak in the NFL, beats the Steelers and maybe handily. You think we might be in the same situation talking about Tomlin as we have been about Harbaugh this week, Richard?
I do. I think it's possible. And it's not any fault of Tomlin's. I think Tomlin's one of the best coaches in the history of the National Football League. And I think he does a great job of inspiring his players, getting the best out of them. But sometimes the outside noise gets so loud that the ownership group feels like they have no choice. And again, just like with Harbaugh's situation, I think there would be teams with head coaches employed right now that would be considering, hey, if Tomlin's available, we may need to change some things. We may need to figure some things out. You may need to figure out a way to bring him in because of how consistent he is, how respected he is, how his resume and his reputation precedes him, how players speak about him when they played for him. They speak about him in such regard and such respect. And I think any team would be blessed to have him, and we'll see if Pittsburgh wants to continue.
So an individual who's been with an organization for a long time and has been terrific in that spot gets tossed aside because somebody better might be coming along. Are you saying coaches are now being treated like players in the National Football League, Richard? I said it. And I know I'm trying to talk in your language. Am I not talking your language right now, Richard Sherman?
You're talking my language. You're talking my language.
Right?
It's the microwave society. It's just where we are now. It's transfer portal. It's, hey, what have you done for me lately? Hey, is it fast? Is it quick? Can I get it right now? And I don't necessarily respect it, and I don't think it's sustainable in the long term. That's why you see Tennessee Titans. Like, you thought firing Mike Vrabel was the right move. Now you fire Callahan. Now you have no idea where you're going with your franchise. And Mike Vrabel's is the 2 seed in the AFC with a fantastic quarterback and right where he should be. So I think sometimes you get so caught up in chasing the new fads and the new hotness that the consistency and foundational football gets lost. That's why these quarterbacks aren't going. That's why you go to a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers instead of going with the backup quarterback, because you're like, hey, I think 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, who hasn't played in 5 years, is a better fit and gives us a better chance to win than the rookie coming in that we've seen all season and part of this season. So it's weird. It's different.
Okay. Well, you're a spring chicken compared to 44, Richard. I mean, has your phone rang at all? Did your phone ring anymore? No.
No. They ring me to try to come coach, but I'm enjoying my time on Prime and in that space. But maybe in 5-6 years down the line, if Prime doesn't want to bring me back, then I'll look into the coaching world.
Okay, you like what sort of coach? What sort of position? DC, HC? What do you got for me, Richard? Can you be an HC in this league? I mean, Phillips says you could be. So
I can motivate men and lead men into battle and lead a football team and an organization, no question about it. But I'd start low and work my way up. I still think you got to learn the coaching and respect the process within the game and respect the game. So I try to work my way up as quickly as I could, but start where I need to start and get to where I need to get. But hopefully Amazon keeps me on as long as they're around.
All right, there you go. I have a feeling. I've just looked up. Amazon will be around. I'm seeing that right here in my notes. Amazon will be around, so we'll see that. Offensive coordinator Michael Crabtree, right? That's who your OC is?
That's who I'm going with. Biletnikoff winner.
Are you and the Seahawks back in the day, the Legion of Boom, that crew tight? Do you guys have like a text chain or anything like that?
We do. We have a lot of text chains and we have Instagram group chats. We have a lot of things. We are as tight as ever. I just talked to Bobby yesterday or the day
What a
before.
season, by the way. Holy cow! I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't say that, right? Bobby Wagner. That's a first ballot guy. If there's any other human being walking the planet, what a season he just had.
It's unbelievable how consistent he's been over a career. It should be studied. I mean, he has the second most All-Pros, tied with Jerry Rice, one of the greatest players to ever play this game of football. If he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, just throw the award out, throw the jackets away, and retire it. I think he's the definition of first ballot Hall of Famer of what the NFL stands for and what an all-time great looks like.
All right, I mean, I would ask you who's on the text chain, but that would lead to who's not. Right? I mean, I don't want to do that. Did Pete Carroll's firing hit the text chain and you guys talking about it, Richard?
Yeah. We always talk about, things that happen with Pete because you want better for him. And unfortunately, it looks bad. And now they're speculating, about Brennan and all this and nepotism and all these things. If people using words they've never used in their life, they're like, yeah, he shouldn't have been nepotistic. I'm like, well, I don't even think that's a word, guys. But
they're messing with a Stanford guy there, so be careful. I understand. Right.
But it's unfortunate because you want him to go out on top. You want him to have success. But, hey, if his retirement plan is the Raiders paying him $16 million to leave, then hey, I'm still happy for our experiences and our memories, and hopefully he and Glenda go out and ride off into the sunset.
Well, I mean, I love the guy, and I watched him teach a class at USC, Richard, where he reached out to these kids talking about the game, his life, and sharing so much with them, as I'm sure he did with you and the rest of your Legion of Boomers and everyone else on that dynastic team. I wonder if you just want to pound the table for his potential Hall of Fame credentials, Richard, what he did for you and what unfortunately wasn't able to be manifested for the Raiders, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, his impact on the game, and I think that's what makes him a Hall of Famer is just his impact on the game, his consistency. I think a lot of the coaching philosophy and cultural, the way people think about football coaches came from him and his line of thinking, and not his first stint in the NFL, but his most recent stint with the Seattle Seahawks coming in 2010, because he brought that college energy, playing music, just having fun, not the serious. I think there was two lines of thought at the time. It's the Bill Belichick, old school Brian Billick, and hey, you got to be tough, you got to be quiet, you got to be practice for 3.5 hours and just grind these guys into the ground. And then you had Pete Carroll's model where it's like, hey, 2 hours, 15 minutes, in and out, go out there, roll the ball out, have a good time, compete as hard as you can, and come back. Enjoy coming to work every day. Enjoy the guys we have. Get the best out of these unique talents that you have. And I think that's the way coaches think nowadays, especially these younger coaches. They're playing music at practice. They're having basketball hoops and games during meetings, things that were unspeakable in the 80s and early 90s are now standards in NFL locker rooms and on winning teams. So I think that's something, his impact on the game can be seen and felt throughout a number of locker rooms and on winning teams and coaches that are having a lot of success.
3 minutes I have left with you, Richard. Let's talk about the wild card Saturday night contest on Prime Video. What a monster game to be set up for all of us to watch. I will be tuned in, obviously, to what you and the rest of your pregame, post, and halftime crew is talking about for Bears and the Packers. You saw the Bears absolutely stun the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving, and now you got the Packers coming in just a couple weeks after almost sweeping the Bears. What do you make of this game, Richard? What do you got?
I think it's their best case scenario in terms of playoff matchup. I don't think they wanted to run into I don't think the Packers wanted to run into the Eagles or the Seahawks or the Rams or anybody like that. I think a division matchup and a team that's familiar with, a team that they dominate really for 2 games straight, and really it came down to the end, and the Bears are the comeback kids, and Caleb Williams make some plays at the end of both of those games to give them a chance. But the big thing is it's LaFleur. It's almost the same conversation with Harbaugh and Tomlin, that they've been the 7th seed for the last 3 years. And if this was the old playoff format, they wouldn't have made it. And so can they get over the hump? They're obviously the first 7th seed to win a game when they beat Dallas a couple years ago. But can Jordan Love get over the hump? Can he be as safe with the football in the playoffs as he's been during the season? Because the last 2 seasons, they've gone home on his arm. And he's thrown interceptions. I think last year against Philadelphia, he threw 3 interceptions, no touchdowns. The year before against San Francisco 49ers, he threw multiple interceptions, including the last one in the 2-minute drill to close that game. But that's going to be the story of this game. If he can get over the hump and he can play safe and guide his team and not turn the football over, and they can win that game, I think it goes a long way to establishing who he is and establishing who this team is in the future. But if they lose this game, I think coming off a season where you had very high expectations after the Micah Parsons trade, you're going to have some issues on your hand. You're going to have some very difficult questions to answer because of how much you gave up from Micah, and the results being honestly the same as they've been the past 3 seasons. Past 2 seasons. Half
of the North in the playoffs, they're facing each other on Prime Video. 3/4 of the NFC West in the playoffs. In the NFC, it's really a very deep pool, and the first NFC games come up on Saturday, culminating with your game on Prime Video. And as you know all about taking on divisional foes in a playoff game. So just beware to any receiver that says that they're the best going into the game. It gives an opportunity for a defense, just throwing it out there, a defensive back to, say, pick somebody off in the end zone, go up to Kaylee Hartung, and have a moment that can earn them an Espn to put on the shelf one day. Is that what you're saying, Richard?
I'm just saying the opportunity's there. Rich, it's there, wide open.
It's open. Hey, Richard, great to chat with you. Love seeing what you're doing on Prime Video. Best to you and your fam. Have a great time. Dress warm, but you already knew that.
Yeah. I'm going to dress, make sure I put on multiple layers and get ready for a very, very fun game. But I can't wait.
We all know nobody on television looks colder than Tony Gonzalez. Period. End of story. And that's when it's like 60 degrees out. I'm concerned for his safety. Will you tell him that? Okay.
I'm going to tell him when I see him. We're going to bring extra space heaters for him. We're going to do our best.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Start a fire. Controlled. Be careful. But you be well, Richard. Say hi to everybody.
Thank you. I will. You do the same.
That's Prime Video's Richard Sherman, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show here on a family of networks. Nobody looks colder than Tony Gonzalez.
And he played in Kansas City.
I understand that. But at the end, he's a Southern California guy. He's a Cal guy. Plus Cal Stanford on that set. I'm sure he wouldn't mind busting, Tony's cojones on my behalf. my way of saying hello. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here. Breaking news out of Indiana football. Kurt Cignetti can smile. That's coming up.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
Hey, let's talk about something that's very important. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm's ability as a personal injury lawyer and the best personal injury lawyer here in Houston to take care of you and your family. There are people out on the roadways who are seriously injured each and every single day. And across the state of Texas, they call the Daspit Law Firm. And the reason is simple, because John Daspit and his law firm understand how to treat you as a human, as a person who has needs, and your needs when you're injured are, how are you going to pay for bills? How are you going to pay for your hospital bills? Are you going to be able to get taken care of if you have no insurance when it comes to your hospital bills? Are you going to get the exams and the CAT scans and the MRIs that you need? John Daspit will make sure that happens. He'll make sure you get paid for all the hospital bills, all the time missed from work, and a fair pain and suffering payment. And he gets big results because he understands the law and knows how to win. It's the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Imagine the legacy you could leave behind. Imagine a career where every day, every lesson, every word of encouragement, it all adds up to something greater. One teacher can inspire a lifetime of learning. At Teachers of Tomorrow, we believe in the power of one. One teacher, one student, one moment that changes everything. Teaching isn't just a job. It's a legacy of learning that shapes the next generation. If you've ever felt the call to teach, your time is now. Start your teaching journey today with Teachers of Tomorrow. We're here to guide you every step of the way. A bachelor's degree is all that's required. Best of all, it's free to apply, and you can be teaching in just 6 months. Call Teachers of Tomorrow at 800-813-9441. 800-813-9441. That's 800-813-9441. Because the world needs teachers like you.
Hey, it's John Granado. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Back here on ESPN Radio, along with Sirius XM and our ESPN audience today. First of 2 days, our 2-day residency. Pat is in right now Phoenix, Arizona, getting set for tonight's Ole Miss-Miami contest. And then I imagine they're all hopping a flight to Atlanta for the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. It's the Verbo Fiesta Bowl tonight. Want to make sure all the sponsors are very happy. And in that Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, Oregon taking on Indiana. I called Indiana the bullies of college football after they spank-a-lankaed the Alabama Crimson Tide in the Rose Bowl. Trust me, the day I was in the Rose Bowl, very nervous with my Team 144 Michigan Wolverines taking on the Alabama Crimson Tide in that game. I wish there was a rocking chair in that building. There was not. That game went into overtime. Also had no idea that would wind up being Nick Saban's last game as head coach in college football, and we'd be sending him to ESPN full-time.
So they should be thanking you guys.
You know what? Yes. But they should be thanking Michigan football for everything.
Oh.
Anyway, long story short, I shouldn't talk. Listen, the reason why I'm bringing this all up now is Indiana is, in fact, the bullies. And the face of the bully is that man, Curt Cignetti. This man, is this the man that has wrecked the buffet for virtually every college football team taking on Indiana that thinks they're the Indiana of old? Yes.
This man.
How dare Alabama threaten to go for it on fourth down only to pull up stakes, then go out and go for it on fourth down against this man. He will create a meme on you.
Roll Tide.
With his looks and his arched eyebrows and his demeanor that ranges anywhere from crusty to nasty. So he stepped to the podium in Atlanta, Georgia, prior to this Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, and was asked about a former player telling The Athletic that Coach Cignetti is never satisfied and never happy. Coach was asked if that's true. Here's his response.
No, that's not right. I mean, there's a lot of times I am happy, I just don't show I'm happy. And if I'm going to ask my players, right, to play the first game, first play, to play 150 the same regardless of the competitive circumstances, then I can't be seen on the sideline, right, high-fiving people and celebrating, or what's going to happen, right? What's the effect going to be, right? So that's why I am like I am during the game. I'll smile and celebrate later in the coaches' room with the coaches, you know, maybe have a beer. Of course, in the playoffs, you got to do 9 or 10 different press conferences after the game. So that's about an hour and a half later. You know, people ask, do you ever get to enjoy this? And last week I asked Jeff Cake, I said, we just won the game, and I got 10 press conferences I got to do after the game. When am I going to enjoy this? So, no, I do smile, and I am happy at times.
He smiled right there.
He smiled. Smiles, everyone. Smile.
Yeah.
He's hilarious.
You know what?
Hour and a half.
He's
That's Pittsburgh right there.
This is how much I love the guy. The fact that he would say he can't enjoy a win because he's got to talk to people like me and colleagues of mine in the industry. I'll even look past that and say, I understand. 10 press conferences. Probably only had to do one. But who's to argue with this man? We are all rent payers in this man's world right now. Look at that guy. Faces of Cignetti. Great fantasy team name if there was a college football team in a fantasy world.
Well, he might be elsewhere in a couple weeks.
I keep saying that NFL should kick tires on this man, but he seems very happy where he is. Ruling the Indiana Roost, hour one in the books on radio.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Team Wendy here. If you're looking to consolidate your high-interest credit card debt with a personal loan, take a look at SoFi's stats. A SoFi personal loan comes with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. That looks good on paper, but SoFi also passes the eye test. Having helped its members pay off over $33 billion in debt to date, score. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/stats today. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/stats. NMLS 696891.
Oh,
And that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Random here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8, and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift, plus next-day delivery. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't, and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
The College Football Playoff Semifinals on ESPN Radio. Tonight in the Verbo Fiesta Bowl.
From 47 yards, he got it!
Ole Miss faces Miami.
And it's intercepted! It's going to be a Miami pick six!
Then on Friday in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. It's Indiana, Oregon. College Football Playoff Semifinals.
Coverage begins tonight at 6 following Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
And now,
this is the Rich Eisen Show.
I'm tunnel vision.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Mike Tomlin of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I certainly can't seek comfort in the longevity of my career.
Earlier on the show, Prime Video Thursday Night Football analyst Richard Sherman. Coming up, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Actor William Stanford Davis. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air here on ESPN and also the ESPN app and ESPN Radio. We're on linear app and radio all at one time. I feel like there's not enough of me to go around. And then there's the Disney Plus world that we're on every day between 12 and 3 Eastern Time. And then there's Sirius XM Channel 80. And then there's you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Tom Pelissero, my colleague with all the information, and NFL Network's going to join us in 15 minutes' time. We're going to have a whole big old hootenanny of a coaching carousel conversation. Mike McDaniel let go today, a day after John Harbaugh. It's like very rare to have back-to-back days of coaches being fired on a Wednesday and a Thursday after a final game is played in the regular season in the NFL. There's the wild card weekend. Is there a team that's out there where a coach is playing for his job because John Harbaugh's out there now? Could a team that goes one and done in the playoffs hire John Harbaugh, who has apparently told everybody, I'm not talking till next week, which means he's waiting to see how wild card weekend shakes out, one would think. And it only serves for him to let things play out and see what the landscape looks like. And I wish I didn't do my top 5 best coaching opportunities list earlier in the week, not knowing that Baltimore and Miami would be open.
Where would they slot?
Oh, Baltimore's number 1.
Yeah.
With all due respect to the Giants, are on top of the list. And as you know, on the Rich Eisen Show, I need to say with all due respect first. You can't ad hoc to with all due respect. Listen, what's better? So the Ravens have an owner that is willing to let a coach be there for 18 years if the results match. They also have a 2-time, could have been 3-time MVP quarterback. They also have an insanely passionate fan base. They also have a defense chock full of players like Roquan Smith and Kyle Hamilton, is one of my favorites in the entire National Football League, just to name 2. They got Derrick Henry. The Ravens are at the top of the list, for sure. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial right here on the show. Let's take a phone call. Let us go to Yvette in Flint, Michigan. What's up, Yvette?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, Yvette, no pressure. You're the first phone call we've taken in the history of this show while being on ESPN. So this is it. You know what I mean? Like, you're on.
Top of the food.
You're on. What's going on in your mind?
Pardon me?
What's going on with you?
I've been sitting here waiting on you guys.
Okay.
Well, you got us.
Waiting on you guys. It's a delay. I'm watching you live on my TV.
See, now you got to turn your television down, Yvette. You got to do that.
There's a 27-second delay.
You go turn your television down, and we'll wait for you to come back right here.
No, it's on mute. I hit record.
Oh,
good.
By the way, very rarely am I fine with being muted, but you have the floor.
Yes.
What do you got?
Thank you. My question is, in my opinion, I'm just kind of confused as to why no one is really saying why Harbaugh got fired.
And
it's because of his mishandling and misuse of Derrick Henry for the last 2 years.
Well, Yvette, I don't know if there's any one thing other than the fact that it's an aggregate of a lot, and that has to be one of them. We were talking about it yesterday, that when he was hardly run in the AFC Championship game, and afterwards it's like, yeah, we need to do a better job of that. It kind of behooves a staff to recognize in real time something's up when you've got one more game to win before making the Super Bowl. So that has to be part and parcel of it. I guess another thing may just be, like I said, a time for a change on both sides, Yvette. Yeah,
that's true. He's been there 18 years, and yeah, that's true. But I was just kind of saying, wow, nobody's really saying anything about Derrick Henry.
Well, now you just did, Yvette. Thanks for the call. Yvette in Flint, Michigan, here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's go to Adante in Modesto, California. We're all over the map. What's up, Adante?
Mr. Rich Eisen, how are you doing today?
Well. What's going on?
First of all, I want to say congratulations on your last 30 years in TV and radio.
Thank you.
I have a personal, I want to talk personal. I met you 30 years ago in Redding, California.
Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Well, that's where I got my TV start.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you came out to Shasta College.
Yeah.
To do a report on our basketball team.
Yeah.
And I came up and I introduced myself and I told you, why are you in Reading? You're too good to be here in Reading. You need to be on ESPN. You have too much flair and personality. And you said, it's funny you say that because I just sent them a tape and I'm waiting to hear from them. And I was like, cool, good luck, man. And then you came back to do another story and you came up to me and you said, guess what? This is my last story out here. I got the job at ESPN.
Man.
And we hugged it out, pound each other. And you said I'll be debuting on the Thursday 11 p.m. show. And you debut with the great Stuart Scott.
So that was back in the day, Dante, for sure.
Do you remember that?
I do remember all those days, and I do remember, us having a conversation. I do, because I try to keep it real quiet that it was happening. But the fact that you would say something like that and it was, in fact, happening at the time, I felt
I think I was the first person you told.
I felt comfortable sharing it. I do remember that at Shasta College.
Awesome.
I've been waiting 30 years to share this with you.
That is awesome.
And the fact that you share it, we're on ESPN right now, which doesn't happen too often. So
I was sitting here, and they said the Rich Eisen Show, and I was like, man, that's my dude. And then they said you could call in, and I like the young lady just said, I've been waiting for the whole hour.
Thank you, Dante. Thank you for the time. Awesome. Let's call back, and let's stay in touch. Thank you.
Oh, sure. I would love that. I would love that.
I appreciate that. That's a Dante in Modesto here. You know what? I'll tell this story. I don't tell it too often, but I was in Redding, California, an ABC affiliate, KRCR TV. The Spirit of the North State was our logo. It was emblazoned on the side of the white Ford Escort fleet of white Ford Escorts we were driving around, so you knew who was on the scene. And I was looking for another job. I accidentally left my resume in the copy machine. I did that. My news director found it, placed it on my desk with a Post-it note saying, you left this in the copy machine. Thankfully, I didn't lose my job on the spot. But I started sending tapes around to headhunters. And I got a call from a headhunter one day saying that there's a shop that's really interested in that's interested in seeing more from you. Send your best written material, your best writing that you do writing. So I sent another tape, and it was, in fact, my phone rings at work. And it was an agent saying that he heard I was one of the hottest up-and-coming sportscasters in America. Can I send my resume reel to him? And I thought it was a joke because I had no idea it was ESPN that was interested in wanting to see another tape. Apparently, word had gotten out from ESPN amongst the community that they were interested in me before I even found out ESPN was interested in me. Because this agent beat the next phone call to my desk to the punch by about 10 minutes. And in between, I called my brother to say, you'll never guess, I just got a call from an agent. And I thought he then called my friend, say, call him at work right now and tell him it's ESPN on the phone. You could really, pull his leg. And it was a guy named Al Jaffe, who was the head of talent acquisition at ESPN at the time, called me up. And I almost MF'd him thinking it was fake because my brother knew I was sending unsolicited tapes to Al for years. And sure enough, it was the real deal. And my life changed on the spot. But in between that moment and actually being hired, I was flown out to Bristol for an audition. And I had to keep that completely quiet, obviously. And I'm really shortening the story because Tom Pelissero is going to join us shortly. But I didn't think I'd be sharing this story today. And it's only fitting because we are on ESPN, and the caller just called in saying that I had let him know that ESPN was interested in me because he said, why are you still here? You should be on ESPN. And I try to keep it completely quiet because the first time I tried to get to Bristol for the audition, and I was waiting weeks for it, I got as far as Chicago because I had to then turn around because of a massive snowstorm shut the East Coast down. So I was looking forward to this audition forever, had to then not make it, flipped out that maybe ESPN would hire somebody in between, and now I would lose my opportunity because of a snowstorm. And then went and auditioned a week later, and in between that moment and getting hired, I met Adante from Modesto at Shasta College.
Wow.
And I had not remembered that conversation at all until this very moment.
So cool.
Small world. I do have to correct things. I had no idea what show I was going to do at all. And, you know, had never met Stewart before. But I did wind up with Stewart, as we all know, at the end of the day. My first Sports Center was with Larry Beal. And I'll remember that, too, because it was my first Sports Center, I believe, was a Saturday of the round of 32 for March Madness. And I remember going down to the Sports Center studio to host that show with Larry, having seen only one of about 12 highlights that I was slated to do. Mm-hmm. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm not going to see any highlights at all. I'm just going to have to do it all on the fly in my first Sports Center in front of the whole country. And I remember thinking to myself, I have two choices. I can either suck it up and do it, or I can pee down my leg. And I did both.
Good.
And here I am, 30 years later. Far less hair, a drier leg.
Look at us.
Look, and this show, and you.
It's an amazing story, man. I love that, Rich.
That's the story.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, I try to keep it quiet. Trying to keep it quiet. But word got out. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Tom Pelissero is going to join us next. Tommy P in his usual spot with all the information right here on The Rich Eisen Show on ESPN and Disney Plus and more. Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy, promo code 1560, promo code 1560.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show is one big happy simulcast. ESPN cable, also the Disney Plus feed that we're always on the stream every single day live, 12 to 3 Eastern, same on the ESPN app and ESPN Radio. in his usual weekly spot. Normally he's on Friday, but we bumped him up a day because there's so much going on and so much to talk about. My colleague from the NFL Network and NFL Insiders, Tom Pelissero. Good to see you, Tom.
Hey. What's up, Rich? What's up to the boys in the studio?
Hey, what's up, baby? Let's go.
Good seeing you guys.
How you doing?
Good seeing you, man.
It's all great. Oh, he's got the Rich Eisen show mug. We're all rowing in the same direction. Yeah. I like it. Thank you,
I stole
Tom.
it last time I was filling in hosting.
Hey, listen, Tommy Five-Fingered Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show.
I'm security. You better
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know where to begin, but we got to start with the latest. Why did Mike McDaniel learn today? What happened in Miami that caused the Dolphins to tell Mike McDaniel he is, in fact, out?
So this was a product of a bunch of different discussions that have been going on for quite some time. Mike McDaniel met with Stephen Ross on Tuesday. He laid out, I was told, just a vision and the plan for where they were going to go in the future. It sounded like that meeting, from McDaniel's perspective, went well. He had discussions with his coaching staff as recently as yesterday. He was doing exit interviews with players and laying out the groundwork for the offseason, detailed enough that it was, all right, Quinn Ewers, lead the throwing sessions with the skill guys in Texas during the break in the offseason. This was not a guy, Mike McDaniel, who thought he was going to come into the office today and be fired. But Stephen Ross gave it a lot of different thought. Ross had said at the end of last season that the status quo is not good enough. Certainly, Mike did everything he could down the stretch. You look at the second half of the season, I think they went 6-3. They rallied after the firing of GM Chris Greer. Miami, by the way, is in round 2 of their GM interviews. Those guys are in the building starting today. They should have a GM in place in the next day or two. But, Stephen Ross thought it over about where the team was going. He ultimately decided to go for the full organizational reset. It's not unprecedented. It is unusual to fire your head coach on a Thursday, but I would also say the events of the past several days have been unusual in many regards across the NFL. My personal belief, Rich, we talked about this on the Insiders on game day morning on this show, was that the only way that Mike McDaniel was going to be out was if the Dolphins came to the belief that they could potentially get a clear upgrade. Well, all of a sudden, you have the likes of Kevin Stefanski and then certainly John Harbaugh becoming available. This was not a linear, they've got a deal in place with John Harbaugh and he's the new coach. It's not that. In fact, I talked to Brian Harlan, John Harbaugh's agent, within the past half hour. He said he has not heard yet from the Dolphins. He's heard from the other 6 teams that had vacancies when Harbaugh was let go, but the Dolphins' plan has been hire the GM, then turn their attention to the head coach process. For Harbaugh, who certainly wants to have alignment with the GM wherever he goes, we'll see exactly how that process plays out and how that potentially might impact the chances, if any, that John Harbaugh is the next coach of the Miami Dolphins.
So this was not Harbaugh's free, let's bounce our coach and start a search. And he could still wind up, obviously, in Miami. So you're saying this was not a Harbaugh-related decision from Stephen Ross at all? What about any involvement of the new inner circle that involves a colleague at ESPN's in Troy Aikman? Tom, what about that? What are you hearing there?
Troy Aikman has been, involved with the GM search, and he was tapped a few weeks ago. Had done a lot of research in terms of what the best people were to bring in from the best organizations across the NFL, and that's where they had it narrowed down to John Eric Sullivan, who's a highly respected executive for the Packers, Josh Williams, who's an up and comer out there, in San Francisco, Chad Alexander, who worked in Baltimore and does have a connection. He's currently the Chargers assistant GM. There is a connection there with the Harbaughs. And then Champ Kelly, the interim GM, is also one of the 4 finalists that's doing in-person interviews here. But with regard to John Harbaugh, this is not down the line right now. I know that people, may have doubts about the veracity of some of these things. And I would pump the brakes a little on this idea, that 25 different teams all called and offered John Harbaugh the job within 5 minutes of him being fired by the Ravens. There's a lot of interest. There is no doubt about that. And like I said, the other 6 teams that have head coaching vacancies have checked in some capacity on John Harbaugh, and I fully anticipate that the Dolphins, who, of course, Stephen Ross, a Michigan man who was a big fan of Jim Harbaugh but never wanted to poach the head coach from his alma mater, has a great affinity for the Harbaugh family, that, maybe there's, a connection, or there definitely is a connection there where he would be intrigued about John Harbaugh. I would also point to this. John Harbaugh is a highly accomplished coach. He has won a Super Bowl. He's also 63 years old. This is, in many ways, a young man's league. The oldest head coach in the NFC playoff field this year is Matt LaFleur. That's the makeup of head coaches right now. Of course, on the AFC side, Jim Harbaugh is in. Sean Payton, who is very similar in age to John Harbaugh, has done an unbelievable job in Denver. I'm not sitting here saying that John Harbaugh has somehow aged himself out, and the level of interest that he has certainly backs that up. But every team is going to have different criteria for what they're looking to hire, which brings us to what are the logical landing spots for John Harbaugh.
Yes, sir.
I would say this. Nothing is off the table. And again, I spoke to Brian Harlan a short time ago, John Harbaugh's agent. He told me John is taking a few days to decompress. He's getting his daughter back to college. He wants to see what all the options are and, be able to kind of think through what he wants to do next. I personally, speaking for myself, Rich, I don't see John Harbaugh as the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. That's not been their MO in terms of jumping out quick and paying top dollar for a top coach. Arizona's never done that. Doesn't mean they can't. I don't really see it going that direction. I don't see him as the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, being in a division with his brother as well as his mentor in Andy Reid. I don't see that being the fit for John Harbaugh. The places that make sense to me for John Harbaugh, Miami is certainly one, though again, John Harbaugh is going to want to have alignment, if not be able to have a strong voice in his GM. Miami right now is moving forward as if they are going to hire a GM. That's their full intention in the next day or two. Atlanta makes a lot of sense. Arthur Blank talked about it earlier today, saying they'd like to talk to John Harbaugh if he's willing to talk to them. But they are also pretty far down the line in terms of the interview process, where they're interviewing a bunch of people for this president of football job that is widely believed to be Matt Ryan's job. And then in turn, they'll hire somebody else into the general manager role. That all could be done in the next 48 hours. The other place that makes sense is the New York Giants. Joe Schoen is running that search. New York has reaffirmed its commitment to Joe Schoen. My understanding is Joe Schoen has certainly, to say the least, been recruiting John Harbaugh while also interviewing other head coaching candidates. There's all kinds of reasons that New York, at the center of this, would appear to be the logical spot for John Harbaugh. But it is not a slam dunk. It is not a done deal. This is not waiting out, them checking boxes and talking to other people. I mean, they've got other strong candidates. Kevin Stefanski was in the building. I believe Raheem Morris is there today. Antonio Pierce is going to interview tomorrow. They've got some Zoom set up with guys like Vance Joseph. And Mike McCarthy is coming in next week. I'm told that he's going to be in there Monday night, have dinner, and interview on Tuesday. If you do a blind resume, Rich, and I did this the other day,
yes,
and sent it to a few people just as a test, there are 4 coaches who were all hired between 2006 and 2008 to their first head coaching jobs. They all have one Super Bowl win. They've all won between 60 and 63% of their games, and they've all been to the playoffs either 12 or 13 times. Those 4 coaches are Sean Payton, Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, and Mike McCarthy. For whatever reason, Mike McCarthy's name comes up and doesn't seem to get the same massive response that John Harbaugh's does. But Mike McCarthy's also the one guy out of that group, along with Sean Payton, who is a quarterback guy, who has worked with him. I think that Mike McCarthy is a completely logical fit for what New York wants to do. So let's see how these processes roll out. There will be nothing precluding the Giants by even this weekend of hiring a head coach. But again, when I asked Brian Harlan, he said absolutely not going to be, all right, they check the Rooney Rule boxes and they just hire John on Saturday. That's not going to happen. Potentially, they'll regroup over the weekend. He could take one visit. He could take 2 or 3. This might be like an old school coaching search, Rich, 20, 30 years ago, where it was, all right, you order those top 3 teams, and if you take the first visit and you don't get a deal done with him,
see ya.
Not in the building. He's going someplace else. This could set up that way for John Harbaugh. Nothing is set right now. Nothing is scheduled. But that first team could be the New York Giants. We're just going to have to see exactly how this plays out.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. And I appreciate you, turning the page and about what's next And I guess that the fact that the Dolphins fired Mike McDaniel and there's already so much interest in John Harbaugh and things move so fast, it's kind of crazy that my first question to you wasn't what happened in Baltimore, right? I mean, so let's pause before we turn the page to the next steps again. What happened, Tom, in Baltimore?
I have spoken to a number of people very familiar with the dynamics in that building, both during the season and over the past couple of days. First of all, I think that it would be naive to sit there and say that in a locker room of 70 high testosterone, high-performing men, you're going to be 70 were in on John Harbaugh or 70 were out. There were probably differing opinions like there are in every single building. But my understanding has been there was a general frustration. It was not all directed at John Harbaugh. There was a general frustration of a season that seemed to go sideways from go.
Right.
Week 1, they've got that game won in Baltimore. They looked like world beaters. They're future Super Bowl champions. Derrick Henry fumbles the ball. That game goes sideways. All of a sudden, you're off to a 1-5 start. And everything after that, the emotional energy that went into trying to claw back from that weighed on people. There were times during the season that I was told Lamar Jackson, who had, I think, every lower body part plus his back by the end that was on the injury report. It was an ankle, it was a knee, it was a foot, it was his back. He was worn out. It got to the point, and obviously he missed some time during the season where there were times Lamar just felt like, I don't want to be out there. And that's not in any way to cast aspersions on Lamar, the competitor. It's more about he didn't feel like he could function at that level. There were injuries at every level of that team. And when you get to the end of it and you have that level of disappointment where, let's remember, we could easily be talking about the Ravens hosting a playoff game this week against the Texans if Tyler Loop, the hand-picked kicker that was, picked by John Harbaugh, former special teams coordinator, doesn't slice a field goal at Acrisure Stadium. That's the thin margin between John Harbaugh being in the playoffs and John Harbaugh right now being out of a job. This was not a team that quit. This was not a team that was completely done. Were there certain players that felt like change was needed? I'm sure there were. And I know that the team brass and Steve Bisciotti talked to some of those players, and I'm sure that they heard a variety of different opinions. But, frankly, I got a text from John Harbaugh yesterday, and one of the things that he said was this was actually one of his, I believe he said, most rewarding years, favorite years, because of the way that the team battled through adversity to give themselves a chance. You're 1-5. The statistics, the history of the NFL would say you're done. They did. They did battle back. But there was always something that never felt like it was clicking through the course of the season. And a big piece of that was the two-time NFL MVP quarterback whose mobility, his playmaking ability, his elusiveness didn't look like the Lamar Jackson we've seen of old. That had a trickle-down effect on everything else. So Steve Bisciotti made that decision. It was shocking enough to people involved that John Harbaugh, as recently as that day, was talking to about his assistant coaches about what the future was going to hold for them. Staff members got called into a meeting with Eric DaCosta and the team president, Sashi Brown, in which they said, Steve made a change. We'll get back to you with more information. Everybody was taken aback. There was always a chance. We all talked about it, Rich. Could something happen with John Harbaugh? Usually, though, after 18 years in a franchise, these are the type of organizational decisions. We had conversations and parted ways. It was abundantly clear from the statement from Steve Bisciotti, the statement from John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh was fired after 18 years in Baltimore. You look back at the number, I believe 4 playoff wins since 2013 over a 13-year span. You understand some of that. They've been a very patient and consistent franchise. Steve Bisciotti's patience ran out, but it was with the overall program and the direction they were going. They felt like they needed a reboot, and that is going to be a highly coveted job in Baltimore.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. Okay, so now with Harbaugh out there and on the market and, the wild card weekend coming up, are there any teams whose coaches are playing for their jobs this weekend? Because this whole Harbaugh's gone and McDaniel is gone. Now that Harbaugh's gone, but it's not really because Harbaugh's gone, is a 2-day stretch of a coaching carousel that's so unique. I have to figure that we're not done in some way, shape, or form. Tom, are there any coaches coaching for their gig this weekend, do you think?
There's a wise football man that I talk to a lot this time of year whose phrase is always, the owners are always watching the owners. In other words, when all of a sudden, let's say the Browns fire a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year in Kevin Stefanski, the Falcons fire a coach who ended on a 4-game winning streak in year 2 in Raheem Morris. Then John Harbaugh gets fired by the Ravens. There are owners who suddenly start to rethink their position and go, wait, they fired those guys and we're keeping this guy? That is a real phenomenon within the league, and that's where sometimes you see these ripple effect firings that don't take place on the proverbial Black Monday. We've had a Black Tuesday, we've had a Black Thursday this week, and there oftentimes is one more that comes next week. I don't think that it's any secret who potentially those teams could be, or at minimum what has been speculated about in league circles. You start with Pittsburgh. I have no reason to believe at this point, based on my understanding of how Mike Tomlin has proceeded about his business in recent weeks, the type of conversations that happen internally, the way that he's focused on this team, I have no reason to believe the rampant rumors that I get 5 calls about a day that Mike Tomlin is going to walk away and take a year off. He could do that. Mike Tomlin would have a TV job in about 5 seconds. But does Mike Tomlin actually want to do that? I don't get that sense from people who are around Mike Tomlin on a daily basis. Could he go to Art Rooney and say, you know what, I want to go someplace else? I could certainly see Mike Tomlin being appealing to, let's say, a Miami Dolphins that have now made a change. But is any situation going to be better than the one that Mike Tomlin has in Pittsburgh, where he's got authority over really everything? He's got the ultimate job security. I don't envision a scenario where Art Rooney is moving on from a guy who's never had a losing season and is in the playoffs for the 13th time in 19 years, albeit without a playoff win over the past nearly a decade here. So for Mike Tomlin, he's going to make that call, or he'll make none. And he'll say, Aaron Rodgers quite possibly wants to come back. We really made strides down the stretch. We're finally playing the style we want to. Maybe I'll give this another run in 2026. We'll see how that plays out. We won't know that unless and until the Steelers are out, which they don't play until Monday night against the Texans. There's certainly been speculation about Buffalo. I would also say Sean McDermott is one of the fastest, if not the fastest coach in NFL history to 100 wins in 9 years. He's been highly successful in the NFL. But again, to use that theory of the owners watching the other owners, Terry Pegula is not blind to what's going on in other places. If you are firing John Harbaugh because he's not getting over the hump with Lamar Jackson, do you consider just, hey, Sean McDermott's a great and highly successful coach, but maybe we need a different voice? Again, there's nothing in motion at this time, but let's see what happens on Sunday in Jacksonville and then find out if we get another stunner. And then the other one that just is a topic because of the situation contractually is in Green Bay. Matt LaFleur is, again, the oldest coach in the NFC playoff field at age 46. He's in the middle of his career. He's got a long way to go. But Matt LaFleur, if you just look at the market here, the market dynamics, Rich, and they exploded last year with coaching contracts, both for veteran coaches and for first-timers. Matt LaFleur, objectively speaking, is a $15 million a year coach in the NFL. The Packers are not paying him $15, I'll tell you that right now at this time. If they decide, you know what, we're not willing to go there, or we're not willing to commit long-term, then there's decisions that everybody needs to make. Does Matt say, I'm just going to coach out 2026? Does he say, all right, cool, if you're not going to pay me, then let's work out something with another team that was willing to make a long-term commitment, and, you know, maybe I could just turn loose my agent to go negotiate a contract and then work out compensation in a trade? Do they just decide to part ways? I personally believe that that is unlikely right now. I believe that the Packers would be making, frankly, subjectively, to me, a huge mistake, letting go a guy who is not just one of the most successful youngish coaches in the NFL, but also a top 5 play caller in the NFL. That is not an easy guy to replace, all of which makes me believe, Brian Gutekunst's contract also has 1 year left, the GM. It makes me believe they're going to find a way to work this thing out. But coaches are very aware of their value. You remember in Minnesota last year, Rich, there were rumors about, somebody tried to trade for Kevin O'Connell. What does the future hold there? The Vikings, if memory serves, had a deal done with Kevin O'Connell like 4 days after the season, 10 days after the season, whatever it was. It was right after. It was in January. They immediately took care of business. I think the timeline applies. It's the same agency that represents Matt LaFleur, that represents Kevin O'Connell. I have no reason to believe that they're not going to see if they can get something done. But if they can't, or if they're not on the same page of what Matt LaFleur is worth, then that opens up other possibilities. So right there, you've got three teams that, while it seems unlikely on paper that anything happens with any of those, we've already seen some unlikely things happen just in the past few days.
All right, Tommy. In the just 2 minutes I have left, I'm going to go off the board and just go a little crazy here, because I did mention on Monday's show, if I'm a team in the NFL, I throw a dart in the direction of Bloomington, Indiana, and I just say, what do you think, Curt Cignetti? Is there any reason for us to even keep the door open? You hearing anything on that front at all?
Rich,
Tom?
I always know that you're fired up with a theory when you're actively texting me about it late at night, musings.
Yes.
Yes. I don't think
I have very little life, Tom. Is that what you're trying to say to the ESPN audience? Is that what you're
No,
trying to say?
I just always know what you're really interested in, because they're the things you text late at night. That's when I can always tell. It's like,
at least it's about football.
Part. This is the rich part of things that I deeply enjoy. I mean, I don't think that it's completely out of pocket to say, why wouldn't you? I mean, the question, we talked about this last week, Rich, it's who is going to fill these jobs? And I said at that time, this cycle will be defined in part by who gets fired and becomes available for other jobs.
Right.
We're already seeing that take place. You still don't have a lot of dialed up, the classic young coordinator candidates to get hired across the board. So, there were multiple teams. The Titans and the Giants, at minimum, did a lot of homework on Marcus Freeman. Ultimately, Marcus Freeman went back to Notre Dame. I anticipate he'll get a new deal there, but he'll be a name to watch in the future. Curt Cignetti doesn't fit any box, but Google him. He wins. And that's what he's done his entire career. It would make sense for people to at least inquire. Cignetti, though, also just got a new deal. He doesn't strike me as somebody who is chasing that extra $5 million a year, chasing the next level. It's a unique situation because Fernando Mendoza quite possibly could be the number one pick. I think the more likely scenario, Rich, is that you will see NFL teams showing interest in other members of his coaching staff. Chandler Whitmer is one, who is the quarterback's coach and co-offensive coordinator, who I know that teams have some level of interest in. So even if it's not getting Curt Cignetti, when you're drafting Fernando Mendoza and you are, like with all young quarterbacks, trying to build that nest, which is not one person, it's many people around him, bringing in someone like Whitmer who can help bridge the gap between what Mendoza did at Indiana and what he will need to do in the NFL, I would say that would be a more likely scenario than Curt Cignetti making the jump. Also, Curt Cignetti is not a guy who is going to pull Lane Kiffin and just, hit the eject button in the middle of a playoff run here. If anybody's going to make a run at Curt Cignetti, that's probably still, I don't know when they play again, but at least a few days, if not a couple of weeks away.
Yes, they play tomorrow night, and then after that, the 19th, and after that, the season's over, somewhat like this segment. Tom, thanks again. Greatly appreciate your time and your information, and we'll chat again very, very soon.
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks,
fellas.
NFL Network insider, and I greatly appreciate the multiple sips of the Rich Eisen Show mug in the middle of transitioning from segment to segment and topic to topic. And yes, I do text him to make sure my ideas aren't totally out of the realm.
Nice. We used to text them, but then you put the kibosh on that.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You basically told us not to.
We were having fun, making videos.
With them and
that Tom liked.
All that stuff. Ask him about A.J. Brown injury updates for fantasy, and you shut it down.
Well, I just, with Tom letting you know how the sausage
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog you might not like.
Yeah, that's right.
Just saying.
You just gave us the ingredients about what I do around here.
Well, we had fun with Tom, and you won't let us have fun.
No, I've moved on from another subject matter. We'll take a break. Our Higher Register Thursday segment, where we go higher register to believe our takes. That's coming up in a moment.
Do you owe have $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
ESPN radio audience has just returned. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Sounds like a rhetorical question, but I have some answers. Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Another rhetorical question. It's the capability to go off-road. Maybe it's the 600-plus miles of range. Maybe it's the driver behind the wheel. What if it's all that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. That's what it is. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call this number, 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Speaking of 314, I believe, is that the area code for St. Louis, Missouri? 314, if I'm not mistaken. Why would that would stick in my head. 314.
You're right.
Because William Stanford Davis of Abbott Elementary just had a nice chat with him in our green room. He's from St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey,
so he would have known that answer. He might be screaming it from the green room right now. He's coming up in hour number 3 of this program. We'll go down a little bit of a St. Louis sports memory lane with him. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. We have a segment here called Higher Register. We do it every Thursday because guess what? We began to realize in our daily lives, whenever you have a friend or a colleague or a family member that goes up here and says, hey, you look great, they have to go higher register to believe what they're saying. I noticed that. So we do a segment. Here are our wild card weekend higher register takes. Hit it.
There's a chance.
The Rich Eisen shows
that there could be
higher register take of the week.
All right, Christopher, what do you got over there? Go higher register to give me a take that you'll believe for the weekend.
All right, here we go. We got 6 wild card weekend games.
That's definitely not higher register.
And I'm looking.
He's setting it up.
I'm looking at all of the matchups. And, I pay attention to the spreads. Maybe you don't. But it does give you an indication on where people think the final result might
go. My word.
I look at all of them, TJ, and I think to myself, the favorites are winning this weekend.
Oh, really?
I like every single one.
You're zagging when everybody's zigging. Or you're zigging when everyone's zagging.
I think they're all going to do it. Buffalo's going to go to Jacksonville, and the Rams take care of business.
How many road favorites are there? How many home dogs are there?
Home dogs, I think there are 2.
Jacksonville's a home dog, and who else is a home dog?
Carolina's a big home dog. Actually, there's 3. Chicago's a slight home dog.
Chicago's a slight home dog.
1.5.
Okay.
And Jacksonville, 1.5 against Buffalo.
Oh, it's a coin flip, though, right?
Yeah.
What do you got over there, TJ?
Steelers home dog.
Well, like Chris said, there's a lot of
home
great
dogs.
games coming up. And imagine my surprise when I just took a final look at the playoff bracket and I double, tripled, quadruple checked, and I didn't see the Dallas Cowboys on there. And I was a little upset.
You're playing all the hits over there.
But not whatever.
Just give me
that.
your higher register.
So here's my higher register. I'm going to focus on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Home, taking it home. And if the Steelers lose this week, Mike Tomlin should reach out to the Dolphins.
Oh.
See if there's some love,
Stay by your phone, man. I may need you.
Okay.
No state sales, no state income tax. A lot warmer in Florida than it is in Pittsburgh.
I'd like to say there's a lot of other teams he should be checking into on that front.
Yeah, but Florida.
Okay. I'm going to go with the wild card matchup for you, Chris Brockman.
Hey, now.
If I were you, and if I were my son, Cooper, my wife, Susie, and my in-laws, and everybody else that I know from the New England area, I would be quite nervous.
Oh, weird you would say that.
I'm serious. I look at this matchup, and I'm wondering if the Patriots are, in fact, equipped to take advantage of the weaknesses of the Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, I'm sitting here, and I'm thinking, maybe the Chargers do have a pretty good red-eye flight home on Sunday night. Maybe they're going to have a happy red-eye flight. And I've been on one of them all the way from Brazil.
Me and Canta, Brazil.
Indeed. I'm just wondering. I don't know. The Chargers are coming to town with Jim, and the Patriots haven't seen a defense like them all year long. I don't know if I'm going to do that on game day morning. I'm thinking about my picks. I don't know if I will have the temerity to show a lightning bolt on Sunday morning.
Why not?
I feel like you'd be lone wolfing that.
I think I would be.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because the Patriots are just such a great collective and have an MVP quarterback and a coach of the year.
Yeah, but you love Harbaugh, and you've never been.
No, I know that, but I just look at the matchups, and it's a challenge that the Patriots have not had, and they're better on the road. How does that sound?
Undefeated.
That's correct.
The post-career day press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed. And I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olalea here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
Hey, let's talk about something that's very important. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm's ability as a personal injury lawyer and the best personal injury lawyer here in Houston to take care of you and your family. There are people out on the roadways who are seriously injured each and every single day. And across the state of Texas, they call the Daspit Law Firm. And the reason is simple, because John Daspit and his law firm understand how to treat you as a human, as a person who has needs, and your needs when you're injured are, how are you going to pay for bills? How are you going to pay for your hospital bills? Are you going to be able to get taken care of if you have no insurance when it comes to your hospital bills? Are you going to get the exams and the CAT scans and the MRIs that you need? John Daspit will make sure that happens. He'll make sure you get paid for all the hospital bills, all the time missed from work, and a fair pain and suffering payment. And he gets big results because he understands the law and knows how to win. It's the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or go to daspitlaw.com.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-6 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
And now,
this is the Rich Eisen Show.
I'm tunnel vision.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Mike Tomlin of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I certainly can't seek comfort in the longevity of my career.
Earlier on the show, Prime Video Thursday Night Football analyst Richard Sherman. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, actor William Stanford Davis. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We just spent the first 2 hours on ESPN. We're just back to our usual broadcast platform of Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, and Sirius XM Channel 80. William Stanford Davis is in our green room. We'll bring him out in about 15 minutes' time from Abbott Elementary. It'll be a fun conversation. There's also a bunch of you hanging on the phone lines. We'll get to you in a second. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. My goodness gracious, there was a purge of so many coaches in Tampa Bay over the last half hour. Todd Bowles, still the HC, fired his offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach, special teams coordinator, defensive lines coach, defensive backs coach, safeties coach, and then Tom Moore says he's retiring. He's the senior offensive consultant, Tom Moore.
You know, whenever you can do 60-plus years in the NFL.
62 years.
Man,
wow.
man.
Tom Moore, been around and been there and done that. And to that we say to you, sir, enjoy your retirement.
Absolutely.
My favorite Tom Moore quote, you'll see it quoted over and over again. We also mentioned it here about, the whole Shedeur Sanders hoo-ha and whether he was ready to start and how is he going to get the snaps and whether Stefanski was holding him back with the snaps and all that sort of stuff. And bottom line is, backup quarterbacks don't get snaps in the NFL. They just don't. And I mentioned the famous Tom Moore story being asked about, do you give the backup quarterback any snaps? And they asked him that when he was with the Indianapolis Colts and Peyton Manning, and he goes, no, we don't. Why not? And he says that if Peyton Manning or 18 isn't playing, we're effed, and we don't practice effed around here.
It's great. It's honestly an amazing quote.
That's one of the greatest quotes in the history of sports.
Yeah. We don't practice effed.
But, so Todd Bowles saying he deserved to have a shot to stick around, and the Bucs obviously agree and letting him or demanding or him agreeing to, who knows what goes on in these conversations when offensive, defensive coordinators or assistants get let go. So the Bucs are basically in the market for reconfiguring much of their staff, but keeping Todd Bowles, which opens the door to, if you want to hire anybody else, you've started from almost scratch already. Not to say that that's what they're going to do to Todd Bowles, but I can't expect. The unexpected is the only thing to expect these days. As Tom Pelissero mentioned, we had a Black Wednesday and a Black Thursday today, this week, with John Harbaugh being ejected, the eject button from the Ravens yesterday. It feels like ages ago because Mike McDaniel got let go. And now we're hearing other teams are interested in bouncing somebody for John Harbaugh, potentially.
Was it right around when Brian Callahan got let go? Maybe it was Tom or someone else said, yeah, they didn't expect it to be a heavy coach turnover this time. It might be 5 or 6 jobs opening. And here we are at 8.
Here we are at 8.
Yeah.
I know. And then general manager jobs open, except in Dallas. This soundbite made the rounds.
I'm going to break something.
Jerry Jones.
Break that whiteboard.
I don't even know what brought this question on, what question brought it on, but do we just roll it? Everybody knows what soundbite we're talking about. Hit it.
My goal in life is to retire as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. That's my goal. To be retired in the NFL as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. We've got 3. How many more do I have to go as a single owner? Bob's got how many? 6? So I've got work to do. Got work to do. I got work to do, but at least I'm up to the second rung in the ladder. But my goal is to have retired and won the most Super Bowl as an owner.
Stephen Jones for the win, everybody. You got work to do.
I couldn't.
You don't have to keep doing this, TJ. Like
I'm done.
What do you mean?
Come to death row. You know what I mean?
You're referring to this certificate that's right here, which Ken Tulo made up, Rich Eisen show producer.
Speaking of the executive producer being all up in the videos,
A release,
right?
A release of fandom that TJ has yet to sign.
Watch on. They're all up in the videos.
Shug Joe,
dancing, holding press conferences after every.
Still unsigned. And then, of course,
all the time.
It's ready to be notarized by Jason Feller, who once upon a time Mike Del Tufo told Susie was a was a notary, and Susie actually brought documents in for Jay to notarize, only to be told I'm not a notary. And then wait a minute, Mike Del Tufo told me you were a notary, and he said I've never been a notary. You know, he's never been a notary.
That's I did not know that. He lied. He told
clearly
me.
you don't. He lies.
He has the equipment. He has the equipment.
I've been thinking about going online and becoming a notary, though. So
very good. We digress.
Yeah,
that's very dismissive, but okay.
I mean, what do you think?
Well, I think.
I mean, well, he's thinking of retiring. Is what I take from that.
Not until
that's not what
the owner with the most championships. Okay, and he's 3 away from technically 4.
But I gotta, dude.
Yeah, you gotta get one more.
What if he goes on a run of 4 straight Super Bowls?
Okay.
Oh my God.
Let me explain something to you.
I know. So, what's more likely segment for Friday? Could you make one up for tomorrow's segment on ESPN? What's more likely?
Absolutely.
Dallas rip off 4 in a row and Jerry Jones retires with the most Super Bowls ever.
Or with one.
And then you will. How about this? You reach out to Sarah at home as well, and put that in the hands of a lead pipe wielding, professional, hilarious stand-up comedy.
We will finish that.
Rich, I have a better chance of
writer,
my ex-wife.
The whole business, producer. I expect that. I very rarely give you an idea in advance of what's more likely, but seriously,
I can't breathe.
What do you think?
What do you mean? What do I think?
You're the Cowboy fan in the room. Anytime anything twitches in the direction of the Jets, I get phone calls and texts and tweets and all that sort of.
You should know what I think at this point.
What do you think?
That's absurd. We've gone 30 years and haven't, granted, right?
He's been on that second rung of the ladder for 30 years.
Granted, I have vivid memories of 3 Super Bowls. I have no memories of one, even though I was alive, but I have vivid memories of 3. And I lived in Pittsburgh. Life was great, okay?
Especially when they beat Pittsburgh.
Beating Pittsburgh, I was just telling my Uncle Buck about this over Christmas.
Uncle Buck?
Uncle Buck.
You got an Uncle Buck?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm surprised I didn't get beat up the night that the Steelers lost the Super Bowl to the Cowboys, because I reinvented the definition of obnoxiousness that day, right? I was completely obnoxious. I didn't have dreadlocks. That's how long ago that was. And I've had these for 26 years.
So you were writing the as of yet still uncashed checks.
Yeah. So look, granted, fantastic. It's a great goal to have.
Of course it is.
Have the most. I applaud him. But
let's hash it out, though.
Ain't gonna happen.
Let's hash it out.
Okay.
Dak is as good as ever.
He is.
But hold on a minute. CeeDee Lamb is good as ever.
Yes.
George Pickens, when I'm filling out my all-pro list, he was in the mix, man.
How could he not?
Okay. Ferguson at tight end.
Stud.
Javonte Williams at running back.
Fantastic.
Okay. How about that offensive line? What are we thinking?
Need a few tweaks, but the building blocks are there. And
now let's flip to the other side of the ball.
Let's not.
No, why? You got Quinnen Williams next to Kenny Clark.
That's true.
All right. You got DeMarvion Overshown going into this offseason healthy.
Yeah.
I know Trevon Diggs isn't there anymore, but, He wanted to hang with his family over Christmas. But in all seriousness, let's fill in some blanks here. Draft, which they're good at, and free agency.
That is
you
true.
got yourself a good shot for next year.
Got a shot. Offensively,
let's take it one at a time.
Offensively, I could say, and I think Monaco will agree in the back. I think
our director, fellow Cowboy fan.
Yes, I think we're pretty happy with our offense, but that defense needs a lot of work at positions that I'm not truly qualified.
Well, you're going to hire.
I know
you're going to hire a new DC.
True that. We need to overhaul the secondary. Our linebacking core we really need to do something about that. I like the front four. Mm-hmm. Especially if we trade a pick and get Max Crosby.
Well, listen, Stephen Jones said this is got a lot of work to do. You got work to do.
Yeah.
But by the way, you got the coach right. This time last year, we're like, really? That's what we're going to do.
We got the coach right. And
I like him.
And yet, you cannot tell me that there is not someone in that building, Chris,
who wants John Harbaugh.
All these,
absolutely.
Around and not going on. Jerry, let's talk.
Would you want that?
I mean, it depends on what coach.
Would you want that?
Mike McDaniel comes in as OC?
No, I wouldn't mind that. I'd like Schottenheimer, and I do. There is, but
that's one thing that Joneses, I don't think, are going to do.
Yeah, you can't bring Harbaugh in because he's going to.
They could have had Jim. They could have had Belichick. They could have had all those guys.
Dion. They could have had anybody.
And they said no. That's one thing that I don't think is going to happen. That's one. I bet you that's one. I shouldn't say that because I said earlier this week. I don't think there's going to be any more coaching changes.
Yeah.
How dumb was that? Remind me. You should have some device over there that kicks me under the table sometimes.
Like a shock collar. It's like,
but my goodness, to win 4 Super Bowls in a row, to answer your previous question, that would be.
TJ, Jerry was on the second rung when Bob had 0.
Right. I mean, life was good in 1995 for sure.
That's right.
It's true.
0.
That's
now
right.
He has 6.
You had you were using the quarterback that you sent to Parcells and him.
That's right.
Thomas in North Carolina. We'll take your call, and then we'll bring out William Stanford Davis. What's up, Thomas?
He's up.
Thomas in North Carolina. Are you there?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up? I just want to say to Rich, you put a smile on my wife's face every Sunday. She's disabled and can't walk, and you and Mooch and Kurt and Gerald just make her smile every week.
Hey, thank you for saying that. And we're going to make sure she's there Saturday. We got 2 this week.
Oh, you do?
2. Oh, yeah. We got 4.5 hours prior to Saturday.
I'm a diehard Eagles fan.
Oh, sorry, Thomas.
Thomas, you don't sound like you're from Philadelphia, Thomas.
I just wondered if you thought that maybe that Howie Roseman might pull a few strings. And yes, I know Mike McDaniel left the Dolphins today. What do you think about if you paired up Vic Fangio, Nick Sirianni, and then
TJ? You don't want to hear that.
Mike McDaniel is the OC there to take care of how Patullo's been struggling and all, and not getting the right footing with the offense. And you give Mike McDaniel Saquon, Tank Bigsby, A.J. Brown, and the Slim Reaper. What would you think about that?
Slim Reaper, I like it. First of all,
I hate that.
Tom, no, hold on a second.
Yeah,
Let me help you. Let me help you out, TJ.
Please do.
All right, Thomas. How do I put this? First of all, Jalen Hurts would, as much as everybody has an issue with Patullo's play calling, Jalen Hurts would be like, are we going to change the play call around here again?
Would it be 7 times?
I can't even imagine.
Every year of his
So we're looking for continuity. But outside of that, Thomas, I don't know how to put this. The reason why Vic Fangio is your defensive coordinator is apparently he was the oil to Mike McDaniel's water in Miami. So I don't believe the two of them will set foot in the same building the rest of their lives if they could avoid it. If I could, I don't know, I shouldn't be saying these things because I don't have these conversations with these men. I just hear what I hear. And the reason he was in Miami, then he was in Philadelphia, and the reason why he wound up in Philadelphia is because it didn't work out in Miami. So I just don't see that. But
I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, bad water for the two of them being together. I understand.
Yes, indeed. It's sort of the opposite between your wife and NFL Game Day Morning, which, you know what I mean? We're made for each other, and I appreciate you saying that. Let's chat again soon. Call back.
She loves you guys. She loves you guys so much, and I'm a diehard Eagles fan, and she's a diehard Cowboys fan. It's a house divided here.
Wow. Thomas, what's the missus' name?
Anna.
Hello, Anna. You have it right. Thomas, I don't know.
Thanks for the call, Thomas in North Carolina, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll empty the phone banks after we chat with William Stanford Davis. We're talking Abbott Elementary when we come back, one of the best shows on TV.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus the front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night. Okay, Kirk. I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too. Whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales at mnjelectrical.com. JReeLeCoelectrical.com.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
I love that. That's so funny. New episodes of Abbott Elementary airing Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern on ABC. The Season 5 mid-season premiere was just last night, which means you can check out that episode today on Hulu. The man who plays the role of Mr. Johnson, William Stanford Davis, is here on the Rich Eisen Show. And I'll just repeat here for our radio audience as a simulcast, it's just congratulations on this show's massive success.
Thank you. Yeah. You never know. You know, sometimes, especially when they shoot pilots, some of them are very good, but they never see the light of day. This was like lightning in a bottle. You know, it was really, and that's thanks to Quinta Brunson, our showrunner, creator. And like I said, our producers. And I've never worked on a show where the chemistry all the way around, from cast, crew, writers, everyone, they love being there. They love working with one another, and we're having a great time.
Well, I mean, we've had Eric Stonestreet on this show quite a bit, speaking of hit shows on ABC that everyone loves to watch with an ensemble cast, and where it's more than just about, you know, a quick joke or what have you. There's always something deeper. And he just said that when they shot the pilot, for Modern Family, that they were wondering, you know, he was wondering, you know, if this was real or not. And he said he got a call from Ed O'Neill saying, you know, hey, if this isn't a massive hit, then I don't know what I'm doing in Hollywood. Right. Did you feel the same way? We felt pilot?
We felt it was very special. And when I saw the trailer for the pilot, I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be something very special. But you never know how the public's going to, you know, take it, or if they're going to like it. And from day one, they it, and I'm glad that they do.
And as you know, in this day and age, there's not a lot for families to sit around, right, and just watch all together. And I was telling you, you know, you being on the show gives me some cool dad points.
Good. I'm glad.
You know,
it's the one show that you can watch with your grandmother, and because we have adult humor, of course.
Yes.
But it's, you know, it's not in your face, but you can watch it with the kids. And because we have a lot of child actors in the show, it makes it even more appealing to young people, you know. But I have fans from 99-year-old people to kids 5 years old. They'll see me and want to, hey, how you doing? You know, that type of thing. So it's been really, really, once again, I credit Quinta and I credit the writers.
You know, and you obviously, you know, credit yourself because people probably feel like they know you.
Yes, they do.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you say you get that all the time?
I was just in Mexico last week. And my wife and I are having dinner, and these people were standing there, and they were scared to say something. And I looked up, and they said, "Are you Mr. Johnson from Abbott Elementary?" I said, "Yes, I am." And they lost it. They just went crazy.
Oh, I thought they were scared to say something because they recognized you from Ray Donovan.
I don't know. They might be. I don't think they were born with Ray Donovan.
I don't know. I mean, do you get a lot of that too?
I do.
Right.
I get that. Potato pie. But I get more about Mr. Johnson than anything now.
Well, that's pretty cool. And again, congratulations on that. We were chatting in our green room. You're from St. Louis, Missouri.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your sports memories are what?
Oh, my first baseball game to see the Cardinals, I went and Stan Musial. We had bleacher seats, and Stan Musial was center field. That tells you how old I am.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just mesmerized. I was a Cardinal fan, but I'd always seen it on black and white television.
Right.
And going to Sportsman's Park, which was on Grand Avenue, we could almost walk there from my house.
Right.
I was just in awe. And I wanted to go to every game after that. And then when they built the new stadium downtown, that was during the Bob Gibson era.
Oh, my gosh. I try to, because my 14-year-old son is baseball crazy.
Right.
In the same way that my 17-year-old son is Abbott Elementary crazy, right?
Good.
And so I try to explain to him, because he's into this sort of stuff. He also plays video games where the old school guys are great. And on occasion, he'll just say stuff like somebody of Bob Gibson's nature, like, was he any good? And I'm like, and the look that I give him is the look that you just gave me over telling that story, and about how essentially I'm like, you see how tall the mound is?
Yeah.
Like they had to lower it.
Yeah.
Because of people like Bob Gibson was so like unhittable.
Yeah.
Unhittable.
Yeah. Bob Gibson.
Nasty too.
Oh,
right.
You ever hear Willie Mays talk about it? Yeah,
sure, of course.
Yeah. But we would go back then. The Dodgers would come to St. Louis. 2 times here, 2 times there. So we'd see them 4 times a year.
Yes.
I saw Don Drysdale pitch against Bob Gibson. I saw Juan Marichal pitch against.
Like you had a ticket and you ticket and you would watch them, or you just sit at home on TV. You saw these games.
My uncle would take me, especially when the Giants or the Dodgers came to St. Louis. That was like, oh, yeah, we're going, or Milwaukee.
Sure,
yeah,
because of Hank Aaron. Right.
The first game I went to, I told you, I saw Stan Musial. That was to see Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Braves.
So you're going to a game and that's Stan Musial, and then when he goes into the dugout, out comes Hank Aaron? Like that happened? Like he's in the outfield?
Yes. Wow.
That is pretty
crazy?
amazing. That is great.
Yeah. That was amazing. That was the very first baseball game I ever went to.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. And so are you still interested in the Cardinals? Or
oh, my God. It's, once it's in your blood, it's in your blood. It's a religion in St. Louis. The Cardinals are a religion, especially now that they don't have a football team or anything. They
right.
Have, XL.
Yeah.
FL.
Yes, right.
Yeah, but...
right.
But, yeah, it's, I'll go see them when they play the Dodgers. I'm a Dodgers fan when they're not playing the Cardinals, but the Cardinals are in my blood. And, especially back when the Bush family owned it, they
sure.
made sure they had top flight pitching and everything. I don't know what's going on with them now, but I still love them.
You must have watched the World Series this year then, right?
Yes.
That was an unbelievable. That was really one of the best World Series ever.
Yes.
And I understand I'm talking to somebody who said, I once saw Stan Musial play with Hank Aaron in the same game, or against. But this World Series, this past World Series was
phenomenal.
Was one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Did you go to any of the games or anything?
We went to the playoff game.
Okay.
The one where Ohtani pitched. Where he hit the 3 out of the park, actually.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it was my wife's first game she'd ever gone to, and now she's hooked.
Oh,
that'll do it.
She's strung out. What? She's strung out on baseball.
So your wife had never been to a baseball?
Never been. She's from London.
Okay.
So
sure. And you take her to the playoff game where Ohtani goes yard.
Just goes crazy.
Was that was against the Padres, right? Was it against them?
No, was it?
Who was that against?
That was Milwaukee.
The Brewers. Against Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, yeah.
And again, this is great. I'm so I feel fortunate to be able to ask you this question.
That game 4 against Milwaukee.
Ohtani, the sound of the ball off his bat. Is it something that you've heard before?
Nothing. I've heard shotguns blast. I've heard shotgun blast.
Right.
And nothing. When it hits a catcher's mitt, people would.
Oh, you're talking about pitching. You're talking about. I'm just talking about the ball off.
The ball
of his
is
bat.
back. Oh, that's a whole different thing, man. I've never. We shot our show in Philadelphia when Schwarber hit 4 out of the park, and it didn't sound like what Ohtani's ball hitting the bat sounded like.
Right.
Yeah, incredible.
Was that when you did the Always Sunny crossover?
No, we did Always Sunny crossover here in Los Angeles.
Okay, you did that in Los Angeles.
In L.A.
But so it was different shooting it in Philadelphia.
Yeah, we did. We went to Philadelphia to shoot at the Philly Stadium.
Okay.
Shoot there, and we shot the whole episode there. And Schwarber was our guest star, but the night that he was when he was supposed to be, nobody knew he was going to hit 4 home runs out of the park, So that was just another feather in Abbott Elementary's hat.
Are you taking credit for the Schwarber 4-run home run game?
Of course I am. Of course I am,
Absolutely.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
I'm at that game, and Schwarber hits 4. Then I'm at the Dodgers game, and Ohtani hits 3. All of them went yard. I'm like, yeah, that's because...
You should change your middle name to Dinger.
Yeah.
William Stanford Davis here on the Rich Eisen Show. So, man, this is I can go in so many different directions with you here. Yes, sir.
Quick question, Mr. Williams. How would you, having seen all these legendary players, how would you compare Ohtani to some of the players that growing up were always legends?
Wow,
Good question.
Great question. Whoa, man! I've seen some of the great pitchers. I've seen Juan Marichal pitch. I've seen. Once again, I'm telling you my age.
It's all good.
But I've never seen anything like this man. I've never seen anything like him. Like I said, pitching or hitting.
It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Yeah. Obviously, you keep talking about your age.
Yeah.
You didn't see Babe Ruth play. Neither did I.
Damn near.
Right, but that back then, obviously, the Bambino wasn't pitching against a lot of the guys that we're seeing today. Right. That Ohtani is trying to. Yeah. I mean, that World Baseball Classic moment where Ohtani was struck out Mike Trout to end that game.
Yeah,
this is what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. And Ohtani is then grabbing a bat against guys who are throwing smoke about 98, 100 miles an hour. And he also has like 6 pitches,
right?
Too. It's not like he's just a 2-pitch pitcher.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable. Yeah. And he, by the way, he's also insanely fast.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
to be, what, is he 7 feet?
He feels that way. I feel like we are describing like Paul Bunyan.
Yeah,
no, you're right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And he does this, and I'm sure everyone's seen it on television if they haven't seen it at the Dodgers. He has this thing that he does when he comes up to the plate where he measures it.
Yes.
And then he steps back, and man, when that bat hits the ball,
yes,
it's incredible.
Yeah, and then he respects the opposing manager by bowing to him, and then clowns his pitcher.
Yeah.
More often than not.
Yeah,
before I let you go,
yes,
I always speak to people here when they come on this show when they are a Curb Your Enthusiasm. I guess alum,
yes,
in a way.
Yes.
Your scene with Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm about the Spite store, right?
Yeah.
Where he was trying to get information on Mocha Joe?
Yeah, on Mocha Joe. It was all improv.
Okay.
Everything they do, they give you the premise, and then you go for it. And you can't be afraid to deal with him because he's going to bring smoke. Like, he's going to bring you some smoke, So you better hit the ball, I had a lot of fun. He was very encouraging, but the way he is on the show, that's who he is. That's who he is.
You wanted some information.
Yes.
So what did you ad-lib? Do you remember what you
Everything
did?
was ad-lib. He started talking about Mocha Joe. I can't say any of the words I said on his show about Mocha Joe, but and I would see him sometimes almost cracked, you know.
You almost got him?
I tried my best to, but no, he's such a pro. And it was so much fun. And the audition was even more fun because I got him in the audition because he didn't expect me to say the things that I said. And we just had fun. We had a lot of fun. He said, let's have some fun. They gave us a premise, no dialogue, no script or anything. And we just went for it.
The Spite Store.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite episodes is Mocha Joe and the Spite Store and having I think it's called Artificial Fruit, right?
Yes. Yeah,
That's
right. That's where the kid bit into the artificial fruit on the table. That's right.
Oh, my gosh. Abbott Elementary, Wednesdays, 8:30 p.m. Eastern on ABC. Congratulations on everything going on with this red-hot show. May it run forever, sir.
Thank you, sir.
May it run forever.
And thank you.
Good to see you here. William Stanford Davis right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Don't go anywhere. We're going to wrap up this program with your phone calls and so much more here on Disney+. And everybody should check out Abbott Elementary on Hulu as well.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all, and they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at HRBlock.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin, because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, and steals, and so much more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code LANCE to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, it's all on Underdog Fantasy.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto-saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it today, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. And we love our new burgeoning partnership with Pella. And Chris, you have you've got a new helmet on the desk.
I do.
There you go.
Look at that. Dwarfs all the other helmets.
See what we need? We need to get a football player last name of Pella in here. Must exist somewhere in America.
I can sign it.
We should make that the new autograph helmet.
We could.
We just missed out on one.
Anybody whose name is associated with a window or a door.
Or if they're on a yellow team. How many?
A portal? Yeah. Right? I mean, technically, Pella's got something for your portal.
That's true.
I mean, again, I don't want to
The window is
overstep.
always open.
The window's always open.
Oh, yeah. See?
Hey, isn't that what Joe Burrow said? He is the window.
He's the window. The ceiling is the floor. Oh, no,
See, we're just spitballing here. That's what happens when you partner up with us. Right. We spitball.
The door is closed on these teams,
ladies and gentlemen. But the door's open on our phone lines. How does that sound? 844-204-RICH. Number to dial. Jimmy's been hanging on forever. Jimmy in San Antonio. What's up, Jimmy? How are you, brother?
¿Qué pasó?
Hey, hola, muchacho.
Hey, I wanted to say Happy New Year to Susie and you guys.
Thank you.
No,
Susie's not here.
I know.
Well, speaking of Curb, today's the day.
That you got Curb?
Last day. Last day of being able to say Happy New Year. 1 week.
I thought it was yesterday.
January 7th is technically, but I'm going to give it just a week.
You're a giving man.
I am a very
plus or minus a day.
But
no, you're not that giving when it comes to elevator doors. So slow the roll.
He's got you there,
Jimmy. Last thing I want to do is hold the door for. Last thing I want to do is hold the door for somebody who comes in and hits a floor in front of mine. Like, why would I do that? I'm sorry.
It might be your new BFF head coach from the Wolverines, and I bet you would hold the door for him.
Oh, I'll hold the door for Kyle Whittingham anytime.
He would throw his body in front of that door.
That's right. How dare anybody hit the door close button?
I have
Sorry.
two questions
yes, sir.
Before I get to Spurs stuff, guys.
Oh, Spurs.
Number one, did Stephen Ross give Mike McDaniels an orange before their meeting?
Nice.
And number two, doesn't Signetti sound like he's an undercover detective in the south side of Chicago at Precinct 3?
Well, I mean, Precinct 3 in Pittsburgh, he's as Pittsburgh as they come. He sounds just like everybody from Pittsburgh because guess what? He is. So
and you want to be right.
I know. By the way, Spurs stuff. Out of every freakish thing that Victor Wembanyama does.
Oh, go ahead.
The moment I guess that the Spurs are warming up and 3 basketballs get stuck in the net at the same time, and he dislodges the logjam of basketballs by kicking his toe up in the air to kick the balls 9 feet above him or 9 feet above the ground. Did you guys see that video?
Yes, I did. I had to show it to TJ.
I think it's AI, to be honest with you.
I don't think so.
No,
that happened.
No, it happened. Yeah,
it's unreal.
I couldn't kick on the light switch in my house, and they're like 4 feet above my knee. There's no way.
He's unbelievable, man.
Okay, Brockman, I got something for you. I think you're going to dig this.
Okay.
Future bettors, do not bet anything on Victor Wembanyama winning MVP or Defensive Player of the Year until after he signs his second contract. The Spurs are going to save a lot of money because the kid is still growing. He's injured often, and he's not going to qualify for any of the major awards, and so he won't get the ultimate max, super max.
Interesting.
He'll save the Spurs money by just getting a great max, and then we can re-sign Steph Castle, Dylan Harper, and keep D. Fox, and we're going a forehead.
There you go. So what's more likely, the Spurs win 4 in a row or the Cowboys win 4 in a row?
Oh, Spurs.
Just kind of get ready.
By far.
Thanks for the call, Jimmy. Happy New Year to you, too. Jimmy in San Antonio, one of our long-time.
Spurs have the 4th best odds right now for the title.
Uh-huh.
I don't mean to bring up old stuff, but had Jimmy not gotten fired by Jerry, then we would have won 4 in a row and everything.
Well,
facts.
Okay.
And what did Mike Tomlin say? If my aunt had parts or something?
Yeah.
If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
Right, what he said.
Never say never, but never.
I'm just telling you.
He caught that reference when I started the interview that way yesterday, right? But I'm excited to have him, and plus I've got this great story I wanted to tell him about my aunt and uncle.
Any good
I think he caught that.
Mike Tomlin makes me laugh.
Dude.
He's going to be great on TV next year.
Brock guy.
I don't.
Brockman.
By the way, what would he be? Like, where would you put him? You could give Mike Tomlin a TV job. Wave your wand and he accepts it. What would you put him? Studio or booth?
Oh, he'd be so good in a booth, but I think he'd be studio. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
He's a studio guy.
I want him breaking down every game and every scenario and every critical moment, not just Falcons Panthers. You know what I mean?
Well, by the way, the fact that you would slander the NFC South that way.
I'm not. I'm just picking a random game.
No, well, you
maybe
pick,
not
but
getting an A crew.
Well, I understand that.
You know what I mean?
But how can you go home again and now?
She knows.
Okay. I don't know.
It's honestly the same reason why I kind of wish Tom Brady was in studio. I want him breaking down everything.
But he's so good at breaking things down in person, and he's not intrusive about it, and he's not arrogant about it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel for Burkhart.
Why?
Because the 2-shot, he'll never win it. That's number one.
I don't think that.
And he's a handsome
little
fellow.
Baby KK.
No. But can we come up? Can we come up with some? Because when there's the 2-shot, do you see that they chyron them both?
What do you want to have happen?
Well, it says Kevin Burkhardt, NFL on Fox, Tom Brady, 7-time Super Bowl champion, and it's just like, all right.
Does KB have any Emmys?
I think he does.
You want to put that in there?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Let's catch him up here, man.
Okay.
Let's give him something. Or we even the playing field. Tom Brady, NFL on Fox. We all know how many he's won.
Super Bowl champion.
Like, do you think there's anybody that tunes in and goes, oh,
That's Tom Brady.
that's Tom Brady, 7-time Super Bowl champion?
Yeah, because someone's watching for.
I'm trying to help Kevin out here.
You really think he cares about the 2-shot?
I would.
Come on.
I did.
Rich always.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah, but of course you did. You were the
That was
producer
honestly-
and editor of the Rich Eisen podcast.
That might have
back
been my
in the day.
first ever podcast TV episode.
Yeah, because I went to MC the Patriots kickoff dinner where Belichick hardly said a word to me, but the only thing he said to me was get us out of here on time.
Yeah, that was 2011.
Right. And so I'd been on the air only like 8 years. Yeah. I didn't really have any relationship with Belichick now, then like I do
Your BFF.
now. Not like we're BFFs, but I mean, when you spend 3 days doing the NFL 100 together at NFL Films, that's something you can rely on. But yeah, my question when I said, sure, I'll do it, was can I bring my nephews? And which they were. Not only were the Patriots gracious to let them run, they ran around on the field beforehand, but met Randy Moss, met everybody. And Brady couldn't have been more gracious. As I said, can I get Tom Brady for a half an hour for my podcast special beforehand? to lead off the kickoff.
That's right.
And they were like, let's look. And the answer came back, yeah, he'll do it. And he came early. And I dressed in my finest suit and even put on a sweater underneath the suit. So I knew, because when I sit down, my shirt can wrinkle because, again, nothing fits. And nothing fits when it comes to sitting next to Tom Brady. And I knew I would look like I'd be wearing a burlap sack next to him. And I did look that way. So, yeah, I noticed these things. I'm the one who also notices on these shots, who's got shoulder, who's holding the football, who's in the front, who's in the back. Because these PR, or I guess the media PR groups in all these networks put together these Photoshops to promote the upcoming broadcast. And I always notice who's in the front and who's in the back. You know that. But Burkhardt is just like NFL on Fox and Tom Brady, 7-time Super Bowl champ. I think they should just say NFL on Fox for Tom Brady. We know. We get it. Like, you don't chyron the president of the United States in an interview. Just, you know who that person is.
Well, this one probably would.
Nice.
Oh, 1,000%.
Seriously.
But also, you gotta remember, let's every day is going to be someone watching them for the first time, Rich. So
really,
that's
true.
William's wife never went to a baseball game. And
got it. Has no idea Tom Brady. Now I'm going to listen to what Tom Brady has to say because I've never heard of him before. Now I know he's got 7 Super Bowls.
So he knows what he's talking about.
Or at least put up Kevin's Emmys. I think he's won some.
He won as part of Fox baseball studio.
Oh, it's in the same way Del Tufo gets his Emmys.
Oh, no.
Group project.
Audio ones.
So it's kind of.
Oh, and you're the only one working a fader.
No, but
okay.
There's only like 2 of me on a show.
It's still more than one.
Let me ask you this question. When Fox won all those Emmys, did you go up there or did Jerry go up there? Who went up there? Did Jerry Steinberg go up there or did you go up there?
No, Jerry wouldn't go. The audio people do and the technical people do. So when I've won the audio,
I've seen Jerry go up on the stage quite a bit.
That's the audio crew. We get him. But I'm saying, yes, you're right. I get you, Rich. But it's still 8.
I don't. By the way, I don't denigrate your value or your worth. I'm not insulting you at all. Not even a little bit.
I do.
Really drinks.
I didn't tell you to go get a shine box.
By the way, if you guys win one, I'll never hear the end of it from.
I'm trying to help Burkhardt here. How am I the bad guy?
If we win, that means
I
you
win
also
too.
So
exactly. But I can't wait. It'll happen.
I hope
it
does because
I'm going to hear it.
I'm going to act like the Cowboys won the Super Bowl if that happens.
You realize we're all on the same side here.
Of course we are. Okay. I love you guys. You think I hate? I mean, no, I'm kidding.
Well,
there's times.
Why do they do this?
Sometimes you post things.
You bring it to yourself.
Tim in Phoenix, Arizona will take your phone call. What's up, Tim?
Scattaboo to you.
Scattaboo season.
Okay, and scattaboo to you as well. So I guess you're more Tempe than Tucson, right? Obviously. There in Phoenix.
I am.
Makes sense. Got it.
But what I'd like to say, Rich, is first of all, Chris is always right when it comes to firings.
Oh my God!
Second of all,
his cousin.
Do not feed the animals, Tim. Oh my God!
What are you doing, Tim?
He knows Tim, Rich. Don't worry about that.
As a kid growing up in Indianapolis in 1974 and Arlington Youth Football, I played for the Colts, and I became a lifelong Colt fan.
Okay.
We built the dome and all that, and the Colts came to town and went to 2 Super Bowls. It was so great. I was on Letterman.
Yes.
It's so good. Beth Henderson interviewed me. We had huge parties.
Uh-oh. When are we taking a turn, Tim? When does this take a turn? What happened?
Well, actually,
what happened?
It did. And I did the win-loss game with Susie back before the season, and I predicted exactly what was going to happen. And
down to the Achilles?
I'm sorry?
Down to the Achilles? You see here.
I don't know if I was exactly right. I
wrote
was
it down
to the right numbers, but the 7 games anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to, if TJ will allow me to, I would like to use his release of fandom.
Oh no!
After 52 years from the Colts, as long as Ballard's there, I'm out. And a lot of people feel like this.
Whoa! All right, Tim. Once Rich Eisen Consulting makes up the paperwork, we're going to end up having to charge you the 40 cents if you don't sign it.
I'll pay the 40 cents.
Okay.
Sir.
Do you really want us to make this up and send it to you, Tim? For real?
I really do.
Okay.
I really do.
Tim, stay on hold. Here comes Adam. Be nice to him. He's nervous about his Bears. All right, there goes Tim in Phoenix.
Wow.
Dang.
We're here.
2 years.
We're here for you.
That's a long time.
We're here for fans.
Wow.
I don't know.
I know what he feels.
Hey, man, listen, the Colts went from 7-1 to 8-9. I understand. This is a bad taste. This is a bad taste.
But they lost the quarterback.
Dude.
Had to bring a retired guy off.
I know, because the kid that they drafted snapped a band went in his eye and knocked him out for the year. It's just a weird set of circumstances.
Really weird.
And we were playing so well.
I know. For sure. Hey, great show, everybody.
Great show.
Awesome.
Great show.
Let's do it again.
Ashton Kutcher is going to be our guest first up on our ESPN Friday show. Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Hey, let's talk about something that's very important. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm's ability as a personal injury lawyer and the best personal injury lawyer here in Houston to take care of you and your family. There are people out on the roadways who are seriously injured each and every single day. And across the state of Texas, they call the Daspit Law Firm. And the reason is simple, because John Daspit and his law firm understand how to treat you as a human, as a person who has needs, and your needs when you're injured are, how are you going to pay for bills? How are you going to pay for your hospital bills? Are you going to be able to get taken care of if you have no insurance when it comes to your hospital bills? Are you going to get the exams and the CAT scans and the MRIs that you need? John Daspit will make sure that happens. He'll make sure you get paid for all the hospital bills, all the time missed from work, and a fair pain and suffering payment. And he gets big results because he understands the law and knows how to win. It's the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Right along as well. Or is it Jose that I'm with today? We'll see the debut of Jose Jorge.
Can't wait.
Coming up later today. Joe has no idea. Jose has no idea.
No.
What the song is. I sent it to Brian so he can be ready to play it, but no.
Well, I'm just reading it, right?
You're reading the lyrics, yeah, but then we have to play the song to see like how bad you were.
Okay.
Yeah. So the debut of Jose Jorge. Mapes, I walked into the studios today, and Mapes he said he was very racist towards me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it on the air. I might give it to HRP.
And I'm Mexican.
Very racist comment to me whenever I walked into the studio today from Sean Mapes. I'm still thinking if I should be offended or not.
I mean, I don't feel like you could throw an accusation out there like that and not say what it was.
No, I can't. We can't talk about it on the air.
It's that bad?
Yeah. I will to not like crush Mapes here. It was accidental racism.
Okay.
But it was racism nonetheless. So I'm still toying with the idea of being bothered by it.
You're shook in your boots.
I'm not sure if I am yet.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
I mean, if it was that heavy, I think you wouldn't have to toy with the idea to be offended.
I like to think about things before I act on things.
Yeah, he wants to make sure he wants to cancel someone before.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't just like haphazardly cancel somebody, Brian.
We tried.
If you're going to cancel somebody, you really need thought and to sleep on it, perhaps. So I'll let you know tomorrow if we're going to cancel Mapes.
Okay. Sounds great.
Almost offended. May be offended. Not sure yet. Okay. But lots to get to. Texans and the Steelers play football on Monday night. I listened to the on the drive in.
Yay, Texans!
I listened to the drive. I didn't listen to the drive. I listened to the Mike Tomlin press conference on the drive in to work today.
Okay.
That dude went 14 minutes on his opening statement.
What?
14 minutes. Like, I turned it on, and I've never listened to Tomlin in a press conference setting. Obviously, I've heard, like, clips and bites and, like, post-game stuff. But I've never, like, tuned into one of his press conferences like I tune into a D'Amico Ryans press conference. Like, D'Amico Ryans doesn't have a press conference that I'm not listening to, even though I'm not invited sometimes. And I'm left in the waiting room on Zoom. Not that I'm bothered by that at all. Mike Tomlin went 14 minutes on his opening statement. He goes to the podium. Good afternoon, everybody. He said, let me open up with the Ravens. He talks about every phase of the team against the Ravens. This is what I was pleased with offensively. This is what I was displeased with offensively. This is what I thought about the defense, good and bad. This is what I thought of the special teams, good and bad. Here's where we are injury-wise, miscellaneous notes. Now about our next opponent, the Houston Texans. Let me tell you about their offense. Let me tell you about their defense. Let me tell you about their head coach. Let me tell you about the return of DK Metcalf. He went 14 minutes on an opening statement before he took one question.
Do you want this approach from others?
I'm a very much of a you do you, boo. Okay. I don't care. Like I don't like putting these coaches in their boxes and be like, this is how you should be. That's not my place to say. We'll mock and ridicule everything that they say, but I don't care how a coach handles a presser. I tell you this all the time. I find them to be meaningless. We'll pay attention to them in case there's anything pertinent, and we'll certainly mock and ridicule because that's what we like to do. Okay. We like to have entertainment.
Yeah, we get to embarrass people today. Well, me.
Yeah, you specifically.
Yeah.
No, but I'm not saying that this is the way it should be. It's just I found it fascinating.
Yeah, I guess I've never even like heard a coach talk for that long.
No.
Just recapping a game and previewing the next one.
It was pretty cool.
And it kind of gives you like a starting point for as a reporter for ones that are left because they just shut down like their best newspaper. Pittsburgh did, but
oh yeah, the Gazette.
Yeah. So it also kind of gives you like a starting point to maybe where like you should ask questions, ask follow-up questions.
So the reason that I think he does it, this was as I was listening, I was wondering if he does it to like kind of like
neuter.
Yeah.
It would make sense.
Because he can just like pull back. Well, I already said that in the opening statement. So it kind of like tames the questions a little bit,
Yep.
I wonder if that's part of the philosophy, or if he just does it because
especially
he does
the
it.
injury part.
I also wondered if he was like auditioning for TV. Like I was like, I wonder if that's part of it too. I mean,
there's a lot of reports out there that TV's got a seat saved for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of time. Could that time be on Tuesday or in 2 years? I don't know.
Texans would love if it's Tuesday.
It would be great if it's Tuesday.
Texans fans would love if it's Tuesday.
Well, that's all we can talk about for the next, 2 hours and 55 minutes.
Yeah. It's people gatekeep the hypotheticals. Some hypotheticals are okay. Some hypotheticals are not okay. It just depends on if you like the hypothetical or if you don't like the hypothetical.
Yeah, but the people who responded to the clip from yesterday were so mad.
I mean, that's to be expected.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whatever. Like, I'm not telling fans how to fan. You can fan how you fan. But I don't think that, like, me, will ever placate to the diehard homer. Like if you're a diehard homer, like they can do no wrong. D'Amico's never gonna make a wrong decision. C.J. Stroud, even his interceptions have excuses. If we can't be realistic about them, then I'm never gonna placate to you. If you're a diehard homer where they can do no wrong to you, this is probably not the show for you.
Agreed.
And I'm probably not for you.
No, you're probably not. No.
I'm sorry. I like to keep it real. Like I like to have a realistic conversation about the teams. That's the way I was raised. Like, let's have a realistic conversation. Let's not let our fanism compromise the truth.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just such used to such different reaction to these
in
kind
Chicago?
of stories. Yeah, I got a DM yesterday
from Chicago
from a listener of one of the other things I do.
Oh,
asking if the Bears should fire Ben Johnson and hire John Harbaugh. like that's what I'm used to. Not people being upset about
it is up
asking
there.
a hypothetical question that could come into play in 5 years.
The diehards, especially around here, are very protective of their players and their teams.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Like, again, I'm not telling you how to fan. It's just there's probably going to be times whenever I annoy you, and there's going to be, because I'm speaking the truth or at least, having just a fun conversation about what could be. But also, I'm probably going to mock and ridicule your homerism at the same time. Like, be real, man. Like, everybody has flaws. Like, we understand that. Joe, you have flaws. I have many flaws. I have more flaws than I do positives. Brian, everybody knows the flaws that Brian has. We all have flaws. Everybody has flaws.
Voice sounds back to normal today.
Bronchitis Mac is just B-Mac.
Yeah.
He's back wearing his C.J. Stroud Hope shirt. I noticed that. He's got hope. Bronchitis Mac does. No, but we all have our weaknesses. Like, we understand that. Like, we can have an open dialogue about somebody's strengths and weaknesses without you diehard homers being offended. And honestly, I don't think I'm speaking to our junkies. I really don't. Because of our listenership, all dozens of them, like, how many of the dozens that listen to us are really diehard homers about the Texans? They root for them. They want them to win, but I think they're honest. I think they're honest.
I think the gatekeepers like that are mostly social media people.
I think so, too.
I would say, like, it's not. I don't think it's as, like, it's not they're not radio listeners. I don't think
so.
I think they're mostly just on Twitter.
I think
and
so.
Facebook.
I think so.
Facebook's
the worst. Facebook's the most homeristics because you have like the grandmas and stuff.
It's also just the most like gullible. I mean, the amount of like fake AI posts that we see now, and then everyone, just people just buy into it.
What? That's gotten so weird.
It's bizarre. Like it's everything. It's gone into TV now with like. All I see on my Facebook right now is this belief that I know you don't watch Stranger Things.
No.
But that there was this hidden episode that they were going to release this week. And it's like everyone was buying it. I'm like, why? Like, it's just all these AI posts. They're making stuff up.
You watch Stranger Things?
Yeah.
I thought that was for like 8-year-olds.
I mean, no. Also, it started 10 years ago.
What's the demographic of Stranger Things? I thought it was like a child
Way older
show.
than 8.
Yeah, way older.
It's a
okay, I
horror
was being
show.
a little bit facetious, but I thought it was like a teeny boppy show.
No.
No, it's not.
How can you, if you've never watched it?
Because I've seen the characters and I know how old they
Just
were
because
whenever I saw them
the characters
first.
are of a certain age doesn't mean the demographic of the viewer is a certain
I
age.
disagree.
No, because the themes are too extreme for what the characters in the show ages are.
I would say the average age is 16 plus.
I think it's like 16 through 18.
Disagree.
What's the demographic of Stranger Things age-wise? 713-780-3776.
Well, again, it also started 10 years ago, so
It's like those like WB shows back in the day, like the CW shows.
It's nothing like that.
What were those shows? Like
talking about like Flash and Arrow.
No, I'm talking about like the little like the teeny boppy like rom-com shows, like
Man,
One
this
Tree
is
Hill
one of
or
your
whatever.
worst comparisons.
like One Tree Hill.
I've never
No.
I think you're
honestly.
trying-
It's not even a comparison because I've never seen Stranger Things. It's more of like an assumption.
No, it's the same game. It's the
You're just
same.
trying to trigger us.
It's
I'm
the
really
same
not.
Game of Thrones audience.
Really?
Yeah. Yes.
There's no way I believe that. There's
Yes.
no way I believe that Stranger Things is the same audience of Game of Thrones.
It's like the same demographic. Yes.
Cash or trash, 713-780-3776. I cannot believe that to be true. I cannot believe that to be true. Like Game of Thrones were watched by adults.
This is watched by adults.
But I'm talking about like the main demographic of the Game of Thrones was
Yes.
like adults.
I would say more 21 plus watch it than 18 or younger.
Well, there's more 21 pluses than there are 18 or younger.
Okay, 21 or younger.
He's getting me on volume here.
That's a good count.
It's like the whole. It's like
Okay,
the whole.
whatever you would consider the adult line. I think there are more adults than teenagers that watch the show.
Okay. I mean, I have never watched the show, so I'm like operating on.
No,
nothing.
it's not your type of
It's just
show.
always been my thought that was like a teeny boppy show.
No.
No, you're way off.
Very much so.
Rockets lost last night in Portland.
They did.
What'd you think of that? We have to hit our sports quota for the opening segment. Rocket power.
They didn't shoot the ball very well.
No, they did not.
That one, especially that one possession. I think it's 88-84, and they bricked 4 threes in a row.
Yeah, they had like
Just-
a bunch
just-
of offensive
just kept
rebounds.
ripping them, and none of them were going in. That possession was brutal. Like they just didn't shoot the ball very well last night.
Yeah,
Collectively.
I'm with you. Like I thought that the Rockets played okay. Like they could have been better defensively. They could have obviously shot the ball better. But a lot of times we associate like playing good with shooting good. I thought they actually played pretty good yesterday. They just didn't shoot it well. Like they out-rebounded Portland 57-38. Like that's awesome. That's good to see. They only turned it over 14 times. Like they played sound basketball. They just missed shots.
Yeah.
They shot 37%. They were 8 for 36 from 3, and they missed 9 free throws. Like that was the difference of a 1-point game.
Yeah, and if you look at their like 3-pointers per game right now, they average 30 per game, which so they're only a little above their average in last night's game, but it was all bad. Like you could feel how much they were missing Alpi last night. Just having like that guy in the post to make a move. They're just ripping shots left and right. And they couldn't hit anything.
But even if they just make shots,
well, that's why like I think this is just kind of what the Rockets are going to be like for the next 2 weeks until Alpi comes back. Like they don't have like the guy that just kind of settles everything down, can get you a consistent bucket in the paint, and KD has not been super efficient as of late, I would say.
I thought he was going to hit that game winner.
I did too.
I thought it was going to be a game winner. I thought when he took that shot, I was like, that's going in.
And then Tari, man.
What was that
Oh,
for,
a little
Brian?
teaser.
That was.
I don't know the song.
That was a bit of a spoiler. That's a little bit of a tease of what Jose Jorge is going to debut
It's
with
not like
later.
that helps me at all.
Name that tune, 713-780-3776. Remember that show?
Yes, I do.
That show was awesome. I was terrible at it, but that show was.
the show's on.
Do you? Okay, I haven't watched the second. I was about to ask Joe that. I haven't watched the re-rack.
There's like a new version of it?
Yeah, it's been
there's a
on
new
for
version.
4 or 5
The
seasons.
old version came on middle of the day when I was like 6.
Yeah, I remember.
You remember
watching
the old version?
Yes, I remember watching that. I do not watch the new version.
I have never seen the new version.
No, that to me is a
Name that tune.
Finish the thought, Joe.
older demographic.
Finish the.
The new one?
Yeah.
What channel is it on? Fox?
Fox.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't.
I guess I can't. Well, okay, define older demographic, Joe.
Probably 35, just 56.
I guess I fall into it.
And I don't. So.
I do.
By a year, Joe? You're 34?
I'm 34 now. Yeah, I just
Oh,
turned 34.
Whatever.
But you act like you're 22.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Young soul.
Something like that.
I'll take it. I don't mind that.
No, I'm with you. Atari Easton tried to single-handedly win the game in the last 2 possessions.
Yeah, he
got
did.
the turnover. I thought they were going to uphold that foul. Like, there is a little bit of a shove. Now, I didn't think it was, like, factored into the play, and maybe that's why they overturned it. And then it just couldn't quite get it off the fingertips.
Yeah.
He was a millisecond late.
I mean, it was a great play by Tari. I thought he played well last night. Again, he didn't shoot the ball
No, he didn't shoot
well
it all
either.
great.
But one of the things that impressed me was when he was getting pressed on the other half of the court and would just drive baseline to baseline basically with the ball. He looked really good last night.
Yeah.
So he continues to shoot the ball better. You know, he doesn't need to be.
But he's shot it. He has shot it good all year.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Yesterday was an anomaly.
Yeah, it's just you need him to be the middle ground of what he's been this season. Not last night, and he's not a 60% 3-point shooter like he was earlier this season either.
Jabari was getting roasted last night. He had a terrible game. 2 for 13, 1 for 7 from 3. But here's the thing that annoys me with Jabari. Like, I can overlook a bad shooting night. Like, that's going to happen. You're playing 82 games. You're going to have bad shooting nights. I get it. The thing that always bothers me with Jabari, always, I've had this thought since he was a rookie. He is 6'10". He's 6'10". He had 4 rebounds in this game. You know how many rebounds Jabari Smith is averaging on the year? Less than 7.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be a double-double guy, my friend. Go get me a double-double.
One of my New Year's resolutions, remember, was to, have less bad takes.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Here's the thing. I'm going to walk myself into one right now, potentially.
Okay. That's always a good setup for what you're about to say.
I think I'm out.
Out on Jabari?
Yeah.
I think he's still an excellent role player.
The contract is good for what he is, I guess. But
yeah.
My gosh, I just expected him to be, like, to see a jump at some point. Like, he's a fine role player, but he's not taking a leap in his game like I think you would have expected him to at this point in his career. Like, I saw Roosh putting out these stats last night.
Yeah.
His stats are essentially the same across 3 years. Like, he really hasn't taken a leap in his game anywhere. I guess defensively he's better.
I feel like we're being a little bit prisoner of the moment, though, because Jabari had, like, a stretch over the second half of December where he was, like, knocking down everything.
Well, he has stretches that you're like, this is the guy. It's just he can't find it consistently.
I think he's a role player.
Yeah.
He's not going to be your top 2 player, maybe top 3 player on your team. But if he's your 4th or 5th best player, that's fine.
Yes.
Because he defends well. He can shoot the 3. I think he's capable of having a season where he shoots 40%. My biggest annoyance with Jabari is that I think he should rebound the basketball more than he does.
Absolutely. He's way too big for not averaging close to double-digit rebounds.
Yeah, and he's like, he acts hard. He acts tough. You know how you can prove to me that you're hard and you're tough? Go rebound. Go get 10 rebounds a game. Give me 10 rebounds. You're 6'10". You want to act tough. Go give me 10 rebounds a game.
He just can't do it. He's not in the paint enough.
Yeah, he's kind of they have moved him a little bit more to the 3 than the 4 last year, but still, go get the ball, man.
Yeah. I totally agree. It was last night's game was just disappointing with the way they played.
This Denny Avdija, living La Vida Avdija. I don't know.
I do not know this man.
I think it's Avdija.
That's fine. I trust you. I trust you, Joe. I'm an NBA casual. I openly admit that. I watch every single Rockets game. I don't watch another NBA game until the playoffs. I do not. Like that's 100% fact. This guy's good. I was not familiar with Avdija, whatever your name is, dude. I like your game. I was not familiar with your game.
He crushed the Rockets last night.
I looked up his numbers today. Like, this is the most improved player of the year, right? Like, this is the betting favorite for the most improved player in the NBA, right? He went from 17 points a game last year to 26 this year.
Yeah.
He rebounds the basketball. He had 4 assists a game last year. He's averaging 7 assists a game this year.
He doesn't miss free throws, apparently.
Is this like the most unassuming good player in all of basketball, this guy?
Probably.
Like, am I showing my NBA casualness? No. And look, I am an NBA casually. I openly admit I am out of the closet as an NBA casual. Diehard Rocket, watch every single second of every single Rocket game. Don't watch another NBA game until the playoffs. And this guy's never been in the playoffs.
He's the betting favorite.
Maybe that's why I don't know who he is, because he's never played a playoff game.
Yeah, he's the betting favorite.
Portland got this guy for free.
Yeah.
From
Phoenix?
Washington.
Oh, from Washington, yeah.
My goodness, this guy was good.
Him and Jalen Johnson are the runaways right now from Atlanta.
And look, I know that the Rockets were all upset with the officiating. Ime got attacked, Royal Ivy at the half, like, oh, this guy's got a bunch of fouls and stuff. But here was Tari Eason after the game that kind of summarizes the thoughts of the Rockets.
Zebras.
That's what made Denny hard to defend?
Zebras.
I love that. That was so good from Tari. I don't love that he's making excuses, like go lock him down a little bit maybe.
Yeah,
but,
play better defense.
I kind of like the answer. He had 41.
Yeah.
Look, he got to the free throw line a lot. He's great at that.
It was like an unassuming 41.
Yeah, it was efficient 41.
Like he bullied the Rockets last night.
That guy's
basically
good.
from start to, yeah, he's very good. He was very good last night.
It's like, who is this guy? He was a former top 10 pick, though. I do remember when he was drafted, but he didn't do anything really up until the last couple of years.
Well,
And then this year he's going nuts.
It's Washington.
He's still only 25 years old.
Yeah. Like, I'm like, is this guy going to be like really,
I want to
really
buy
good?
stock in this guy. It might be too late. I probably should have bought stock last year. He was a 9th pick in 2020.
Yeah, we wouldn't have known who he was last year.
Well, I mean, he had 17 a game last season.
That's true.
Last year was the time to buy. You know what I also think? I think Diego Splitter can coach a little bit. Like, this Portland team's better than they should be.
Yeah, I'm actually, like, watching the way they play, and they were talking about the broadcast last night, how much they've missed with injuries. I'm kind of surprised he just hasn't gotten the interim removed from him at this point.
I would remove it.
Because did they fire Chauncey? Or did they just...
I don't think they had
did
to.
he just step down?
I don't remember. I think he might. I don't think they've done either. I think he was just placed on administrative leave because they have to like let it play out. I think.
Yeah. I think you're right. So that's where it's. I guess maybe you can't remove the interim tag from him until that plays out entirely. But I mean, they're playing pretty well.
No, they are
this season.
Rockets get them again on Friday, so we'll see if they can shoot the basketball a little bit. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Busy show. Jose Jorge makes his debut. Mike McDaniel has been sacked. The General John McClain, he was once sacked too, but he's going to be joining us a little bit later. But coming up next, Joe has a list of point guard options for the Houston Rockets. Any of these names that catch your attention? 713-780-3776. Twitch. Be careful there, though. Twitch.tv/ESPN975.
In his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
That's true. Also on YouTube, ESPN Houston. TikTok, ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio there. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. And then on Twitter, you can watch us there too, ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 975 and 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm embarrassed to say I am the Huntington Bank bad boy.
that
Michael
accurate?
Carroll's going to be joining us, by the way. I'm going to confront him on air. You're going to, confront Michael Carroll. You're not going to do it. We're going to do it live on air at the top of the 5 o'clock hour.
Okay.
He's potting right now. So 5 o'clock, Michael Carroll draws my ire. Yeah. Alfred on the YouTube, exactly about the homers. Have a buddy who always talks positive and it works the crap out of me. I'm like you. I'm a realist and see what I see. I dig my team, but this guy calls me bandwagon when I'm being critical. See, like my personal thought. And again, I'm not telling anybody how to fan. You fan how you want to fan. That's fine. My personal thought is you root for your team, but you have honest conversations about your team. You're still pulling for them. You still want them to win, but have honest conversation. I think honest conversation leads to better debate, better conversation.
Absolutely.
You're a better time at the bar drinking a long neck cold beer.
Yeah, if you're just C.J. Stroud's the best quarterback in the NFL at this point in the season, I don't really want to talk to you.
I honestly, if you were to tell me that, I'm not talking to you. I'll probably go seek out somebody else.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, I just cannot have an intellectual conversation with you.
Because if you go why, they're like, well, he's a Texans quarterback.
Right.
That's the answer you're gonna get.
Yeah.
And that's not a real answer.
No. Jabari, and I like to talk to people who have different opinions than me, but I don't like to talk to people who have unrealistic opinions. Jabari should have started White Man Can't Jump. About that. There's some issues there. Is it time to talk Reed Shepherd trade? I don't think it's time to talk Reed Shepherd trade. Now, he did not play good yesterday.
No, in that one sequence where they missed 4 threes in a row and were just bricking them left and right, he had a wide open shot that he just passed up and gave to a man in the corner who then bobbled it and then missed the 3 of his own.
He didn't have confidence in his shot.
And then Reed took one eventually and bricked it.
1 for 7 from 3.
But it's like, you should be the guy taking that if you're open.
No, look, I like where Reed's at. Like, Reed has limitations. We know what his limitations are. I like Reed. Like, you'd have to get a really good player for me to have any idea of trading Reed Shepherd. We'll get to Joe's list here in a second.
He doesn't like, in a weird way, like he doesn't fit the Rockets timeline. In a way, well, no, I guess he fits their timeline, but he's still growing. He has more growth to do than anyone else on the roster.
Isn't that good to have, though?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, you want people kind of on different timelines, different career arcs.
Like the Warriors tried it, right? It didn't work out for them with Kuminga and James Wiseman.
That was like a drastic difference, though. It was like olds and youngs.
And like the youngest.
Yeah. Whereas the Rockets have always been like young and then a little bit younger, but then they brought in
they have a couple veterans.
Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks. You got some vets, and then they went super old when they brought in Durant. Although Durant's a stud, so
yeah. With Reed, I think it's just you have to have some patience with him. Like he's growing, he's developing. I think we're still seeing it on a nightly basis, and there's gonna be nights where he just doesn't shoot the ball very well. But I got clipped from a Rocket Power where I just it's like I was wrong about Reed Shepherd.
Who clipped you?
Sam.
Oh, yeah. She gets us all.
Yeah, she does.
She's vicious.
Yes.
Key from L.A., B-Mac has the most homer in him of all of you. Cash or trash that?
Cash.
I think B-Mac has
of the
homer.
3 of us?
I think it depends on which team we're talking about, actually. I find B-Mac to be homer when it comes to the Texans. I find him to be anti-homer when it comes to the Astros, though.
And I don't think it's like a homer of I'm critical of it. It's just of the 3 of us.
Yeah, the 3 of us. I wouldn't if you just went general population of sports fans in the city, I wouldn't put B-Mac high on the.
But
of the 3 of us,
that's what made me put on my headphones real quick.
Of the 3 of us,
see what I come up for the topics
I
on
would
Saturday.
Consider you
that
realist. I would consider you a realist, but of the 3 of us, you're probably. And I wouldn't put that on all the teams though. I think I'm more Homer Astros than you are.
Yeah,
but I think you're more Homer Texans than us.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's fair. Who's the most Homer Rocket?
I think we're all pretty neutral.
Maybe
with the Rockets.
Maybe it's me on the Rockets. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like
I don't think there's a leader that I've
the biggest
seen emerge.
Homerism that we have on this show though is me with the University of Houston.
Well, yeah, but that's
the biggest Homer level, right? Yeah, I mean I'm on the payroll. Yeah, but that's
of the Houston teams,
of all of our rooting interests, that would be at the top of the leaderboard.
Absolutely,
you and Notre Dame might be second, and then Brian with Texas Roadhouse University would probably be third.
I mean, I think our colleges
Texas is back, folks.
Our 3 college teams that we support we're always the most. I feel like that's where in college football it's different.
Yeah, I do love the Houston Dash though.
In college
huge
athletics.
Houston Dash fan.
Yeah.
Name one player.
Yeah.
Can you name one?
Jamie McDonald.
You know what?
The problem is I can't fact check him, so I don't know.
Liz Singleton.
Are they active?
Hannah Presley.
I do not know this man.
Sure.
I'm making up names.
Oh, okay.
I had you go in there. I made you look at it, though.
I got the roster in front of me.
I'm making up names. Bro, the hot aged mom from Stranger Things was trying to, the teen-age pool boy who ended up getting possessed and died. It's not a kid show. Okay.
That's true.
I did not know that.
That did happen.
Yeah, I would, let me walk that take back there.
Yeah, that did happen.
If that happened on Stranger Things.
There was a very inappropriate relationship between a 30 to 4-year-old mother and a 17-year-old kid.
Okay, I changed my stance. This isn't a teeny boppy show. It's a Diddy show. Is what I've learned here. That's what's happening. That's the shows that you guys are into.
Anything, but I would say the pool boy initiated.
Key from LA. If you guys was all homers, the show would be trash. I agree. 62, and I watched Stranger Things and really liked it. Okay. Trying to keep up with the cool kids, I guess. Stranger Things is geared towards Gen X and millennials. Younger kids wouldn't understand most of the references, says Cody. Okay. Eric DeBuyer, the age range is 16 plus. I disagree. I think it's 16 to 18. That is 16 plus, Jeremy. This is a bad take. I didn't know that was their age range on that.
I mean, it is a show set in the 80s. Like, there is like a nostalgic, even though it doesn't really fit for me. But
using the same logic, can we assume that South Park is for 3rd and 4th graders? Okay, that's a good counterpoint. That's a good counterpoint.
It's a teeny bopper show.
That's a great counterpoint.
Well, they're showing that in elementary school whenever there's a substitute teacher. Jasper, Steelers have 5 straight, 1 and done in playoff appearances, about to be 6. I was so happy getting that matchup. Jasper, proud to be a diehard homer that will also be happy to bandwagon to a winning team when the Texans do stupid stuff. You can't do that. See, that's where I don't like the jumping of the teams.
No.
Jumping the bandwagons. Like you live what the team is going through.
I think Connor was in for you on a Friday when we talked about this, where there's never an excuse to jump off the wagon. Like,
I don't think so. I think it's the fun of sports, actually.
I think the closest I ever would say it was okay is if the team or school you root for goes through something like very, very bad, and you bail.
Like in Art Briles situation?
Yeah, like Art Briles, Penn State.
Some people think Art got a raw deal there.
Okay, well, Joe Paterno then.
Yeah. Well,
Dave Bliss.
Some people think Joe Paterno got a raw deal.
Those people, I'm willing to ignore their feelings.
Yes. So I think it's like if there's like an extreme situation, I get it. We even discussed was Jack Easterby bad enough to bail on the Texans?
A lot of people did.
Honestly, because I wasn't in sports media at the time. Those 2 seasons, 21 and 22, I watched 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
For those 2 seasons combined, I was out for a little while.
We had people consistently telling us that they wouldn't be a Texan fan again until the McNair sold the team.
Yeah.
That was steady flow of the text line.
Mm-hmm.
When they're the David Culley, Lovie Smith.
Give everyone a hug over there.
11 games in 3 years. They were like, I'm not paying attention to the Texans until Cal sells the team. Now, all of you have come out to be, Bad Take Boulevard, because I bet you 95% of the people that are like, I'm out, are probably back in.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there's never really a good excuse to bail on your team.
I agree with that. I think that you should be loyal to the soil. I also think it's the fun of sport.
Yeah.
The rebuild process, the growth of young players, what the Rockets went through recently. The Astros did this a long time ago, obviously, when they had Luno and, led to the golden age. I think that's kind of the fun of sports. Are you reporting Mapes to HRP? I might. I'm still thinking about it. Is it too early to dismiss Dorian Finney-Smith as a bad signing? He's been a net nothing when he's out there. That thought did cross my mind yesterday.
I think it's still too early to dismiss it.
I think it's too early to have the conversation coming off injury. I think you need him to, start playing some steady minutes. But it's not going so good so far.
To put a big but on this, because I know we'll get to this at some point. If you play around with the ESPN trade machine and you're looking at trade contracts, that's one that helps you get a lot of deals done. Because the Rockets contract situation is not super clean. And as I was playing around with this thing, I was like, I'm just going to click on DFS once again.
So here was my thought yesterday, because I've kind of been out on matching or Tari Eason contract, but he's been playing so well. My thought on Tari is that he's been injury prone. I don't really want to pay a bunch of money to a guy who's injury prone, but he's been playing so well where it's if I had to decide between Tari Eason and Dorian Finney-Smith over the offseason, how could the answer not be Tari Eason right now?
It's definitely Tari Eason. What if it was Tari Eason and because of how you structured his contract, Jabari? So you match Tari and you trade Jabari this offseason. How would you answer that right
I'd probably go Jabari.
Okay.
Not because I think he's a better player.
He's out there more.
But I think it's going to be a more affordable contract, actually, because he's not going to hit free agency and because of the reliability of him playing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious what Tari gets, what that first offer comes in the offseason, because this last offseason we saw a couple of the guys who were restricted free agents be stuck in purgatory. Now there's a lot more teams with cap space this offseason, so that can change pretty dramatically, where he can actually get a substantial deal from someone else. But yeah, I don't think there's even any question about if you can move on from Dorian Finney-Smith this offseason in a trade for nothing and keep Tari Eason, that's the move you make.
I would definitely.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe there's some. He's also not like a stat sheet stuffer, Dorian Finney-Smith. He never really has been.
No, he's a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah,
he's a 3-and-D guy, and Tari Eason's a better 3-and-D guy that does more things.
Absolutely,
but he's injury prone.
Very much so.
But Dorian Finney-Smith can't get right now because he had ankle surgery in the offseason and is still trying to play himself into shape. I bailed on the Texans until they got rid of Bill O'Brien. That's cool. You agreed with David Culley. Another junkie, I left the Texans when they drafted Mario Williams over Vince Young and Reggie Bush and went to the Saints. Hindsight mistake. I had to write a formal letter to the team so my friends would reinstate my fandom.
That's great.
I had a buddy who left the Texans and went to the Bengals because he's a Polo LSU fan.
Okay.
Didn't go to LSU, but he likes LSU.
Sure.
Because, I don't know. And he's like, I'm going to be a Bengal fan for Joe Burrow. And it's like, well, I've spent more time with Joe Burrow than you have. And then now he's back to being a Texans fan.
Yeah, that's what I've seen that too, where people follow their college guys.
Yeah, I root for my college guys.
I get rooting for them. I can't root for the whole team.
No, I really don't care about the team.
I would never root for, not that there's a lot of great Notre Dame quarterbacks that have ever played in the NFL. But if CJ Carr one day,
Joe Montana,
during my time, if CJ Carr were to be in the NFL in a couple of years and go against the Bears, I would never root for CJ Carr.
You want him to do well.
Yeah, but not in that game.
I'm the biggest Case Keenum fan in the world. I don't want him to beat the Texans.
Yeah, but when they play in the Super Bowl, you're not rooting for Case Keenum this year.
Oh, I see what you did there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Joe, do you think the Rockets need a point guard still?
I do.
Do you have a list of options for the Rockets at point guard?
I do.
Let's discuss that. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie says, I used to be Chiefs, Eagles, and Patriots fan in the 2010s, but now I'm a Texans fan. What, do you just root for every Super Bowl champion? Like, what are we doing here?
That's not allowed. That's not allowed.
What are you doing?
You can pick one team.
I have a friend, Frankie, who, like, roots for every single team in the world, and then, like, whatever team his wife roots for. It's like he's like likes every team.
Like, I think you can have opposite conference team, but still, when they play your hometown team, you can't root for them.
Yeah, that's about as far as I'll go. But even then, it's kind of like a.
And I would like them to not be a Super Bowl or like NBA champion,
right?
Like a team adjacent to yours.
Yeah, I won't leave any of my hometown teams as a junkie, but I'll absolutely check out if they're just mailing it in. Dynamo, for example. The Texans have never won a road playoff game. The Steelers have won 23 straight Monday Night Football games. Houston, we have a problem. Lame joke. Maybe the Texans can be the 1 in 23-1.
See ya!
Oh, you threw them out.
You are out of here.
What'd you throw them out for?
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay. So you're good with the information.
The information's good.
The information's a fact.
Yes.
You just didn't like to use the Houston, we have a problem.
Yes. And it's also not totally correct. Pittsburgh has won 23 straight home Monday Night Football games. They have not lost a home Monday Night Football game since 1991, which is absurd.
When Chuck Noll was their coach.
That's good for them, I guess. So a streak will be broken.
So don't use Houston. We have a problem with Joe. Or he'll run you.
See ya.
Sorry about it, 9198. You just got to run.
You should know better. You should know better.
Junkie, I'm liking the manufactured Joe segments making it work.
That's my idea.
All right, so what point guards do you like that are out there that are maybe attainable for the Rockets?
So I got 4 categories. Okay, we have a solid to good category.
Okay.
The Rockets are desperate category, a big trade category, and a hope and a prayer category. Okay. My solid to good options.
Yeah.
Which is, I think these are the 4 most likely guys I would go for. Jose Alvarado.
Ooh.
Dennis Schroeder.
So Alvarado, he's kind of like a dirty player.
Yep.
Gets under your skin.
Yes, he
He's
does.
kind of like Patrick Beverly.
Yes.
Okay. Like, you looking at him as like a starter or as like a backup?
No, I think as a like more of the Aaron Holiday role.
Okay.
But could potentially play in crunch time for you.
Yeah, I don't hate that
as well. Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, you've done business with him before too.
Yes.
I don't mind him.
TJ McConnell.
Okay.
I think that's another solid move. Like it's you're probably not having to trade a big time player away, not a ton of draft capital, but like this makes your team better.
People would think he's very similar to Reed.
But he's not.
Yeah, they would make the lazy, you're just trading for another Reed Shepherd.
He doesn't shoot that as well.
No, he doesn't.
Like he's more of like a drive to the paint and plays good defense, even though he's small.
He's had some years where he shot it well, but hasn't recently.
And then Ayo Dosunmu.
I'm not familiar with that dude's game.
He's the point guard for the Bulls.
Oh,
I do not know
him.
He's a grinder on defense. He drives really well, passes well, plays great defense.
Is that the guy that got the contract extension?
No, he is about to be restricted.
Oh, okay.
Or
all right.
Free agent.
So those are that was one for each category?
No, that's the top category. That's the solid to good category.
Yeah, I like those guys.
My desperate category, Kobe White, who's probably the guy who has the
Oh, yeah, that's who I'm thinking of.
Who plays no defense but can shoot really well at times.
He's like a poor man's Trae Young.
Yeah. Russell Westbrook, if you're desperate for a point guard. And then Chris Paul.
Ugh, no.
Okay.
Ugh,
That's
gross.
I don't like this group.
They're in the desperate group.
Of the 3, I'd actually take Russ. I've always liked the way Russ plays.
He's only making 2.9.
I've always loved the desire that Russ has on the floor.
What is
the
that?
dude's going to play hard. And if he's coming off the bench and he's playing 10, 12 minutes a game, like, cool.
Yeah.
And if you don't like the way what he's doing that day, okay, let's take a seat.
Yeah.
I don't hate the idea of Russ. I really don't. I've always appreciated how he plays the game.
And then I got
flawed as a player, especially
sure.
as a point guard, but I love how hard he plays the game.
All right, my big trade category.
Hey, Chris Paul, though. Like, why doesn't he have a team yet?
I know.
Yeah.
I threw him on there. Peyton Pritchard, who we talked about yesterday.
I've always been a fan of him.
But it'd have to be a big trade because of how good they were playing right now. So they would have to view, I think, someone like Tari Eason as someone that makes them better this year while also getting rid of Peyton Pritchard. So you'd have to you have to give up more in that deal.
Like Pritchard, don't like the deal it would take to acquire Pritchard.
I put Kyrie on here? Like you have to be a savage and trade Fred VanVleet.
When's he supposed to come back?
Sometime, I think, in the next month.
Yeah.
Last time I saw
everybody thinks that Fred VanVleet can't be traded because he's got like a what do they call it? Blank no trade.
Yeah.
Like a perceived no trade.
But he can opt out at the end of this year. So like you could trade him and he can literally just keep working out. So like if he knows he's not going to play this year, which gets me to my last category.
I've always kind of liked Kyrie.
I like Kyrie.
Dude can play.
Yeah. And then my hope and a prayer is just Fred VanVleet.
Oh, yeah.
You make no trade. He was on the court last night. He's on his podcast saying he won't rule it out.
You a big listener to that?
No, I saw the clip.
Yeah. I think it's possible he plays this year. I just don't know what you're getting out of him.
I mean, yeah, it's like I think he's in the same category as everyone else on this list if he plays this year outside of Kyrie and Pritchard, which is a somewhere between 10 to 20-minute player. Like he's not coming in and being Fred that you want him to be if he were to play this season.
Yeah, I like there's some names I like there. Alvarado would be interesting because I think he would kind of fit the Ime mold, takes care of the basketball a little bit. He's not going to like take significant minutes from anybody.
Mm-hmm.
That would intrigue me. Been a fan of his game. Russ would just be kind of, I don't know, cachet-ish because he's got a huge name. Plus, I think he and Durant get along. I think that's always been a bad like narrative that they don't get along.
Yeah, I mean he's a $2.9 million player though. So
yeah.
It's like what are you trading? J.D. Davison and a second-round pick?
Probably.
So okay, so it's honestly he might just be a buyout guy.
Yeah.
Like the Kings are going nowhere fast. He just wanted to sign somewhere to play.
Right.
So if he's just available as a free agent, you just go pick him up if you need him.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I think if because of that, he would be in my top 3 of this list, honestly. Like it'd be McConnell, Alvarado, probably in no particular order, honestly, with those two guys, because I think they're obtainable. Like I don't think Pritchard's really obtainable.
No, I don't
at
either.
this point. And then I put Russ on there.
Yeah, same.
Unless you could pull off the Kyrie move, which would be incredible.
Is Russ a first ballot Hall of Famer? I would say yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
John Morant, he a shooter, no pun intended. He's not a shooter though.
I pondered it.
Did you? I'm not in on Ja
for about a minute and a half.
Okay.
I just got no interest.
No, I don't have any interest.
Because I still think of the old Ja. Like you hear his name, you're like, yeah, Ja Morant, duh. But then it's like, no, you don't really want that guy.
Yeah.
Here, like he doesn't fit offensively. He doesn't really fit defensively. He's not as athletic as he used to be. Like he doesn't get to the paint.
No, not really.
Like he's closer to the Russell Westbrook that is available now than what Ja and Russ used to be.
Yeah.
Like he's just not. He's kind of washed.
And Ja doesn't really have like the defensive desire or is like. I mean, obviously an athlete. We didn't have the size as Russ.
Yeah.
Russ is pretty big. Junkie says I root for my fantasy players.
That's fair.
Yeah.
As you should.
All right. 713-780-3776. What do you think of Joe's list? Also coming up next, the debut. The debut. Did you see how Gronkowski said his Patriots debut the other day?
No. I did not.
He was on Fox. And he said when I made my Patriots debut. Clarissa Thompson like lit into him. It's like, is that how you say it?
But he doesn't
debut.
Know, he doesn't know any better. He thinks he's saying it correctly.
Well, Clarissa explained it all.
Why he was wrong.
The debut of Jose Jorge.
Can't wait to debut this disaster.
It's coming up next, where Jose Jorge is going to read lyrics from Tejano music.
Okay.
It's going to be a great time. But first, I want to tell you about Underdog. Football playoffs are here, baby. We love football, and we love football playoffs even more. And Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action, all of the playoff action. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. What are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app. You know what happens when you download the Underdog app and make a $5 deposit? They're giving you $75 in bonus funds when you play those first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Don't run through the fast food. Don't run through the fast food drive-through today. No, don't spend your money there. Spend your money where you can actually make some money on Underdog. It's so easy playing on Underdog, too. Just pick whether your favorite players, your favorite teams will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get them right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I'm already starting to take a look at these the Texans-Steelers plays and picks. We'll have that probably tomorrow. But also for Wild Card Weekend, look look what Underdog is doing for you. They're adding a gimme pick on a quarterback of your choice from any of the wild card games to get started. So not only are you getting those $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5, promo code KillerB, but Underdog is also giving you a gimme pick on any quarterback. Maybe it's Bryce Young. Maybe it's Matt Stafford. Maybe it's Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams, Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers, the old man, the local guys, C.J. Stroud, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen, Drake May, Justin Herbert. Any of them, gimme pick just for you. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app right now. Use promo code KillerB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play those first $5. Promo code KillerB, Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
We start. Did you just play the start now again?
No.
Oh, my bad. I was just eager to get there and gripe.
5 o'clock.
And 4. 713-780-3776. John McClain, the general, his old behind, will join us at 4:30. I saw him on my television screen yesterday.
You did?
I was watching the, I forget what they call it. I think it's just called The Comeback. The Comeback on Vice. It's a new series on Vice called The Comeback. And they show, I guess, great comebacks.
Okay.
The first ever episode of The Comeback on Vice TV was Buffalo beating the Houston Oilers. So I started watching it last night. I fell asleep, though, at the end of the first segment. But John McClain was, being interviewed.
So the game, and just in general, just all of it bores you?
What?
You fall asleep during the game?
No, I'm just tired late at night.
It
has nothing to do with boredom. It's just it's late at night.
Gotcha.
Actually, games put me to sleep because it takes my mind off of stuff.
Okay.
So I can't fall asleep with nothing on.
Okay.
Because I'm ADHD and my mind will wander and race and run.
Yep.
So if I just lay there without anything on or listening to anything, I will stay awake forever.
Okay.
But I need to put something on to distract me from thought. So, like, actually, games do put me to sleep, like, at night, because I'm tired. I don't sleep a whole lot. But anyways, I was watching that, and John McClane put me to sleep. So, because he put me to sleep last night, I was like, yeah, we should probably get him on today to talk about that. And to talk about the Steelers, back in the day, all of that stuff. But anyways, it's time now. Enough of that. It's time for the debut of Jose Jorge. We do need a theme song, I think, for Jose Jorge. I think the Junkies were right. We'll work on that. You can think of your Tejano theme song that you like the best, Joe. Jose, I mean. Sorry to insult you like that.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Yeah, Jose? Tell me.
Guess how many? Okay, let's play a quick game. How many words do you think I saw into these lyrics before I went,
3.
Yep.
Probably 3. There's a few words here that I didn't know. I'll be honest.
The third word,
yeah,
it was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of words here I don't know.
Because I have no Spanish background, basically.
You didn't take Spanish as a
no. See, in
foreign
high school,
language?
In high school, where I went, you could do Spanish, French, or
pizza,
choir, and band.
That's weird. You don't have to do a foreign language at your school?
No. So then I went to college.
Yeah.
And the only class I ever got a D+ in was Spanish because it was taught in Spanish.
Oh, boy.
And I couldn't know anything. I had to beg my professor
to pass you?
To pass me because I was like, I said, do you really want me back here next semester? She said no. So she gave me a C-.
She's like, no, Gringo Jose,
no,
I don't.
Because I didn't understand a single word she said for an entire semester.
Did you accidentally get an advanced Spanish class?
No, I took Spanish 1.
But she never spoke a word of English?
No.
Yeah, it's tough.
That seems like an advanced class.
It sounds like you needed remedial Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, anyways, the song that we picked here for Jose to make his Jose Jorge debut.
How much of this do I have
Volved, Volved by El Rey.
He said that again all the time.
Vicente Fernandez. A lot of it. You have to say a lot of it. And Brian will play the song
a lot
here.
of it?
Yeah. Well, start. Just go ahead.
Okay. Este, amor, apasionado, anda todo, I can't. Alborotado. Por favor.
All right.
Voy camino a la cura. Locura. Y.
Just do your best.
Okay.
Do your best, Jose.
Todo mi tortura.
I'm really eager to see how you say
something
this.
about a turtle?
I think so. Say. Good air. I don't know. This is terrible. That's the first 4 lines.
How many more you got?
We'll do the next 2 paragraphs because I
The
get
next
you to
2 paragraphs.
Yeah, I get you to the chorus.
Nos deamos hace tiempo. I got that.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Tiempo. Yeah, there you go.
Good.
Shout out.
No commentary. Just read.
Pero mi hago el momento de perder.
Okay.
Tú tenías mucha razón. Le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver.
Right. Last one.
All right. Y volver a tus brazos otra vez. Le hago hasta donde estés. Yo sé perder. I got it wrong. Quiero volver.
Okay, here's how it really goes from El Rey.
Boyer?
Vicente Fernandez. You'll hear.
Okay.
You'll hear. Maybe one of the greatest songs in the history of music, by the way. Vicente Fernandez is El Rey.
Okay. Good to know.
I like to think of him as the Mexican version of George Strait. Look at that. Already slaps. Can you do this part? Do that part. Do that.
Pass.
They do it at like weddings and quinceañeras.
Okay.
I can't really do it very good. What do you think so far?
It's good. I'm trying to hear if I got the lyrics.
Maybe the best. Yeah, you'll get to the lyrics. Right here. How do you think you've done so far? Volved.
Is there a D on the end of that?
Not really. That was my favorite word that you said, by the way. You weren't so bad on the air. You got better.
No, this paragraph was a good paragraph.
Yeah, it was a good paragraph.
It was the best one by far.
Corazón is heart, by the way. This is the best part of the song.
Okay.
You were close.
Not bad.
Not that bad.
Okay. Once we got started, once we got rolling,
You're a good sport for sure.
have to be. Team players.
What should Joe sing next week? 713-702-3776. All right, that's good. Vicente Fernandez. For sure. That wasn't bad.
Okay.
Great Joe's reading of Volved from Vicente Fernandez. El Rey. 713-780-3776.
What if we throw?
You got better though. You did get better.
Suavemente at him next week.
Oh, that's a good. Alex had some suggestions. We're gonna do this probably once a week. Tejano Thursday maybe. Tejano Thursday featuring Jose Jorge.
If I do Suavemente,
yeah,
good enough. Can I replace just reading it every time Christian Javier pitches?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. This is a regular bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Buckle up, big boy.
Buckle up.
Joe sounds like Peggy Hill attempting to order Mexican food.
100%. Except for Joe knows he's not saying it right.
Somebody send ICE to deport Joe. We're not reading that.
That makes it sound like I did a
We're
good
not
job.
reading that.
I did a good job, then.
Joe seems like the kind of guy who'd hit the waiter with the worst gracias of all time and proceed to immediately touch the plate, even though the server warned him, hot plate,
No.
hot plate. Do you ever touch the hot plate after they tell you not to
I
touch
do.
the hot plate?
Yeah.
I'm always like, let's see how much they're
I'll give it a little tap. Like if they set down the plate like not centered, I'll just tap it a little bit. It's usually fine.
You're gonna just tap it a little bit. You're gonna force me to change the station if you don't stop with the Tejano music. Oh, don't be racist. Chugging a pint of queso. Appreciate it, Brandon. Took my suggestion. Yeah. Send your suggestions on what Joe is going to read next week. 713-780-3776. Brian's already in with Suavemente. Yeah, that one's a pretty easy one, I think.
Yeah.
All right. I think, Joe.
We all know it. It's a banger.
I think it is a banger. I think that this is the best chance the Texans have ever had. Ever in the history of the franchise. I think this is the best chance they've ever had to hit the pinnacle. Do you agree? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Eric, the driver, gives you a 6.5. The gringo wasn't terrible.
I'll take it.
Does reggaeton count? Hey, we can listen to some. We can do some reggaeton. You ever listen to any reggaeton?
The one that just got texted in.
Somebody texted in a reggaeton song?
Oh, maybe that's not reggaeton. I don't know.
Probably
no,
not.
it's not.
Okay. People were suggesting some stuff.
I know that song.
We start again, by the way, for the second time.
The song was suggested in Fast and the Furious, so I know that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never heard that song. Or at least I don't recognize the name of a song and identify it. All right. So I think that the Texans have the I think this is the best chance they've ever had. Ever in franchise history. I'm not saying that this is the best football team that they've ever had. I think that those are two different things. Alfred is saying, no, it's not their best chance. So then what year was? What year was their best chance to win it all? Because the Texans, I think, have had better teams. Mm-hmm. Maybe not many, though. Like 12-5 matches the most wins they've won in franchise history. They won 12 in 2012. They played one fewer game. They went to the division round that year. The reason that I think this is the best chance they've ever had, despite probably not being the best team that they've had in franchise history, is quite frankly because the AFC is wide open. You don't have to deal with Brady like you had to deal with back then. You don't have to deal with Mahomes on some of the better teams that Bill O'Brien had. You don't have this team in the AFC that is just this like juggernaut or this dynasty. The number 1 seed's the Denver Broncos, so I think you would have beaten if C.J. Stroud didn't get hurt. The number 2 seed's the New England Patriots, who came out of nowhere. So because the AFC is wide open, because the Texans have a really legitimate defense, maybe the best defense in the NFL, they were the best defense in terms of total yards given up. They fell to second in points allowed. And look, their offense, I think, is good enough. Not that I have tons of faith in the offense, but I think it's good enough. I think they're capable of winning the AFC. You win the AFC, you're in the Super Bowl. I think it's the best chance they've ever had in franchise history.
I want to disagree with you, but I can't.
Okay.
Because the problem is it's what you laid out with it's the quarterbacks. There's not the best quarterbacks in the NFL besides Josh Allen, and again he's yet to win a big playoff game. None of them are in your bracket this year,
right?
And ever since you made the playoffs for the first time in 2011, you've always had Manning, Brady, Mahomes, one of these all-time great quarterbacks. At some point, Lamar, you're going to have to play to reach a Super Bowl. This year, you don't have that. Even playing Josh Allen, the earliest you play Josh Allen is in the AFC title game.
And he's also hasn't been a bugaboo to your franchise. In Texans franchise history, and really we can start in 2011. There's no sense of even talking about the 2000s because they didn't go to the playoffs in the 2000s. The first playoff appearance in franchise history was in 2011. So you really have this 15-year history that you're talking about. Yes, the Texans have been alive longer than that, but they have not tasted the postseason in those early years. So who have been the biggest boogeymen in your existence as a franchise, especially at the quarterback position? You mentioned a lot of them, like Brady, a boogeyman. Yep. He's not in the playoffs. Peyton Manning, boogeyman. He's not in the playoffs. Bill Belichick, not in the playoffs. The Colts, not in the playoffs. Pat Mahomes, not in the playoffs. Kansas City, not in the playoffs. Andy Reid, not in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson, not in the playoffs. The Baltimore Ravens, not in the playoffs. John Harbaugh, not in the playoffs. This is the first time, I think, that the Texans in their playoff history haven't had one of the great boogeymans in their franchise that are playing in the postseason. Mm-hmm. Thus, I think this is the best chance they've ever had.
My only pushback, and I don't know if this is coloring too far outside the lines, but up 24-0 with under 11 minutes to go in 2019 against the Chiefs, I think technically would have been their best opportunity to get the Super Bowl.
I never thought they were going to win that game.
I know, but
never thought they were going to win that game.
I think that's kind of a separate conversation. But, I mean, just being up 24-0 in a game where if you hold on to win, they go on to then host the Titans in the AFC title game, I think is technically their best chance ever to have reached the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I think that's a good argument because, you're up 24-0. And while I agree with it felt like they were going to lose that game.
Did you feel like they were going to win the game when they were up 24-0?
I think when it got to 24-0, yes, but it went away so quickly.
Whenever they were up 24-0, I was like, there's too much game left. There's too much. I didn't like Bill O'Brien though, so maybe that clouded my judgment. They would have played at home. Did you mention that?
Yeah, they would have hosted the Titans in the. Yeah, I mentioned it.
But that's Derrick Henry also, who rushed for 200 yards against you every single time he played you, right back then.
Probably.
Sure, but I mean, hosting a conference championship game is
sure.
Got to be your best opportunity.
But yeah, I think if you want to do a moment in time, I think when you're up 24-0 is a good argument that was your best chance and who you're going to play in the next round. As going into the playoffs, this is still your best moment, your best chance.
Yeah.
And not just to go to the Super Bowl, but to win the Super Bowl. Like, your only real quarterback that, like, when you look at this defense, you say, okay, who do I have the most confidence in that's going to slice and dice this defense? If there's one quarterback to do it, it's Matt Stafford. And he's going to have to most likely play on the road to get to the Super Bowl. Like, it's going to be a challenge for the Rams to get there because of their path.
Yeah, I mean, once you're at that point, you're 60 minutes away from winning it all, So, like, who they play, if they were to get there, really doesn't bother me much.
No, because, like, you're there.
Yeah, and they're all going to be good,
Yeah.
Anybody you play in the playoffs is going to be good. Now, some are better than others, obviously. A junkie says, let's not forget discount double-check Aaron Rodgers, laughing emoji. Rodgers been playing pretty good. Like, Rodgers in the fourth quarter against Baltimore was great.
Yeah, but he wasn't good for the first 3 quarters.
He was not. Not.
It's and I'll keep going back to it.
And he's never been a boogeyman for your franchise.
No.
Like, Aaron Rodgers has never been like a step in your way of making a run in the AFC.
And at the end of the day, like, Aaron Rodgers he's won 1 Super Bowl. Like, he's not like, he is a great regular season quarterback, but his teams fell short in the playoffs all the time.
Do you feel like you have to win 2 in order to be an all-time great?
No, I don't, because he's so special in the regular season.
Yeah. I tend to do the 2 where you need 2 to be an all-time great.
The other thing with that I struggle with that is Peyton has 2, but he was terrible in the second one.
Sure.
So, like, I don't want to give him too much credit, but he's an all-time great.
Yes.
So, like, if I'm trying to discount that second Super Bowl, I don't want to take too much away from guys who have won. Like, I think there's a certain bar it stops you from crossing.
I think so.
Having won, like,
I mean, is Marino an all-time great?
I wouldn't consider him in the same class as Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Pat Mahomes, even.
Yeah,
like,
he's not the top tier for sure.
Talent, yes. Like, and again, this is the argument I always have. There's a difference between the talent and the resume. Dan Marino is one of the most talented quarterbacks in the history of the game. He is, from a talent standpoint, in the mix with those other guys. But is Dan Marino's resume those guys? It's not. It's not. I would say the same thing that's holding Aaron Rodgers back. Aaron Rodgers is an all-time talent, one of the most talented quarterbacks to have ever played the game. He's more talented than some quarterbacks that have a better resume than him. I think Rodgers is more talented than Montana. Aaron Rodgers might be more talented than Tom Brady.
Yeah, I think he is.
But he doesn't have the resume of those guys. So maybe the better way to phrase it is, in order, in my opinion, to have an all-time great resume, you do need more than one.
Yeah.
As a QB.
Yeah. I agree. I think, like, to be like the top tier guys, you have to have, I honestly might like the top group is probably more than 2. Like, it's Mahomes, it's Brady, it's Montana.
Yeah.
Like, those are the top guys who have multiple championships. Like, you have to win to be a great quarterback.
Elway's interesting because he didn't get his 2 until the last 2. His last 2 years,
But he got
his 2. And he was still good. Like, he wasn't like you mentioned Manning earlier, like, kind of, riding the coattails of his defense. It wasn't that way for Elway. Now, maybe he rode the coattails of Terrell Davis a little bit, but got his 2. And a lot of times we lose the context too of, like, well, this guy won X amount of Super Bowls, and sometimes the Peyton Manning last year riding the coattails of his defense gets lost a little bit.
Yeah.
Eli Manning needing some, maybe a little bit of luck.
I mean, he's a 500 quarterback, so, like, that's where, like, he's different than everyone else.
Right.
I mean, he literally finished at 500.
But then you look at, like, a lot of the one-time Super Bowl champions, like Joe Flacco, obviously not an all-time resume. Trent Dilfer, not an all-time resume.
I mean, Favre's got 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't put Favre's resume amongst those other guys.
No.
I think Favre's one of the most overrated quarterbacks of all time, actually.
Agreed. I'm biased, but agreed.
Well, okay. Well, there's no debate there. The book.
What, you want me to defend a Packer?
I've never said that to somebody, and they agreed with me. It's usually one where, like, I'm bracing, like, I'm ready to go.
I know, but, like, I'm 34. I'm 34 years old, and 2 of, like, the supposed best quarterbacks of all time have 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
they've been to what? Like, Aaron Rodgers has been to 1 more NFC Championship game than the Bears have in my lifetime. Like, I don't know. Like, he's a great regular season talent, but he doesn't scare me in the playoffs. He doesn't win.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. The 1 year he won, he had 21 guys out for the season. Like, he was missing, like, his entire roster.
All right, the Junkies have some thoughts on this. 713-780-ESPN. There's also the elite quarterback conversation. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know it's elite? Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You got to get out there and visit. Make that your New Year's resolution in 2026. Branham's telling me to go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Let me heed his advice and go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Whether you just want to get away for the weekend, maybe take a few days in the middle of the week, whatever the case may be, Two Creeks Crossing Crossing Resort is the place to escape the hustle and bustle, to escape the stress, to escape the anxiety, to escape the city, and just enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Enjoy Mother Nature the way that it was intended to enjoy. Open green spaces, wildlife, majestic trees, some of the best fishing in Texas. You're going to love your time out there. It's also just 90 minutes from Houston. You're there in an hour and a half. You turn us on at 3. You're there whenever we hit halftime of our show. And Cutler's mentioned that it started twice. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike their 92 acres of property. Do some kayaking. Play some pickleball. Just hang out by the pool with a drink. That's fine, too. No one's going to be mad at you. They got it all, too. They got glamping for you. They have cabins for you. They have an unbelievable treehouse. We stayed there whenever we went. Kids love the treehouse. Pull up the RV, too. They have RV hookup spots that are ready for you. And from now through February, you got to act fast. You can get 40% off all cabin rentals. That's almost 50%. 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off your nightly RV stays with their 40/20 discount. Also, follow them on social media, Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They're always doing some giveaways. You may even win a free stay. But you can book your stay right now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
General John McClain, Football Hall of Famer. He'll join us in 10 minutes or so. He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. We're talking to all-time greats quarterback. Somehow we got here. Not sure how. But Marcus, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up? Happy New Year.
What's up, fellas? Happy New Year to you too. Only thing I would have pushback on this argument is that, Eli Manning has 2 Super Bowls. Are we really consider him an all-time great? Now, he was a very good player, very serviceable, but is he in the same conversation with Drew Brees? And Drew only has 1. And the second question I would have is, how do you guys manage wide receivers? Because we don't ever mention, Jerry Rice being great because of his rings. It's more because of his ability on the field. So why do we use rings, in comparisons for quarterbacks? And I'll hang up and listen to what you guys have to say.
Yeah, I think I'll start there. The hard part is some of the best wide receivers of all time don't have rings. Randy, Megatron, like they got nothing to show for it. T.O., like they got one of them has been to a Super Bowl. Only one of those three. I guess no, two, because Randy went to a Super Bowl. So two of the three. Like Megatron barely made the playoffs when he was. But he's one of the best wide receivers of all time. So is Randy. So is T.O. So wide receivers, it's different. Same with running backs. Like it's Super Bowls is a quarterback thing, and I don't know if that's fair or not. But it is. Like we're not gonna hold Myles Garrett at the end of his career in a different spot than we would, I guess T.J. Watt doesn't have one either. Like
right.
J.J. Watt doesn't have one. Like he's still one of the best pass rushers of all time.
Yeah, I think it comes from like the leadership of the position. I look, it's the old saying that quarterbacks get too much credit, they get too much grief. I believe that. Like football is very much a collection of all the parts sport. But the quarterback position is under a microscope, and those other positions really are not. So I don't think it is fair, but it is the conversation that will never go away.
Yeah.
And in terms of like the two for Eli, I maybe the better way of phrasing this is that in order to qualify for an elite resume, you must have two. Just because you have multiple doesn't mean that you have the elite resume. It gets you into the room of elite resumes, and then you filter it out based on how they played in their entire career. Like Earl Morrall, he has 3 Super Bowls. Like, is he in my elite conversation? No, he's not in my elite, but he qualifies to at least, should he be? Jeff Rutledge has 2 Super Bowls as a quarterback. Okay, cool. David Humm has 2. Bob Greasy has 2.
I know that name.
So Zeke Brodkowski has 2. So like I wouldn't put them in the category of elite resumes, but in my mind, you have to have a minimum of 2 to have an elite resume, to at least have the conversation if you have the elite resume. But all the other ones, I mean, yeah, like Brady, yes. Montana, yes. Bradshaw, yes. Mahomes, yes. Aikman, yes. Eli, to be debated, I guess. Peyton Manning, yes. Ben Roethlisberger?
I think he's not an elite all-time.
He wouldn't be like at the top of the elite category, but I think I'd send him to the elite room.
I think even though his first Super Bowl, like he wasn't, he's kind of like Peyton, right? With his second, where the touchdown pass thrown in that game comes from Antoine Randall. I think it was the Hines Ward. It was Ben didn't throw it, so like he got carried a little bit by his defense in that game and by other players on offense. Obviously Jerome Bettis, but like I wouldn't put. I think his 2 Super Bowls puts him in front of Eli, makes it clear cut and concise above Phillip Rivers, so like his era of quarterback. But I think it's you have to be like in the elite conversation. 2 is the group. Like that's why Mahomes is already there, because his talent on the field and he's winning a ton.
Steve Young 2, yes.
Yep,
Elway 2, yes. Jim Plunkett 2, yes. 713-780 ESPN. Pat 409. Houston's D has got them this far, and Houston's D will win them the Super Bowl. Saying it with his chest. I like it. Eric, would you rather have Manning in the last Super Bowl or CJ now with that same defense? I probably got to go experience.
Yeah, because CJ is making throws that Peyton would never make. Like disaster throws. Now, Peyton can't really get the ball past like 5 yards in the Super Bowl. But
yeah. Stroud's like more talented now than Manning was then, but like the experience of one game and like a critical must-win Super Bowl. Eli has 2. He has sucked. Where do you put Aikman? He has 3. I mean, Aikman's elite. I wouldn't have him at the elitist of elite, though. Like, I would have him below Brady. I'd have him below Montana. I'd have him below Mahomes.
Yeah, he's in like that next chunk of quarterbacks.
I'd probably have him below Elway. I think Steve Young was a better talent, but he didn't have the volume of Aikman because it took him so long to finally get his starting job. Better talent, didn't really have the volume. But Aikman's elite. Aikman's elite.
Yeah, and like Elway helped because Elway went to other Super Bowls too.
Yeah.
So like that helps his argument.
Rodgers looks good when he calls the plays, bad when Arthur calls them. Proof is in the last 2 minutes of that Baltimore game.
That's probably fair.
That's kind of funny. Branham, don't think you ever saw Marino throw live. He has way more elite than you're giving him credit for. Again, difference between talent and resume. No one's doubting Marino's talent was elite. But I can't put him in the elite tier of resumes without having a Super Bowl. I just can't do it. I would never put a single quarterback without a Super Bowl in the elite resume category. Never.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you. Like, you can be one of the best talents. Like, I think.
And I saw him throw live. He played till 99. Come on.
Yeah, I don't remember much of him. I mean, my biggest memory is him getting crushed by the Jags.
What were your earliest years remembering football?
That season.
Mine were the early 90s.
Like the first Super Bowl I truly remember watching with my dad.
Yeah.
Is Rams Titans.
Yeah. I mean, I remember watching
that makes
all.
Me feel old.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Because my answer is way before that.
I was a diehard Oiler fan before they were even the Titans.
My first one was Washington and in Buffalo.
Okay.
Like I was
the
like
Mark Ripken year.
Yeah.
Like I was like
probably around there for me too.
I remember having like Torrey Holt jerseys, Isaac Bruce.
I remember
Falk, all of it, like all of it.
I remember the early '90 Oilers very fondly, very fondly. And look, I had Tecmo Bowl. Like, that made it very easy.
That does help.
Yeah,
it does help.
Touchdown Haywood Jeffries.
Yeah, Bo Jackson was a freak on that game.
He was the best.
Yeah, like I remember Marino. I had Tecmo Bowl. What do you mean? 713-780-ESPN HR&P listener line. Where do you put Aikman? He has 3. I just kind of went over that. Favre has 3 MVPs, multiple All-Pros, better than Elway. He's underrated because people only remember his last few years, but has Munster stats. So here's why I think Brett Favre's overrated. Do you know who leads the history of the sport in interceptions?
Brett Favre.
Do you know how I feel about turnovers?
You don't like him.
I hate them.
Yes.
I don't think there's anything more problematic than turning the ball over.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, a quarterback that leads the world in interceptions and is being held on this like elite pedestal, I'm going to think is overrated.
Yeah, and his turnovers also, like, it's not just a regular season stat. I mean, he's got a handful of them that are like the reason why his team didn't advance in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah, that Vikings year when they went to the conference championship.
Yeah, like he could have won a title that year, and he makes throws that were costly to his team. So that I think that the turn, like, you can't be the all-time leader in interceptions and be one of the best quarterbacks of all time.
I don't think so. Like that was always my argument with like Harden too. Like Harden was like putting up these huge points numbers and assist numbers, but then he also led the league in turnovers. Like, well, that's counterproductive, man. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HR&P listener line. Brian, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, Brian.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Phillip Rivers is a modern-day Dan Marino. All the passing yards, no Super Bowls. What y'all think?
Appreciate it, Brian.
I mean, Marino had more playoff success still than Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers has very little playoff success.
Phillip Rivers wasn't as good as Dan Marino.
I mean, yeah, he never reached a Super Bowl. Marino at least did that.
Rivers was very good. He was not. Dan Marino is one of the ultimate, like, elite talents of the game. Yeah. Like, you go top 5 elite quarterback skills that have ever played the game. Marino's probably top 5 elite talent. But the resume is not top 5.
No, he didn't win enough. Like, he's the number one guy to never win a Super Bowl.
Lamar and Allen aren't elite talents. They don't have elite resumes. Mm-hmm. They absolutely do not have elite resumes. That's the bugaboo that's hanging over their careers.
Yeah, and maybe one of them will get one. I'm starting to lean towards your argument that neither of them will. Specifically Lamar.
Is Eli better than Marino? He's not a better talent, but he has a better resume. Who would I take as my quarterback? Marino.
See, even
Marino.
And even then, like, I don't know what Dan Marino's all-time win percentage is as a quarterback.
Probably pretty high. I mean, they were pretty much a consistent playoff team.
Yeah, like I just with Eli, it's his career is so weird. Just to finish right at 500, but to have 2 Super Bowls, like it's really doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
like they were bad for like majority of his career.
It's the Manning magic, baby. Joe admitted to being an undercover Rams fan.
When I was 7, yeah.
Who gives a blank about resumes? Somebody else is saying that resumes only matter when job hunting. They matter when job hunting, and they matter when comparing the greatest of all time. Mm-hmm. Like that's what. Like whenever you have a Jordan LeBron debate, what are things that you cite? They're bullet points on their career resume.
Yes.
So like resumes, you're right. There's 2 times when resumes matter. They matter when you're job hunting, and they matter whenever you're arguing about who was the all-time great at their position, at their sport. That's when they matter. Those 2 times.
100%.
And we had this is like the classic debate in sport. You always point to the resume. Like if you're arguing why is Jordan better? Well, he's got these NBA finals. He's got these NBA finals MVPs. He's got this point title. He's got all of this stuff. And then if you're arguing LeBron, well, he is the all-time point scorer. He also has championships. He's done this over the course of his career. So when do resumes matter? When you're arguing about sports.
Mm-hmm. Or applying for a job.
Or applying for a job. Now, I also think that resumes are a terrible way to hire somebody.
Oh, they're the worst.
Like, a resume isn't going to tell you who's the best candidate for your job over the next 5 years.
No.
So.
It's my least favorite thing about internship interviews is reading resumes.
Brandon, your resume in radio isn't as good as Lance's, but you have better radio talent. I don't know whether to be insulted or to be happy with you.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Lance would back up your thought. Not a resume. Those are bullet points. What do you think a resume is?
I don't know what else the resume is if it's not bullet points.
I mean, for someone who likes to nitpick, that is the ultimate nitpick.
Favre's a gunslinger, can't have the good without the bad. Jorge is absolutely biased. I think Branham's misguided. I wouldn't put a gunslinger as my all-time greats. Favre was great, not an all-time great. Sorry. People make him an all-time great. I think that's overrating him because I think he's only great, not all-time great.
Well, I mean, Rodgers or Favre?
I'd go. That's tough. I'd probably lean Rodgers.
Yeah, I lean Rodgers.
Yeah, I'd lean Rodgers.
Like, I think Rodgers is a better quarterback than Brett Favre.
Is Montana better than Mahomes? I think Mahomes is more talented.
Montana's got a better resume.
I think Montana's. He's only got that one more.
I know, but see that one's
one's
hard
tight.
Because even when Tom Brady passed him, people didn't want to hand it over to Tom Brady as the best quarterback of all time. And I feel like we're now going to easily skip Joe Montana for Patrick Mahomes. It doesn't really make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone for so long fought against Brady versus Montana. And they finally caved, and then now it feels like we're just going to skip Montana for Mahomes and put him right into the Brady conversation. Like we're skipping a couple steps.
Somebody said we don't know what a resume means. I just looked it up on Merriam-Webster. Resume is a short account of one's career and qualifications. What are we doing? What are you arguing here? You know what? You're gone. You're out of here. You're just arguing to argue. You don't know what a resume is. A resume, according to Merriam-Webster, is a short account of one's careers and qualifications. You're trolling. You're arguing to argue. And I ain't putting up with it. You're gone. General John McClane, he's in. Next, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Maybe this song we can add to the list of things that you guys are going to have me read at some point so I can understand what's happening when we ban people. But first, I want to tell you guys about D&M Leasing. Right now, you can get no payments for the next 60 days. And if you're worried about leasing a vehicle for the first time, don't worry. They got you covered. You're not going to be working with a rookie. You're going to be working with people with real experience. They've been around since 1976. The average manager there has been there for 20 years. The average leasing agent's been there for 10 years. So, again, you're going to be working with a veteran that knows how to get a leasing contract done. And they will walk you through the entire process from start to finish. They'll be able to answer all the questions you have. And the best part, you can do all of it from the comfort of your own home. DocuSign, they'll bring that car to you when it's time. And again, if you know what kind of car you want to get into, you can get that thing within 24 to 72 hours. All you got to do is go to dmautoloosing.com or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy, Jeremy.
Is that
we go
accurate?
straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by the General, Football Hall of Famer, John McClain. John, thank you for taking a few minutes. Happy New Year. We were just having I don't know how we started talking about this, but we did. Who do you think's the greatest quarterback of all time?
Tom Brady, without a doubt.
Who's second?
I've been watching him since 1960 when I was a kid. At one point, it was Johnny Unitas, Joe Montana, Otto Graham in the different eras, but nobody could compete with Brady.
Who's second?
My top 5 quarterbacks for all time are, and I've thought about this a lot, Brady's first. Number 2 is Joe Montana. And I'm not just basing it on Super Bowl victories. I'm basing it on what they did under pressure, what they did in bad weather. And even though Peyton Manning, he had 2 Super Bowl rings, only one was legitimate because he was so bad in the last one. But there's never been a more dangerous quarterback at the line of scrimmage than Peyton. And then Johnny Unitas, who was a hero of my youth when I was growing up in Waco. And then John Elway, because Elway, 5 Super Bowls, he won 2, great runner, great arm. So those are my top 5.
I like your list, John. Maybe one day C.J. Stroud will find his way close to it at least. Maybe not top 5, but we need to see some better play from C.J. Stroud. I think John going to Monday night versus the Steelers. I'm just curious, we'll get to the history of Houston and Pittsburgh in a second, but just right now, how you're feeling going into Monday night in the wild card round of the playoffs.
Well, that was an interesting segue from the greatest in history to CJ. And we all know, guys, that the Texans have a Super Bowl defense, Super Bowl special teams. Their offense is woefully inconsistent. Their running game is mediocre at best. And the passing game, one of the reasons they haven't given up a sack in 3 games and 1 in 4 games. Yes, the protection's improved, but CJ's done a better job of getting rid of the ball. Think all the times you've seen flinging it almost into the stands. Before, he would hold it, trying to make a hero play. Boom, it was a 12-yard sack. And he's gotten away from that, and he is the second best quarterback in the NFL throwing over the middle. So to do that on those crossing routes, you've got to have protection, and they've done a good job of that. But I tell you, both teams are going to shut down the other running game. And then it's going to be, is it Aaron Rodgers at 42? Can he do better against the Texans defense than Stroud can the Steelers defense? And I think that would be Stroud against the Steelers. And we all know the offense, just don't turn it over and put the defense in harm's way. Steelers aren't going to be able to drive the ball on the Texans unless they get, say, a pick 6, fumble return for a touchdown, special teams return for a touchdown. I look for this game to be low scoring and boring, which a lot of Texans games have been.
Sean McClain, the General, joining us on the HR&P guest line. I saw you on TV last night, John. I was watching that Vice TV, the comeback, the Buffalo Bills over the Houston Oilers. We all remember that too well. But it does kind of segue into the question that I think has been hanging over the week a little bit, kind of a rivalry between Houston and Pittsburgh. A lot of the new Texans fans, that wasn't a rivalry. We don't care about that. A lot of the older Houston football fans remember that, of course, very well when the Steelers beat the Oilers in back-to-back AFC championships. What do you remember about the Oilers in those years?
Franco Harris told me in Canton before the Hall of Fame about 5 years ago that their best, most intense rival was the Oilers, and he was the toughest, not the Raiders. That was the Steelers, and the Raiders was the dirtiest. But they played the Oilers twice a year. It was the Oilers' misfortune during the Love You Blue era to be second-best team in football to the Steel Curtain. They'd won 4 Super Bowls in 6 years. And Michael Shapiro from Cron.com called Dan Pastrini and Mike Renfro this week and did features on both of them because there's 2 things that I remember that stand out the most to me when I talk about Houston and Pittsburgh and the great rivalry they had from the mid-'70s through the early 90s. And it was the Mike Renfro catch on a touchdown pass from Dan Pastorini that was not allowed that would have tied the game. Now, the Steelers probably would have won, but we'll never know. And people say, well, the officials got it right, the Steelers blew it. And as I pointed out, because I watched this again, Myron Cope, the color guy on radio for Pittsburgh, probably the most beloved color analyst in the history of color analysts in any sport, he invented the terrible foul. And watching the replay on the radio, he said, that's a touchdown. He got both feet in the ground, on the ground. That's a touchdown. And if the biggest homer in history says it's a touchdown, it's a touchdown. And Mike Renfro wouldn't talk about it for a long time because that's all anybody wants to talk to him about. But now he'll talk about it. And we had instant replay, but not as part of the way it is today. And when they did do instant replay, pushed by Tex Schramm, the late president and general manager of the Cowboys, he used that play to show the owners this is what we could correct. And so that went toward creating instant replay as a tool. The other one was 1990. It was the 89 season. Steelers played here in the wild card game. And Warren Moon was injured. He couldn't play, broke a thumb. Cody Carlson from Baylor was the quarterback. They got beat here on a 50-yard field goal by Gary Anderson. I think it was no time left. And the Steelers advanced. New Orleans were eliminated. Everybody was devastated. And I'm like, geez, you lose and you win. Jerry Glanville's out as head coach, and he was.
So, John, when you see this game on Monday night and you're talking about the history of the game, like, do you still feel that frustration? Like should fans still feel, you think, that angst about playing Pittsburgh again? Or do you feel like this is separate because the Oilers moved to Tennessee and this is two totally different franchises?
Well, the Texans don't give a rat's ass about anything that happened back then, just old farts like me and a lot of others, because it was a great rivalry with so many Hall of Fame players from both teams, especially the Steelers. And the Texans have never fared well. They've wanted Pittsburgh. I'm talking about the Oilers wanted Pittsburgh. The Texans have not played the Steelers a lot and haven't played up there a lot. I remember Bill O'Brien's second season. They came close to winning. And so I'm more interested in the game itself and not the nostalgic angle. But it's been fun to talk about it. I've done 2 Pittsburgh talk shows. I've talked to their PR guy, a friend of mine, a long time, reminiscing. And so I'm so fired up, guys, because let's think about starting tonight. 5 days and nights of nonstop football, Thursday and Friday, CFP, then the NFL, and the Texans are in the primetime game on ESPN, have it all to themselves. And if they want people around the country that don't know what this defense is all about or what this team's all about, there's no excuses. Weather's not supposed to be like it has been in Pittsburgh in January. And I think running games won't do anything, and it'll come down who makes the most big plays, Stroud or Rodgers.
John, you might be an old fart, but you're our old fart.
Thanks, Jerry. That's very nice of you.
I thought so. Yeah, John, appreciate you coming on. Enjoy these few days of football here, where it's going to be very exciting, like you mentioned.
Jeremy and Joe, thank you guys very much for having me on.
You got it. Of course. General John McClain, Football Hall of Famer. I shook John's hand the other day at the Texas Bowl. I don't think he knew who I was.
He definitely doesn't know who I am.
I don't think he knew who I was.
I forgot to congratulate him on DJ Lagway.
Oh, yeah, you did get DJ Lagway committed to Baylor. Good get for them.
That's a good get for them for sure.
Good get. I'm going to Waco tomorrow.
You are?
Yeah.
What do you do when you're there?
In Waco?
Yeah.
Visit the silos.
Okay.
Drink some Dr. Pepper.
Okay.
Visit the site of the Branch Davidians. I don't do anything there. It's a lovely town, though. I'm not.
I don't know what is there like a poppin' night scene?
I'm sure. I mean, it's a college town. There's something. Yeah. There's stuff. I guess. I don't know. I've never really. I don't partake in that sort of thing anymore.
Well, more like back in the day, did you?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's things to do in Waco. It's college town. There's always things to do in college town.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the birthplace of Dr. Pepper.
I've heard that.
Also, the Branch Davidians. Are you well read on the Branch Davidians?
That's yeah. That's the one that burned down. I can't remember his name. Koresh?
David Koresh.
Yeah,
Yes.
David Koresh.
I watched the
Janarino.
Did you watch the TV show?
Some smoke bombs in there.
I watched the there was, I think there was 2 or 3.
Yeah.
2 or 3 like shows.
Well, there was a documentary,
documentaries.
and then there was like a drama.
I don't think I watched the drama. I think
They
well,
were both
It's
pretty
the
good.
guy for. It's the guy who plays Riggins.
Riggins.
Yeah.
Is that the show or that's the show?
That's the show.
Oh, I did watch
Yeah,
that then.
it's very good.
Yeah, it is good.
Very good. Documentaries are good too.
I remember one of them being like pro Branch Davidians and one of them being pro FBI. Like one told it from like the Branch Davidian angle, and one told it from like the FBI angle.
I think the show.
There's a school of thought that is not like happy with the FBI and that whole situation.
They burned the building down and people died. So
yeah, like they're saying they shouldn't have went in, that sort of thing. But that's the one that had a heavy lean towards the Branch Davidians, and then the other one has a heavy lean for FBI. So like they're both telling their sides of the story.
Yeah, and then there's the one that
I read a book on it.
I think the last thing I watched about that was it wasn't about it necessarily, but it was connected to the Oklahoma City bombing that happened, and they go through that side. That's
that too.
Yeah, because the Oklahoma City bombing was on the 1-year anniversary of when the building burned
Didn't
down.
they think it like had something to do with it initially, but then they decided it didn't?
No, I think
he was there.
No, Timothy McVeigh, like he specifically chose that day because of that reason.
Yeah.
But I think that they thought he was connected in like a Branch Davidian.
No, I don't think so.
No, he was he was there protesting.
But they thought that initially.
Yeah,
I believe,
yeah.
And they kind of ruled that out after that. Yeah, that's a very interesting story. A lot of weird stuff has happened in Waco. That Dave Bliss, weird stuff. Happens in Waco. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Mike McDaniel fired today. Kind of makes me think that they want Harbaugh very bad. But Mike McDaniel would come up a lot early in the season for the Houston Texans OC job. Here we are, playoffs, wild card round. Do you still want that? Do you still want Mike McDaniel as the OC for the Texans next year? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. Might be calling them tomorrow on Mapes. I still haven't decided. But it's Cougar owned by Mike Colley. Go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there and Aggie, Little Granado over there. They have great people at HRP. They have the best people. But Mike Colley used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Did you know that? And now he's protecting businesses. He's been doing it for 25 years. Let HRP help you, business owners. They can help you in a variety of different areas. HR compliance, they got you. Benefits administration, they got you. Payroll, gotcha. Onboarding, gotcha. HRP can help you in all of those areas. Maybe it's just one area. You just don't want to deal with benefits administration. Cool. HRP can do that for you. You're cool with all the other aspects of your business, but you don't want to do payroll. HRP gotcha. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small, how big. They're going to customize a plan and tailor you for whatever you need. You have a problem, an issue, want to take just a little bit off your plate or all of it off your plate, the whole enchilada. Well, HRP is going to find a way to help you. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You're going to love it, but you're going to love that service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who's familiar with you. They're familiar with your business. They care deeply about your business. So give them a call, 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
McDaniels sacked today. Mike McDaniel, not McDaniels. Junkie got me. Added the S in the end. The best thing to do in Waco is to leave Waco. That's not nice. We're not going to read bad things about Waco. 713-780-3776. You can disparage, talk poorly about Waco. We ain't doing that. 713-780-3776. Key says, I'm incredibly disappointed that I didn't get a not going to happen, Jeremy, from the general. No.
It's because we ask good questions.
I don't know what that means. I'm not buying that J-Bone claim that he read a book. I'm reading 10 minutes a day. My New Year's resolution.
How's it going so far?
Pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty good. Mike McDaniel, thumbs up. Rocky, heck yeah, I want McDaniel. Heck, I'd take Stefanski or Dable, but definitely McDaniel. You think he would stay if he got hired and had success? He'd be a head coach again, I think, McDaniel. I don't think he is going to have a ton of suitors as a head coach again.
I don't think it would be immediate, if anything. I think he's gonna it's gonna take some time.
I think so.
Like there are questions about, it's not just about like why they won and lost games. It's the reports that were coming out during the season about players being late and players not coming to meetings. One of those players being Tua, like losing fundamental control over his team is a huge red flag with him as a head coach.
Yeah, not a culture guy.
That takes time to do, like, to overcome that.
Yeah, there's different jobs. Coordinator, head coach, different jobs. I think he's a great coordinator. Obviously, not a good head coach. Yes. Mike McDaniel will be such an upgraded OC, and hopefully Matt Burke doesn't want to take any head coaching offers this season. Something to look at. McDaniel would make C.J. Stroud a Pro Bowler. Stroud is 10 times better than Tua. You would be dumb not to, or at least at the very least, offer him as an offensive advisor. McDaniel, I think, will be an OC next year if he wants to be an OC, though.
I think so,
He's
too.
not going to be an offensive advisor.
No, I think these teams that are out there interviewing Vance Joseph, Brian Flores, like those are the teams to watch at this point. I mean, he's already been contacted, Ian Rappaport said, by the Detroit Lions, which is a really interesting one as they look for a new OC. So he's going to have good jobs available to him.
Yeah, he will. Where do you stand on the Mike McDaniel, Nick Haley argument?
I don't even think it's even close. I mean, the hard part is that if you fired Nick Haley, you don't have a guarantee to get one of those three guys, because I think all three of them would be a massive upgrade. Stefanski, Dable, McDaniel, all would be huge upgrades. So you almost have to do what teams are supposedly doing with John Harbaugh, which is having backdoor conversations, basically agreeing to a contract and then firing someone.
I think it's what happened in Miami.
I think so too. And they keep saying they haven't talked to Harbaugh yet.
They're lying through their teeth.
This is an owner who is a Michigan grad, was obsessed with Jim Harbaugh.
He brought Brady on his boat.
Yes, and
he's a conniving snake,
and lost draft capital because of it.
Yeah,
I think Harbaugh is going to be the next coach of the Dolphins.
I do too.
So I think you'd have to do something similar here, because if you just fired Caley and then all of them were taken, you might end up in a worse spot than you're in right now. But in a perfect world, any of them are an upgrade. But specifically Mike McDaniel, yeah.
Yeah, I like Mike McDaniel more than I like Haley. I think McDaniel's a better play caller. Like, I understand the reservation of I don't want Stroud 3 offenses in 3 years. I get that. But what's the ceiling? Like, who has the better ceiling to take this Texans offense to a higher level? Is it Mike McDaniel or is it Nick Haley?
It's Mike McDaniel.
I think it's Mike McDaniel clearly.
It's also not really. I mean, it's a third OC in 3 years,
right?
But he comes from San Francisco.
Yeah, but you don't know the language.
No, but
they could be calling their alphas. They could be calling them betas. Like
sure.
they all have different language.
But it's still like the San Francisco Shanahan tree.
There's similarities. Sure.
That slow it came from. So you would think there's going to be some kind of similarity, or Mike McDaniel can conform a little bit to what it was before, and do an actual mix of an offense.
No, I would be in favor of hiring McDaniel as the OC. I understand the reservations. I totally get them. I think they're valid as well. But I'm willing to sacrifice, the first month of next season if my ceiling is higher, if I can go to a different level. Now, if it would probably take the Texans losing at Pittsburgh in order for them to even entertain this idea, which isn't something that I would trade off for. Like, I want them to win as many games as possible, even if that means I lose a shot at Mike McDaniel. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Thomas, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, Thomas.
Happy New Year, guys. Appreciate you having me on. Huge time listener. I listen to every single time all day long while I'm working. Still working now. But I think that our biggest problem is definitely our offense. I think C.J. Stroud's last chance is an offensive coordinator that doesn't suck, for the lack of a better word. I think that us getting somebody like Mike McDaniel, get a little homecoming together with D'Amico Ryans, have a little validity to what he offers, because I don't think he's a leader of men, but I definitely think that he can lead an offense under somebody with structure. And I think that would be a good feel to it. Now, you might have to pay him as far as C.J. Stroud goes to find that out. But I think that, the devil you do is better than the devil you don't. I think he showed us enough to be able to give him that aspect of it. And this offense definitely isn't in. I think if we go and run the whole Super Bowl, I'd still fire that man if we could get somebody like Mike McDaniel. And I'm just curious to hear what you guys have to say about it. I'm going to hang up and listen, man.
Yeah, I think now. I mean, he won a Super Bowl. It's going to be.
I'm keeping
hard.
Kaylee there.
You're probably keeping Kaylee.
Yeah.
Unless you score.
Even then, it'd be too late. I bet you McDaniel has already accepted a job if you're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, I think that's where this is kind of a double-edged sword conversation, right? Where I think if you want one of those three guys, including Mike McDaniel,
yeah,
I think you have to lose on Monday night.
Yeah, I do too.
This. I mean, now a fourth of the NFL jobs are open, which means there's a lot of OC and DC changes that have to happen. But at some point, it's going to start moving, and it feels like when it starts moving, it's going to move really fast. And because of his experience, because of already being contacted by Detroit, he might be the hottest name on the market right now as an OC. So I don't think Stefanski's going to interview. We're seeing interview requests come in from Baltimore, from Tennessee for Cliff Kingsbury. He would make a lot of sense for Washington. He has connections with Dan Quinn. He was there in Atlanta with him. So I think Mike McDaniel's going to be picked up. Honestly, he might be picked up by the Texans' second playoff game.
Yeah, I think that he'll be hired pretty quickly, and I agree with you that if the Texans were to move on from Kaylee, they're going to have an offensive dud loss at Pittsburgh. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I still find it hard to believe that they're going to move on from Kaylee. I would go ahead and do it and bring in McDaniel because I think it upgrades your ceiling, upgrades your offense. I don't think the Texans are going to do it.
No, and it's just what D'Amico wants. I think Bobby Slowick had his flaws, but I think part of the reason why he got fired was more a philosophical issue.
Mm-hmm.
So why would he then go back to something that was similar to that philosophy? I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah.
That's where if you're going to do this, maybe a day ball actually would make more sense.
Yeah.
If you're going to make a change, because he comes from that Patriots structure, right? So I don't foresee an OC change. I think if there's going to be one, I think we're talking about this again next year. And he gets a 2-year window.
I do too.
Unfortunately.
Sadly. I wonder if McDaniel is a D'Amico fit. He drove past the Bills bar in Miami after they won. We didn't go in the bar.
He just drove
I think
past
that's good. He just drove by it. I'm sure D'Amico drives by bars. Rocky, they coached together for several years. McDaniels was the passing game coordinator when D'Amico was D coordinator. That doesn't mean they like each other, though. It means they're familiar with one another. Doesn't necessarily mean they like each other. Just because you're coach on the same staff together does not mean that you're fond of one another.
True.
So they do have experience with one another. That isn't. I don't know if they like each other or not. Both guys are likable, though. If I had to guess, I think they like each other.
I saw a photo of them being friendly.
Really?
Looks like at least after they played each other.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it looks like a nice little handshake.
I mean, McDaniel seems like he gets along with everybody, and everybody likes D'Amico.
I mean, and again, he's going to have. I think he's got 3 great job opportunities probably already.
Probably.
Because I would throw in Tampa Bay too, with their firing everybody besides Todd Bowles today, basically.
Yeah.
You have Baker, you have Goff, you have Jaden Daniels. You have options of quarterbacks that if you want to take that next leap again and be a head coach, you can set yourself up for success. You don't have to wait for the Texans to make a decision.
Or even if you just want to be an offensive coordinator for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
You attach yourself to a Daniel. That would be kind of scary.
Yeah.
Daniels and McDaniel.
Honestly, if I was going to take a job, that's the job I would take. Because I feel like there's a shelf life for Dan Quinn in Washington.
Well, I would take the Texans job.
Well, yeah, if it was available.
Because I think D'Amico is going to be here for the foreseeable future, and if you're good, you're here for the foreseeable future, and you have a young quarterback.
So I was kind of thinking Dan Quinn gets fired, you become the interim and then the head coach.
Yeah.
So of that philosophy.
Gotcha.
But he'll have options. I mean, I still wouldn't rule him out since there's 8 head coach openings.
I have a tough time seeing him as a head coach.
You don't think Tennessee's going to make a call?
No, the way that it flamed out and he's just kind of goofy. I don't know if that's – I don't think that's going to appeal to whoever is hiring coaches for these organizations, whether it's GM, whether it's ownership. I don't believe it. I don't believe he'll be a head coach next year.
I lean no, but there's so many openings.
There are a lot of openings.
It just makes it hard to someone with experience is on the market. Like only one person's getting Harbaugh.
Kevin Gilbride and Buddy Ryan were friends. Do you think we go to the Super Bowl if we had Bobby Slowick with the way our defense is? Do you think Slowick or Caley's better?
That's a good question.
See, I think Caley's a better fit for what D'Amico wants.
I think he's a better fit, but I think
you know what? Let's tease this because
Yeah.
there's actually something that I came across today that kind of surprised me about this Texans offense. It's a positive. That's a good thing. Oh, you're never positive, Brent. Well, yeah, I found a positive about this offense where Slowick might be like rack up yards and stuff, maybe even points. But there's something that Caley does that I think D'Amico really, really likes. Also, we're talking about all these NFL job openings. What are the best? What's the best NFL job opening right now? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what else is a positive? Monument Chevrolet. If you're looking for a new vehicle and you don't want to have that like traditional car buying experience, it's terrible, that's awful. Like, hey, I don't trust these people. And, sometimes car salesmen get a bad rap or maybe an accurate rap that, sometimes you can't trust them. That's not the case at Monument Chevrolet, though. They are the dealership that you can trust. They are the dealership that is transparent with you. They are the dealership that's not going to hassle you about pricing. It's why they've been in the business for 50 years. It's why they've been a pillar in the community. They've helped generations of families get into these new vehicles, pre-owned vehicles, and they keep coming back, word of mouth. More people come over there because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, still family-owned, a friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to an astonishing culture, unicorn culture out there at Monument Chevrolet in the dealership business. Get a fair deal, a transparent deal, and a hassle deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. You need a new car, pre-owned car. The kid's about to need a pre-owned car. Maybe you're a business owner with a commercial fleet. Well, no one does the commercial fleet side of things better than Monument Chevrolet. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Now's the time to upgrade your ride and do it with Monument Chevrolet. Check out their entire inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them. They'd love to see you. 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, Michael Carroll's with us now. If you don't know who Michael Carroll is, then you're a jabroni. But so Michael, one of my beefs since this show has started is that Cutler. But Cutler's our big voice guy, as you know, but the listeners might not. Right. Cutler's the big voice guy. Mike, you have to turn on the microphone.
That's
I figured
true.
You of all people would know that.
You would think.
But so the rejoin.
Yeah.
We use 3 times.
Yeah.
The rejoin.
Yeah.
At 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock says Jeremy and Joe starts now.
Uh-huh.
That's inaccurate.
Uh-huh.
At 4 o'clock, the show's been going on for an hour.
Uh-huh.
At 5 o'clock, the show's been going on for 2 hours.
Okay.
I would like to change that. And yesterday, I brought it up to these guys, like, who wrote the script?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, let's get to the bottom of this. Let's make some noise to get this thing fixed, right? So I said, who wrote the script for Cutler to read? These jabronis said it was you.
Right.
So I guess the first question is, was that you that provided the script to Cutler that, hey, it starts now 3 times a day?
Okay. In this year makes it 17 years that I've been with ESPN 97.5.
Okay.
This is the dumbest bit I think I have ever heard.
No,
I'm
it's
pretty
very
sure
annoying.
it's a bit. Yes, I did write the script for Cutler.
Okay. Why does it say it starts now 3 times a day?
It doesn't. Okay.
The hour starts now.
The hour.
It says Jeremy and Joe starts now. Brian, do you have it handy? That way Michael can hear it. Mike was a little late getting in here, so he didn't hear it. His
I
headphones were
heard
off.
it. I know what the
Jeremy
thing.
and Joe starts now.
What did that just say? It said Jeremy and Joe starts now.
In what world did y'all have to play it 3 times?
Oh, so it's Brian's fault.
Oh, okay. I like this. Plot twist.
No.
Plot twist.
No, Michael's absolutely correct.
He's driving the bus.
Michael never. I was actually about to jump into Michael's defense. Michael did write the script that intro was made with, but he at no point said use this all 3 hours. I just like an intro to reset the each hour, and so I used it. And then once Jeremy does what Jeremy does, I was never going to back away.
Also,
Brian threw you under the
No,
bus
no.
yesterday.
No, Jeremy, no, we're bringing it back to you. Jeremy,
That's fine.
What's my email?
I'd rather do it on the air. I like confrontation.
How long? Wait a minute.
I don't want to email about this in privacy.
How long has the show been on?
Since September.
Yeah, but it's my New Year's resolution to make some more noise. And I haven't been here in studio very often.
You hear it every day.
I know. I comment on it every day. Thanks for listening to the show.
He's busy.
No. I hear it, and I'm just like, this is the stupidest thing. Just
I don't think it's stupid.
Email it. Or, like I produced years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't always use the intro for the second hour, third hour.
I'm glad you said that.
I think he's blaming Brian.
No.
Well, I think Brian was blaming Carol.
I at no point ever blamed Michael. You asked me a point-blank question, who wrote it, and I said Michael wrote it.
We never once yesterday did you say, well, I didn't have to play it 3 times a day.
I don't think there's anybody to blame. I think it's just an opportunity to be like, you know what? We could change.
Right. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, my God.
Can we please change that? That was my last question that I wanted to ask.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
You're
appreciate
welcome.
It.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I thank you for all the hard work that you do. And I apologize on Brian's behalf for throwing you under the bus.
I never threw him under the bus.
713-780-ESPN. Back to sports. Back to football. But also, Michael, real quick before you leave, these jabronis were like, you're not going to tell them. You're not going to ask them about it. I said, okay, we'll see about that.
I guess it's our fault.
We'll see about. I'll bring it up with Michael, and I did it on the air. That way, we'd all have documented proof, not just from you two jabronis that changed the stories.
Well, what do you mean? I didn't change anything. He changed it.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have lumped you together with Brian. That's my bad. I apologize.
Story.
No, you very conveniently didn't bring that up yesterday.
This is very funny because Jeremy is Mr. You moved the goalpost, and this entire argument is
I haven't moved the goalpost once.
You asked me a direct question, who wrote it?
Right.
And I answered.
But then whenever I asked Michael about it today, Michael said Brian doesn't have to play it 3 times a day, and then that's whenever you defended Michael. So yesterday you were very quick to mention Michael at fault, but you were not quick to mention yourself until today whenever Michael was here.
Jeremy?
So if anybody cowered, if anybody moved the goalpost, it was Bronchitis McDonald.
You're moving the goalpost.
Although you do sound better today. I don't think so.
I think I missed Brian's old vote.
Judge Joe Judge.
Joe, what was the
Joe
question
Judge,
I
can
was
you
asked
please settle
yesterday?
this debate?
What was the question
Can you settle this debate?
Are we getting
Who
props
moved the
involved now?
goalpost here, Joe Judge?
Brian.
Yes,
Oh, that's
absolutely.
lame.
That was loud.
Don't
That's
argue with
lame.
it. Don't argue. Automatic ejection if you argue after
eject me,
video
come run
review.
the board.
We can't eject.
Michael. 713-780-ESPN. Where you at on McDaniel? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, Philip.
Point was hit on earlier, but my point would be is if you're just trying to keep him from getting another job, so maybe you hire him, why not treat it like a retainer and throw, say, a $10 million 1-year contract as a consultant where he can come and go in the building as a show contract almost, but maybe he can work with Nick Caley and get some more production out of that offense. And if you're worried about how that looks for Caley, you can just extend Caley out another year. There's no salary cap for these coaches. It's just money. It's not my money. So if you throw that money around, sometimes that fixes the problem. If it's enough, it's hard to say no. Plus, we don't know what he's like. Maybe the temptation of having a gap year before taking another plunge into the coaching grind for big money would appeal to him. I don't know. I mean, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. But if you give Caley another year with him in the building, see how Caley goes. If you still need to make a change, you only gave him a 1-year deal, so you're not holding that over Caley to say here he is, he's the next guy. It's a 1-year stopgap that he's coming in, and then you are first in line, I think, if you do need to make a change because he's been here, he's been in the building, he's lived in the city, he's familiar with the personnel. So that gives you maybe an advantage when he hits the market a year later over going somewhere else. So that was my thinking.
Philip, I think it's a great idea in theory.
Yeah.
I just don't think it ever could play out that way.
It's worth the call.
Yeah, it's worth
the
the
call.
ask,
I like where
for
his
sure.
mind is at. I think it is low percentage, but yes, we don't know what Mike McDaniel's like. Maybe the idea of a gap year intrigues him. Maybe he likes the nightlife in Houston. It's worth the ask.
Listen, if that's what you want to do, just fire Nick Caley.
Okay,
but there's sober bars now.
That's true.
There's sober bars. I forget what they call them. Dry bars? They call them dry bars?
Maybe.
What do they call sober bars? 713-780-37. I just realized as I was asking that and giving the number, I'm asking the wrong audience.
Definitely.
The junkies don't know anything about sober bars. What an insulting question by me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best case scenario here for the Texans might just be that Mike McDaniel takes a gap year.
Right.
Just takes the year off and doesn't coach anywhere.
No, I mean, to Philip's point, it's worth the call. I agree with you guys. It's very low percentage. Very low percentage. And plus, it's the whole stature of, calling plays. You're going to want that if you want to call plays.
Mm-hmm.
And most coaches are going to want that, right?
100%.
So, yeah, I mean, it's worth the call. Do your due diligence, kick your tires. Why wouldn't you? You got to do that. I agree. But I would say it's a low percentage. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. What are the best jobs that are out there? Best head coaching jobs? David, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, David.
Hey, Happy New Year. I would easily say it's the Ravens because they had a bad year, but it's been a great team for years. They've had some shortcomings. They still got 2-time MVP. They have players, and it has to be the Ravens. Hell, they was 50 win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
I think it's easily Baltimore now. I don't think there's an argument for any other team.
Lamar just got his coach fired.
True. The only concern with Lamar is he's got 2 years left on his deal. And what is that process going to play out like? Because he doesn't have an agent again.
Mm-hmm.
Is that? But even then, you have Lamar for 2 years, and the last coach was there for 18 years.
Right.
So they show patience.
All right. Maybe the question is, what's the second best job?
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. The Ravens job would be at the very top of my list. Although you have to live in Baltimore.
That would suck.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. What's the second best job that exists that's out there? Also, what are dry bars called? Somebody said Starbucks. Somebody said libraries. I don't think that's official. But anyway, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN at 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. These jabronis are talking about their video games.
Yep.
During the breaks.
We were.
Have you ever asked yourself what would be a better use of this time?
I use my time very wisely.
Have you ever asked that when watching Vanderpump Rules or whatever the nonsense you
Great
watch?
counter. Brian.
Yeah, I watch that with my wife. I don't have a lot of time to spend with my wife because I have multiple jobs.
Well, my wife
enjoys that show, so I watch that show with her as a way to spend some quality time with the missus.
And my wife and I spend time together playing video games.
College football?
No, not that one.
Okay.
That one I do on my own time.
About, right?
I play with my wife.
I do that one when she's at work. That's when I play it, or after she's gone to bed.
Gotcha.
Yep, same.
Could be reading.
I don't read.
Could be thought.
Oh,
10
minutes.
10 minutes a day.
What are you reading right now?
Today. I prefer not to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you're not reading?
It's personal. No, I'm reading. I'm reading multiple things.
How to get better at reading 101.
Yeah. Yeah.
Starting reading again for dummies.
English for Spanish speakers.
And I'm Mexican.
Yeah.
Speaking of, going
What?
to HRP yet, or you decided?
I might. I'm going to sleep on it.
Okay.
I'm going to sleep. I might. That wasn't that worse. My favorite one was the Q word. Kid Ed.
I hate that you pulled those.
He didn't say it like Kid Ed either. And it's spelled very similar to another word in the English language. Per dare. Oh, man. That is good.
Woo! How many of these did you pull?
How many pulled the whole song?
4.
Dr. North, you can add Philly to the teams that might be looking for UOC. Petulo has been awful. That's a great call. I'm sure there are people who are lining up to become the DC and Dallas. Psych! Hashtag go Texans. That will be an interesting hire, though. Another Ravens vote. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. It says Julian. Last time it said Julian on the board, though, it was really Gary. So I'm hesitant to say bang, bang, Niner gang. But I'll just say Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Julian.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year.
I think the best job is the New York Football Giants.
Whoa.
You have a bookend tackle at Thomas. You don't need to draft that. You have 3 pass rushers who one could be a trade bait rather. You have Scatterboo who's showing you how a white man runs the ball. And you have Jackson Dart, who, I know he doesn't know how to get out of his own way, but I think with the right guy, he'll be all right. What if Salah goes with Mike McDaniels over there? I just think it's a very attractive job. It's the right market, and, I think they can do some things. Y'all have a good one.
I think it's an interesting argument because they have pieces that you should really like. I think the biggest downfall there is their GM.
Interesting.
I think if you had a different GM, I'd be more open to it. Like, there were reports going back that Dable was the guy that was in on Dart, not Joe Shane. So if your GM's not even sold on your quarterback, like, what are you trying to sell in that job interview? Like, who are you going for?
You have a top pick, and you can use it however you want.
You're not gonna, I guess you could take Ty Simpson if you wanted to.
You can take a quarterback if you don't like Dart.
Yeah.
I don't think that they would do that for what it's worth. I have questions about Dart. I'm not now. A lot of people think the Giants have the second best job. Like CBS, they had their top coaching jobs in the NFL. They have the Ravens number 1. NFL Network, they have NFL.com. They have the Ravens 1. I think the conversation starts at 2. CBS has the Falcons at 2. NFL.com has the Giants at 2.
So I think what it ultimately comes down to is Dart versus Penix, right? And what your path of quarterback is going to be. Because you have the owner of the Atlanta Falcons today coming out and saying that he 100% believes Michael Penix is the guy.
I mean, Bijan Robinson's a pretty appealing.
It is, but like if Penix is a problem, then like what are you going to win without your if you don't believe in Michael Penix? Like where are you at with your quarterback spot?
Yeah, you're probably looking at drafting one next year.
So I think it's like if you want to win immediately, like which one do you like more? Now both give you that flexibility.
I mean, the Falcons tied for their division title this year.
Yeah, so like they're
they're hanging a banner.
Yeah, they better not. They're the closest to winning their division of all the teams outside of Baltimore.
Falcons.
The Falcons.
Yeah. I mean, the Giants gap between the Eagles is pretty loud, pretty wide. And then the Commanders were in the NFC Championship game last year. And the Cowboys are, decent.
I think. What about the Raiders? Like, if you're a believer in Dante Moore or Fernando Mendoza or Ty Simpson,
right?
You have the first pick. You have Genti. You have Bowers. Now you have Crosby on your roster, who you either can keep or use to get draft capital this offseason. So I think if you're a believer in the college quarterbacks right now, I think the Raiders can be number 2.
Yeah, if they hit on a rookie quarterback, and not even hit to the point of like Stroud his rookie year, Daniels his rookie year, but it's more like just solid. They're pretty strong.
If it's Bo Nix, like if you get Bo Nix level play, and you're an offensive line, like I think you have something there. So I personally I go Raiders too,
ahead of the Falcons,
because I'm not a Michael Penix.
Yeah, but you're not. I mean, you don't know what the Raiders are going to have.
Well, I like Dante Moore and Mendoza.
Okay, all right.
So
you like the rookie quarterbacks?
Yeah, I like the rookie quarterbacks more than I like Penix and Dart.
Because the Raiders-Falcons defense probably similar. Raiders have the biggest name between if the two teams. But then the offensive weapons are kind of similar because the Falcons have Bijan, they have Drake London, Kyle Pitts is actually a free agent, and then the Raiders have Ashton Genti, Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
So like you have two very alluring pieces for a quarterback, but the Falcons are kind of pot committed with Penix, whereas the Raiders would get a rookie QB they like.
Yeah, I guess. And the probably the next question for the Raiders is, how do you feel like Tom Brady's going to be at this job? Like, is he going to be good at it?
Right.
Because, like, he's the one calling all the shots in Vegas now.
I think if you're a head coach that wants that job, though, it's going to be like, is he going to meddle and, like, let me do my thing?
Yes.
That's probably what you're trying to diagnose.
And that's where you have to ask a lot of questions about what happened with Chip Kelly, and Pete Carroll.
Sure.
Like, why that marriage was there and then how it fell apart so quick.
Yeah. So, the NFL's rankings, top coaches, or top jobs. Baltimore, the Giants. The Browns, which I wouldn't like that job. Like, you're in quarterback purgatory there. Falcons 4. They have the Dolphins 5. That does not that appealing of a job to me. And then Arizona 6. Arizona, where are you at with Arizona? That job?
I'm low on Arizona and Miami.
These are before the Dolphins, by the way. Before they got.
I mean, Arizona. I like.
No, that's there.
There's a lot of pieces in Arizona you can like.
Titans 7, Raiders 8.
But the problem with I guess I'm the opposite on the Raiders. But
who would you have last?
Who do I like last? Kyler Murray or Tua? I would say the Dolphins is last.
Yeah, they have a lot of bad contracts.
Achan's a free agent. Like
he's free?
He's free agent. I'm pretty sure.
He wasn't a first round draft pick, so he doesn't have the 5th-year option. But I have to imagine they're not going to just let him out the door. Is this his 3rd year or 4th year? I thought it was his 3rd year.
Maybe it's next year he's a free agent?
Yeah, he might be a free agent after next season.
Because there's so many in this group that I might be getting that one wrong. But
no, I don't think he's a free agent. I think he's got one more year.
No, I think you're right. You're right. Yeah, because it's Breece Hall's a free agent this year.
Yeah.
Travis Etienne's a free agent, not Achan. But like I just they have a lot of bad contracts. Like, do you believe in what are you doing? You're got this Tyreek Hill question mark around your franchise. Like I think Miami's the worst one.
I think they're going to hire a new coach and clean house. I think Tua will be gone. I think Tyreek will be gone. I think they're going to have like a complete makeover. Yeah, those two are the worst jobs for me, are the Dolphins and the Cardinals. I'd have the Titans hire because Cam Ward looks like he could be a guy at least. Now, you have some roster issues, but you have cap flexibility. You have premium draft picks. So I'd actually like the Titans a little bit more than the Dolphins or the Arizona. The thing with the Titans, though, it's like it's bad ownership. So
it is fair. I think it might be the worst ownership of all these.
That's always an issue.
And that's why it probably deserves to be closer to the bottom. If anything, if not, maybe the worst one, because Amy Adams is a disaster running this thing. It's
disaster.
Like, look what's happening in New England in year 1 with Mike Vrabel.
She lives in Houston. She might be listening.
What's up?
Is Amy Adams in our demographic? 713-780-3776. Junkie, what is J-Bone reading? Wrong answers only. The unabridged version of the Count of Monte Cristo. It's like 1,100 pages long. So we'll still be reading it in 2029. I promise you it's not that. I don't know what that means. Texter. Nashville will be one of the better cities to live in. How much do you think that factors into head coaches getting a job?
I don't think it factors much.
I don't think so either. Like, they're just like, I don't think it matters that much.
How much do coaches hang out in the off season?
But how often are they in their own city?
You travel roughly every other week.
Yeah.
And like was John Harbaugh living in Baltimore
Probably
in the
not.
off season? I don't think so. So
He's
like,
probably traveling.
yeah, like, so you're out and about. You live in your main hub, whatever that is. So like, you're not there that much.
Joe said the Raiders will take a QB, but never listed Chambliss as an option.
He's not an option.
Oh, so? Yeah, he's not an option for number.
He's trying to go back to college for a reason. I like Trinidad Chambliss a lot.
Yeah, I don't really think he's an NFL guy.
He's trying to go back to college for a reason.
Achane in a Texans uniform would make them the Super Bowl favorites. That'd be awesome. They could trade for him. Junkie of the day is Joe for getting me excited that the Texans could go after Achane. They can. I mean, they could trade him.
Yeah, he has 1 year deal.
There was rumors he could have been traded at the deadline.
Yeah, he's owed $1.4 million next year, so you can trade for him.
He'd be somebody, but yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see what the Dolphins do with him because he could be a trade commodity and then like an extension thing, or the Dolphins just be like, hey, we're going to build around him.
I struggle with the idea of building around a running back, so if I was going to tear it down, I'd trade him, right?
No, I don't think you have to do that. And like, I also don't think it takes that long to rebuild your team in the NFL. The Texans won 11 games in 3 years and have made the playoffs 3 straight years. Look where the Broncos were a couple of years ago. Look where the Patriots were a couple of years ago. You could build around Achane for the next 3 years and never give him an extension.
Yeah, you franchise tag him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to get a quarterback at some point. And like,
Right.
you're probably not getting one at 11 this year, so you have to either trade up or you're waiting until next year. And because that's like, there's still a chance they just run out this Tua thing for a year.
They could. Especially now that McDaniel's gone. Like, a new quarterback might be like, yeah, I can do it for a year.
Because like, I wonder like because like that's the, like if you were a head coaching candidate, do you just have to like have two pitches prepared about like how you make it work with Tua and then how you make it work without Tua?
And like try to read the room?
Yeah.
Well, that's what Kubiak famously did in Houston, but he didn't do it with he did it with David Carr. He convinced ownership that he could win with David Carr.
And it's just you have to figure out what does ownership want.
Kubiak got the job when Vince Young was in the draft, Brian? I believe he did. I think that was the offseason that he got the job, was it not?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Because a lot of people wanted to draft Vince Young, but Kubiak, in large part, got the job because he convinced ownership he could win with David Carr. Yeah.
Which, tough.
Yeah, I mean, VY didn't have a great NFL career. It was better than David Carr's, but it wasn't great.
He's got some awards that are kind of funny in hindsight. Like he was Rookie of the Year and a two-time Pro Bowler, but what are those?
His first couple of years were pretty good, but they were by far his best years.
Yeah, obviously he didn't get along with Jeff Fisher. That didn't help.
I would really like. I wish that's one of those where I wish we could see what Vince Young's career looks like elsewhere,
or with a Sean McVay or some like a modern offensive genius.
All right, so I have a thought on Vince. And Vince is one of my favorite football players ever, even though he went to Texas. I watched Vince Young in the Astrodome. He and Courtney Lewis, the only two football players on that team that were worth a darn. No offense to anybody on the Madison Marlins whenever VY and Courtney Lewis were there. I'm not sure VY had the mindset to be a great NFL quarterback.
That's fair.
I just don't think he was ever going to put in the work to be a great NFL quarterback.
I think you have to probably be you have to pull the best out of him.
Like he was never going to be Steve McNair.
He's just not going to.
He was never going to be Pat Mahomes.
Yeah,
like he was never going to put in the work to be great. He was great talent. Could have been a really good quarterback. I just don't think he was ever going to put in the work to be a great quarterback.
I'm mostly with you, but he was still able to put up enough to be Rookie of the Year with a coach that didn't want him and didn't adapt to his play style.
He was Rookie of the Year with 12 touchdowns and 13 interceptions.
Yeah, I'm not saying he was going to be great. I'm just saying if he were, put this time and put with an OC that believed in him and ran a more modern style offense,
it would have been better.
He would have been better.
It would have been better.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. It would have been better. But the league also kind of caught up to him. Like, okay, this is what we're going to do to defend him, all of that sort of thing. But that also can go to your point. Like, if he had an OC that
just
could
swap
counter
him
the
with
counters.
Jaden Daniels in time. Like, I think I think he could have done similar things to Jaden Daniels. Similar things to RG3. Although
RG3 and Vince Young kind of had similar career tracks.
Yeah, but one's very different, though.
Yeah.
Because one's knee just kind of fell apart.
Well, VY had some injuries. Not first couple of years, but he had some injuries like in the middle of his career.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a shame, though. VY was awesome. I loved VY. It was the only time I ever watched Texas games was when Vince Young was there.
Did you root for him?
I did.
Okay.
I did root for Vince Young. Yeah, I did. I was pulling for Vince Young. Wanted them to win the Rose Bowl. Yeah, I was a Vince Young fan. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, he's incredible.
My love for Vince Young trumped my dislike for Texas.
It's arguably the greatest college football game of all time he played in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So.
He was so fun. So fun.
I was watching that game the other day.
Really?
It was on TV. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched the last
Wasn't it Vince Young, Reggie Bush, and Mario Williams? Yes, those were the three names in the draft, but Carr was on the roster. So it was like if you were going to draft Vince Young, you were moving on from Carr. So the draft decision wasn't David Carr or Vince Young, but the offseason decision was who are we committing to at quarterback? Is it David Carr who's in-house, or is it Vince Young who's in the draft? Jamarcus Russell's work ethic has entered the chat. Yeah, he was maybe the worst work ethic quarterback in the history of the game. The history of the game.
Johnny's up there.
Yeah, good point.
Johnny's up there. I mean, Johnny went missing during.
He's up there for sure.
He went missing during his first training camp.
Yeah.
Like
Jamarcus Russell was always here's the film, go home and watch it, tell me what you saw back, and then he tried to lie about what was on it, and it was a blank tape.
Yeah, I think Manziel did the same thing.
I think he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manziel openly admitted like he never watched film, like ever.
They were very similar, Russell and Manziel. Russell's the bigger bust, though.
Oh, yeah.
Number one versus
Manziel was
number
what, in the 20s?
25, 24,
And also, I think you have to factor in the contract, too.
Right.
Like, that's before the rookie scale.
Yeah.
So he's got a ton of money.
Yeah, that's rough. All right, 713-780-3776. Enough talking about these jumbo of NFL jobs, these gumbo of NFL jobs. 713-780-3776. Buzzkill Branham. Willa Bits coming up next. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Football playoffs are here, baby. This is what we've all been waiting for. And why not add a little bit of incentive, a little stakes to your football playoff viewing pleasure? Underdog. Get Underdog in your life. Best place to get in on all the gridiron action. You can make picks and win money right now in the Lone Star State. Got a bunch of games this week, too. Bunch of football games this week. And playing on Underdog is so easy. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players are go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get them right. Get them right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And for Wild Card Weekend, get this. This is Wild Card Weekend. You got a bunch of games, so many games. And for Wild Card Weekend, Underdog's adding a gimme pick on a quarterback of your choice from any of the Wild Card games to get started. Maybe it's Rodgers. Maybe it's Stroud. Maybe it's May. Maybe it's Caleb Williams. Maybe it's Brock Purdy. Whoever you want it to be, Underdog's giving you a gimme pick on a quarterback of your choice from any of the Wild Card games to get you rolling. So many games to pick from, so many opportunities for you to win some money. The Stroud passing yard picks, I kind of like what I see on that. Nico Collins picks, I kind of like what I see on that too. And look, all you have to do is put in $5, and they're going to give you $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 too. So don't stop by the C-Store on the way home. Just download the Underdog app and get $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. All you have to do is enter promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. So what are you waiting for? Underdog, make picks, win money.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great food debate? Jeremy being a giant buzzkill? Joe trying to do math? Carry the one, Joe. Carry the one. Or maybe they'll recklessly label people as casuals. Let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Branham.
Yeah, Buzzkill Branham. Junkie texted in and said Buzzkill Branham
Junkie?
crawfish bowls are overrated. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Respectfully disagree. Couldn't disagree more, actually. Love crawfish boils. Juice is worth the squeeze. Do you like crawfish?
I love crawfish.
Oh, okay.
I'm a big crawfish guy. Trying to decide when to go.
No, I like crawfish. I'm just not willing to go through the trouble. If it's
Yeah, you'd rather play video games.
like if it's a dish that has crawfish in it, cool. But I'm not gonna sit there unpeel and do all that.
That's the softest
I
take
don't
I've
care.
ever heard.
I'll be honest, like,
You don't want to peel
That's
crawfish.
crazy.
I'm not gonna do it.
You refuse to peel crawfish.
I'm not gonna do it.
So
no.
you go to a boil, it's free. You don't have
No,
to
I
pay
don't
it.
go to boils for that reason.
Oh my god.
But like if I go to a restaurant and they have a crawfish dish, I'll eat it.
Man,
The level of disappointment I have right now.
I'm over it.
I've only had
I'm not.
crawfish like one time when I'm not peeling it.
I'll have it in some etouffee and some gumbo.
That was a much better use than the last one. The first one was way too forced.
I don't know what you're talking about. All right, Buzzkill Branham. I couldn't care less when big leaguers have winter league success. Isaac Paredes hit a home run, I guess, in like the last day or two, in I guess this Puerto Rican winter league or wherever he's playing. I have no idea.
Sure.
Who cares? I don't care who he like. What he hit it off like a Double-A Puerto Rican pitcher. Like what does it matter that Isaac Paredes is hitting a glorified batting practice home run? He's a big leaguer. He should be doing that.
Yeah.
I could not care less when Major League Baseball players are going to these little like run-of-the-mill winter leagues and hitting homers off of dudes who are single A level or are 52 years old pitching in these leagues.
Okay, so I agree. Now, Alpi Şengün opened my mind to it a little bit because he was
during
killing,
the Euros.
During Euro
I mean,
League.
that was like legitimate basketball players.
But there's legit basketball.
Yeah, they're like
players there.
NBA dudes.
Yeah, these guys are mostly low level.
Like I think it was
players.
Bartolo Colon's dad that he hit it off of.
But yeah, I'm with you.
It was Senor Colon.
I don't think this is a buzzkill.
I see people. I think it was H-Town Wheelhouse. Love H-Town Wheelhouse, but I'm calling you out right now, H-Town Wheelhouse. He posts. He's like, I think Isaac's ready.
But there's a
why? Because he hit a homer off of Senor Colon.
I think that's a small group.
What do you mean he's ready?
They're loud. They're a loud but small group of people who celebrate those things.
It's silly.
Now, World Baseball Classic doesn't count for this,
much
right?
different.
I'm
That's legitimate
double-checking.
baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he takes Paul Skeens deep.
Hey, look, maybe if it was like Christian Javier who he hit it off of, okay, like that's valid. But you're hitting it off some dude that you have no idea who's playing in Puerto Rican single A.
Yeah.
Like it means nothing to me. Nothing. That doesn't mean that he's ready for the year. Sorry, man.
As long as he's ready, he's ready.
Another thing
His
that
hamstring
I'm gonna
is
buzzkill.
intact.
That's the most important thing. I care more that he made it around the bases than I do that he hit a home run.
Yes.
Without slipping that turkey leg of a hamstring off of the bone again. That's what I care about. I couldn't care less when players get fined either. You see this a lot of times. Like Aziz, I think, was the most recent one, where Aziz tackled a dude with the crown of his helmet, and he did. And it's a letter of the law, NFL. They're going to fine players whenever you do that player safety thing. And, like, these fans get upset that this linebacker got fined $40,000. I could not care less that he got fined $40,000.
Yep.
Like I wish well for Aziz. I want him to do well, and I want the Texans to win football games. But do I care that because the NFL is enforcing player safety and fined him for what is very clearly a leading with the crown of the helmet, $40,000? Do I care about that? Absolutely not.
Do you think it's because to us, seeing a $23,000 fine is such a large amount of money? That's why people care. Like
maybe, but I don't care about somebody else's wallet.
Yeah, but like they forget that Aziz is on a $34 million contract.
Well, I mean, still $23,000. Like $23,000 still buys you a decent car, Monument Chevrolet when you're doing that.
That's true, but like it's still he makes $34 million.
Yeah, I mean, it would impact him more than us, or impact us more than him, no doubt. But yeah, I still don't care. Like if you get fined $30,000, well, don't lead with the crown of your helmet anymore. I don't care that you got fined. Like I don't understand the fans getting upset when one of their players get fined by the rule. Letter of the law, they're correct. It's like, oh, no, you're taking money from the man. Who cares?
Yeah, I care. The only time I ever care about fines is if it's a coach and I disagree.
Even then, I don't care about the fine. I can, disagree with the call, but I don't care that the coach got fined. I don't care if this rich person is exchanging money with a rich entity that then they're going to, turn over to charity.
Sure.
Like the Aziz $40,000 that's getting, I'm sure Aziz has great use of his money.
Yeah.
Would I rather Aziz have $40,000 or Make-A-Wish have $40,000?
I mean, is that why he's the Walter Payton Man of the Year?
Maybe all the fines
because all of his fines are going to charity.
It's just so weird to me that fans are like, oh no, he got fined. This is the worst. You're cheating him out of money. Like what?
It's not your money. It's okay.
It has zero influence.
I like this take from you
on your life. And then the last buzzkill I have. This involves the Oilers. The Oilers were not going to the Super Bowl in 1992 whenever the Buffalo Bills came back and beat you, okay? That was a wild card game. You were on the road. You were one of the worst seeds in the AFC. You were not going to the Super Bowl. I hate to break it to you. The Oilers were not Super Bowl bound in 1992. And I'll go one more. The Houston Oilers in 1979 when they lost the AFC Championship game to the Pittsburgh Steelers also were not Super Bowl bound. You know that Renfro catch, which I watched that replay today? His feet were definitely in. Although I'm not sure he survived the ground. Now, I watched the replay, but the officials, don't make a call on the field, and then they all meet for, 3 minutes, and then they, say incomplete pass. That's probably, the reason that it stunk. And I do think his feet were in. I absolutely do. But that would have only tied the game in the third quarter, and the Pittsburgh Steelers, cruised to victory the rest of the way. I don't think that was a game-altering call.
Sure.
Maybe they have a better shot. They don't have to settle for the field goal. It's 17-17 versus 17-13. Halfway through the third quarter, much better chance to win the game. But then the Steelers controlled the game the rest of the way. I'm not so sure that's a game-altering call like Oiler fans would want you to believe. Yeah.
I don't think they would agree with you, though.
I know they wouldn't. Also, go watch that Renfro play. Tell me if he survives the ground. I'm not sure that I think the ball popped out.
It's just really hard for me to focus on the play.
Feet were definitely
because
in.
the vehicles are on the
Yeah,
field.
I just get distracted. I'm like, as he's going down, I'm like, there's a Ford Bronco.
Yeah.
There's two vehicles.
There's also another family car.
There's 3 vehicles.
Yeah.
There's,
So bizarre.
I think there's
like a
station
Volkswagen.
wagon.
That used to happen all the time. Someone old call in.
Yeah, that's what we should ask McClain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
General's probably sitting
Were
in
there,
as he watched
were there always cars on the field, John?
713-780-3776. Keith has a buzzkill. Keith, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, Keith.
Hey, Happy New Year, guys. I completely agree with B-Mac. I'm not peeling or sucking any type of crawfish.
Hang
if
up on
it's
this guy.
fried, I'll eat it. If it's etouffee, I'll eat it. I went to a restaurant in College Station last week. They had a crawfish etouffee on top of a burger. It was fantastic. I don't know if this is a buzzkill, but the Music City Miracle Titans-Bills, that was not a lateral. That was a forward pass.
No, it
that play
wasn't.
should have never happened.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I disagree.
That was the worst take this year. Worst
The second
call
one,
this
yes.
year.
The second one, yes.
The
First
whole
take
thing
was brilliant.
No.
Uncle Barney says you didn't have to survive the ground back then. Okay, I stand corrected then. That it did influence the play. Uncle Barney would know.
You didn't have to survive the ground back then?
That's what Uncle Barney said.
Okay.
Uncle Barney's the smartest man I know. Far smarter than me. So if he tells me that, then yes, sir.
Have I met Uncle Barney?
Uncle Barney was at one of our remote. No, you weren't there. Will was in for you.
Okay.
Y'all kind of have the similar stature.
Short?
Yeah, you're both pretty short.
Okay.
Uncle Barney's pretty short. He's like 5'3".
I'm 5'6", so.
Uncle Barney does TV with Isaiah Carey.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm supposed to say that.
I'll never do TV.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I'll never get invited.
So I guess you didn't have to survive the ground back then. So, okay, it should have been a catch. It should have been a tie game, 17 apiece. Do the Texans win that game if Renfro is ruled a touchdown?
I'm going to say no. I've watched this game many times. I'm going to say no.
I don't think so. I don't think they would have won the game.
Yeah, like you said, it would have tied the game, but then the Steelers went on to win by 2 touchdowns. So, does the defense suddenly stop them if Renfro's catch counts? That makes no sense.
I think it was a bad call. I'm not sure that they win the game, though. Just saying. All right. And Keith, you're banned for the rest of the week for that outrageous crawfish take.
Are out of here.
All right, coming up next, Chunky of the Day. What is your Chunky of the Day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. La Chona. Junkie of the day, 713-780-3776. Hot mics. Our mics were on during the commercial break.
No, they weren't.
They were. Mine was.
Oh, really?
Mine was on. But I left quickly, so I know I didn't say anything. You might have. I don't know. I went to go talk to Michael, lay down the law.
I went to go talk to Brian. So
I don't think anything would have been on there.
I'm not worried.
It's funny y'all think that wasn't intentional. Junkie says, great show. Not one mention of the college football playoff. Preview radio sucks, but we will have college football playoffs coming up at the top of the hour.
We will.
We will carry the college football playoffs coming up at the top of the hour.
Fact.
Who do you to please this junkie? Because we aim to please. We really do. People are like, oh, you are sarcastic. You are condescending. No, we're not. We aim to please. What do you think of the college football playoff matchup tonight?
I'm pulling for Ole Miss.
Okay.
I think it's the best story.
Who do you think's winning?
Ole Miss.
See, I think Miami wins.
I think
That
Miami
defensive
wins
pass
it,
rush
too.
is insane.
I'm kind of I usually don't pull for the SEC for obvious reasons. I kind of find myself pulling for Ole Miss though.
Yeah, it's a good story.
Yeah, like their Coach Bolts.
I do pull for Ole Miss because I want to see it kind of stuck to Lane Kiffin, but I think Miami wins.
Yeah.
It's kind of where I'm at. Like, and then Oregon, Indiana tomorrow.
Ole Miss playing in the national title game and not being able to, and Lane leaving because he thinks he can't win there is incredible.
You know what we should do tomorrow?
What's that?
We should do 2 hours on Ole Miss, Miami.
Oh.
And then we can spend the last hour on Indiana, Oregon. What do y'all think?
Great.
I think it's a good idea.
The Texans don't play till Monday, so.
Yeah, they'll play Monday. All right, who's your junkie of the day?
I'm going to nominate Mike Burrows as agent because Mike Burrows was on Chandler Rum's podcast.
Oh, yeah.
And said that he found out he was traded to the Houston Astros via his fantasy football group chat.
Why'd he go on that clown podcast?
Because they like Chandler.
Yeah, they do. So he figured out how?
His fantasy football group chat.
That's funny.
His boys tweeted the link.
Yeah.
To the tweet.
As the agent, you got to be better than that, man.
Yeah,
hey, Mike,
you got to call
Mike, can't we got traded? What?
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes those reports are before it's official.
I know you got to give your guy a heads up. Hey, man, you might be getting traded here.
Yeah, surely the agent knew before even the tweet went out. From who? I don't know who broke it. I don't know if it was Rosenthal or whoever, but
yeah, that's true.
The agent would already know.
I'm going to nominate anybody who doesn't like crawfish. Anybody can get it. You don't like crawfish? I can't peel it. It's too hard to peel.
Soft.
I don't want to get my hands dirty with this fabulous crawfish juice that tastes unbelievably great. All of those people.
It's a great impression.
What is the intimidation factor?
It's not intimidating. I just don't want to do it.
Why,
lazy.
though? Why?
Yeah, it's laziness.
Yeah.
Crazy.
See, the taste of the crawfish supersedes the work. And it's not even that much work.
It's not.
You're literally standing and doing this.
If you know what you're doing, it's not that much.
Well, that's part of it. I don't really know
you
what
do
I'm doing.
more work playing video games.
We can teach you.
There's more movement in video games than there is in peeling a crawfish.
Probably 100%. Yeah.
And plus, it's kind of this. You're probably already strong with those muscles, Brian, with as many video games as you play. That's a lot of the crawfish peeling muscles.
I was worried where you're going there.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the crawfish peeling muscles that you use for video game muscles. What is you got?
You for moving the goalpost during this
Joe
segment
ruled for
with
me.
Michael. I don't care what
You're
Joe
wrong.
ruled.
Yeah, he's wrong. Whatever. Let him have it.
Jeremy is and I respect this, so don't take this as disrespectful or an insult. But you're very masterful with how you change the framing of the conversation to currently fit where your stance is.
So do you.
I know. That's why I said I respect it.
And in fact,
that's what you did.
You're not. You tell me that I'm wrong. It's not that I'm wrong. It's that you're bitter.
I'm bitter that you outmaneuvered me. Yeah.
I didn't outmaneuver you.
I think
Joe Judge ruled for me.
Yeah, which makes you the junkie of the day.
Yeah.
I am the judge.
Yeah, he's the junkie of the day for art. You know what happens whenever you argue a call that was under review?
Yep.
Automatic ejection.
Ejected.
Brian, you're out of here.
You are out of here.
You have to serve your suspension on Monday. All right, can we go away now? Does that do it for us? All right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for all the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. College football playoff coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 97.9 HD2. Good night, Houston.